Please, no one approach the dais at any time. Please silence all electronic devices, and Chair, you may begin.
Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure's hearing on the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget and the fiscal 2025 preliminary mayor's management report for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Department of Transportation, and Taxi and Limousine Commission, and the Department of Design and Construction. My name is Sylvina Brooks Powers, and I chair this committee. I would like to acknowledge my fellow council members who are present here today. We're joined by Council Member Farrah Lewis. Today we'll hear testimony from 3 transportation agencies, the MTA, DOT, and TLC. Each plays an essential role in the lives of New Yorkers. The recently deceased civil icon, my soror, Hazel Dukes, once said, "If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living shall not have been in vain." Facilitating a safe, efficient transportation network is an opportunity for us to put her words into practice every day. Effective and efficient transportation is vital for economic growth, social mobility, and commerce. It also serves a crucial role in community health and our overall well-being as a city. I look forward to speaking with each of these agencies about their role in moving the city and its residents forward. We'll also hear today from DDC, the city's chief capital agency. The methods, means, and materials we use in construction are so crucial, not only to our transportation network, but to the sustainability and long-term health of our city across all sectors. First up today is the MTA, whose calendar year 2025 operating budget is $19.88 billion. We would like to explore the seemingly ever-increasing cost shifts to the city, including congestion pricing and its initial impact on city residents. We will also inquire about the authority's proposed capital plan, which includes a $33.4 billion gap and was recently vetoed by the Capital Program Review Board on Christmas Eve. We plan on asking what next steps the authority plans to take with the state regarding budget negotiations in Albany, and how the MTA plans to navigate the political climate in Washington. We'll then hear from the Department of Transportation at noon on its fiscal 2026 preliminary budget, which totals $1.47 billion, equal to 1.3% of the city's proposed fiscal 2026 preliminary budget. The agency's preliminary commitment plans totals $13.32 billion across fiscals 2025 to 2029. The fiscal 2026 preliminary plan includes $6.4 million in new needs for fiscal 2026 and $3.8 million in other adjustments. As always, I hope to discuss with DOT how the city can more equitably invest across historically underserved communities. Local Law 195 of 2019, also known as the Streets Plan or the Transportation Master Plan, was passed in October 2019 when Commissioner Rodriguez was chair of this committee. Local Law 195 states by February 1st, 2023, and by each February 1st thereafter, the department shall submit to the mayor and the speaker of the council and post on the department's website an update regarding any changes to the plan from the previous year. Despite that provision, DOT released its streets plan almost a full month and a half after the required February 1st date and did not submit their report to the council, but instead released it to the press first. Notably, the Department of Transportation is once again failing to meet the legal mandates the council established several years ago in the streets plan. I plan to ask DOT about this at today's hearing, and I look forward to getting a better understanding how this year's budget will ensure that DOT can meet its legal requirements and more effectively serve communities citywide. Then we will hear from the Taxi and Limousine Commission at 2 p.m. on its fiscal 2026 preliminary budget, which totals $58 million. We would like to explore their enforcement capacity over unlicensed commuter vans, as well as get an update on their vehicle accessibility. Over the last decade, this industry has experienced tremendous change, particularly since the introduction of app-based for-hire vehicles to the city. The council remains committed to removing barriers that prevent drivers from earning a living. To discussing how this budget further empowers drivers to succeed. Finally, we will hear from DDC at 3 p.m. on their 2026 preliminary budget, which totals $159.4 million, which is $20.4 million less than its fiscal 2025 adopted budget. The preliminary plan includes no new needs for DDC and $21.9 million in reductions from other adjustments and asylum seeker response savings in fiscal 2025, with modest changes in fiscal 2026 and in the outer years. In the preliminary commitment plan, there is $24.59 billion in capital projects DDC is managing for city agencies and entities across the years of the plan. Today, I plan to ask DDC about the major capital projects the agency is leading, from the borough-based jails to the East Side Coastal Resiliency. But I also hope to discuss how DDC is accomplishing its projects. For example, how the agency is innovating to advance projects more quickly and efficiently, and how is DDC seeking to maximize utilization of MWBEs. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank council staff for their hard work in preparing for this hearing. Adrian Drapal, Senior Financial Analyst, Julia Haramis, Unit Head, Chima Abachir, Deputy Director, Mark Chen, Senior Counsel, Kevin Katowski and John Basile, Senior Policy Analyst, and of course, my staff, Julian Martin, my Policy and Budget Director, and Renee Taylor, my Chief of Staff. Also, I'd like to acknowledge that we've been joined by Council Minority Leader Joanne Ariola. And with that, I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the MTA.
Thank you. I'm Mark Chen, counsel to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Our first panel will be from the Metropolitan Transit Authority, Demetrius Critchlow, President of New York City Transit, Jay Patel, Co-Chief Financial Officer, Shanifa Riera, Chief Customer Officer, and John McCarthy, Chief of Policy and External Relations. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, and thank you for having us. Special thanks to Committee Chair Brooks Powers. I'm Demetrius Critchlow, President of New York City Transit. I'm joined by Co-Chief Financial Officer Jay Patel, who will also be giving remarks today, Chief Customer Officer Shanifa Riera, and Chief of Policy and External Relations John McCarthy. Before we get started, I wanted to acknowledge that this is my first time here since becoming President of Transit. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself. I'm a third-generation transit worker, followed in the footsteps of my father and grandfather, and in April I'll mark 28 years of service to the MTA. I started my career as an assistant signal maintainer at the Long Island Railroad, digging ditches, climbing poles, and keeping the trains moving, also repairing crossing gates to ensure our system was safe. I've taken increasing responsibility to overseeing the operations at Penn Station Central Control, and eventually transferred to MTA headquarters to become a special assistant to the then chairman and CEO. I've taken leadership positions at New York City Transit, Privilege of serving as the Chief of Field Operations, Chief of the Rail Control Center, Vice President of Staten Island Railway, and most recently as a Senior Vice President of Subways, where we delivered historically strong subway performance and implemented new and higher standards for cleanliness, safety, and maintenance. Being appointed as the president by Chairman and CEO Jano Lieber has really been an honor of my career, and I'm thrilled to be serving the 50,000 employees, 6 million customers that we have there, to where they need to go safely and on time. That's really our bread and butter. I know that for our riders, we're only as good as our last commute, and lately service has been strong. On weekdays, subway on-time performance averaged 82.5% in January, and weekends are even better at 86.8%. Buses have also been improving, thanks in part to the start of congestion relief. System-wide, bus speeds are up almost 4% from last month, and crossing times in the morning rush have dropped dramatically. 48% at the Holland Tunnel, 30% at the Williamsburg Bridge, and 30% at the Queensboro Bridge. Even better, travel times are dropping across the board. The QM8, which travels through the Midtown Tunnel, has shaved 10 minutes off of its usual run time. The SIM 8X, which travels through the Lincoln Tunnel, has seen nearly a 7-minute reduction in its mean travel time. Let's talk a little bit about Paratransit. For 2024, it was a record-breaking year for us, nearly a 20% increase in trips provided throughout the year. We carried more than 13.3 million riders, and there was also historically high on-time performance with customer satisfaction in the high 70%. Some other exciting things we've done recently, following successful efforts in the Bronx and Staten Island, we finalized the plan for the Queens bus network redesign, which will take effect starting in June. It includes a $35 million annual investment in increased bus frequencies and creates new and more direct routes with better connections to the subway and Long Island Railroad. We're also debuting rush routes for the first time ever, providing an express train-style journey for customers traveling long distances. Next up is Brooklyn. You might have seen that our open gangway subway cars are now running on the G line. They first debuted on the C a year ago, and customers have been loving the updated design. We have nearly 400 of our new R211 cars in service, helping us deliver better service. With a mean distance between failure of 220 miles, that's 5 times better than the R46s that they replace. That means 5 times fewer break times. Not to be understated is accessibility in our system. We are cranking out elevators and ADA projects at an unprecedented pace, faster, better, and cheaper. There are now 150 fully accessible subway stations system-wide, with another 36 in construction right now. Even more on the way, 23 projects that are being funded by congestion relief revenues, plus another 60 in the 2025 to 2029 capital plan, 30 that have already been identified at high priority stations, and 30 more that will be selected after public input. It's important to me that we're able to run good service while work is underway. Right now, we're about halfway through a major project in the Rockaways. Service on the A is out while we do extensive rehabilitation and repair work to fix damage from Superstorm Sandy. I had the pleasure of visiting this project with Chair Brooks Powers earlier this month, and I've been to the Rockaways multiple times before and during the outage to make sure customers have the best possible alternatives. We've increased express bus service, added 2 high-frequency free shuttle bus routes, and are running a free subway shuttle on the peninsula. The Long Island Railroad is offering discounted fares. When alternative service is good, it makes a world of difference for our customers. We saw that last summer when the G line was suspended for signal work, and we're bringing that same focus to the Rockaways. On fares, the transition to contactless fare payment is moving along. Tap and Go is now available to nearly all riders since we brought over reduced fare customers back in December. The largest customer group that we've had that had not been transitioned to Omni. Students have been tapping in since the fall, and that student Omni cards and usage is way up from last year when we were still giving out Metro cards. I want to thank the Council for supporting efforts to expand the city's Fair Fare programs, which provides half-price Metro cards to low-income New Yorkers. Our team at the MTA is with you 100% and support the efforts to expand the program. The more folks that can sign up, the better. It's no secret we're doing everything we can to make sure New Yorkers pay the fare. Fare evasion is an existential threat, and we're taking it head on. As Chair Lieber always says, it creates a sense of lawlessness right where you enter the system when we want the transit system to feel like a safe and welcoming place. New Yorkers pay for their bacon, egg, and cheese at the bodega. They pay for their barber. They pay for the theater. It's only right that they pay for public transportation too. Until we can replace our existing turnstiles, we're going to stick with our strategy: education, stronger physical barriers, and plenty of enforcement, which, no question, is working. Subway fare evasion is down 26% and 9% across buses. Huge thanks to our Eagle teams and gate guards, our internal teams who work to modify our infrastructure, and of course our partners at the NYPD. Customers tell us again and again that they want to see more uniformed officers in the system. It's the one thing that our riders from every demographic group, income level, and neighborhood agree on. I'm really excited about the NYPD's efforts to deploy 2 officers per train during the overnight tour. We're grateful to Governor Hochul for funding this investment and to Police Commissioner Tisch for mobilizing her team so quickly. The safety of riders and employees is my #1 priority. I'm thrilled to see crime levels dropping in the first 2 months of 2025. The latest NYPD stats show crime is down 29% versus 2024 and down 45% compared to this time 5 years ago, right before the pandemic hit. These results are a step in the right direction, but there's still more work to be done. I know that recent high-profile incidents have New Yorkers on edge. In addition to advocating for more cops, we will keep pressing the criminal justice system to come down hard on subway criminals. If you commit a crime or harm one of our riders, of one of my employees, you're going to get caught, and we will seek the maximum penalty. Last year, thanks to Governor Hochul, we installed cameras in all of our over 6,000 subway cars. We have cameras everywhere now in our system, helping law enforcement solve crimes every day, and are working closely with our partners in the criminal justice community, the DAs especially, to keep bad actors out of the subway. The transit system is too important to the city, to the region, and to the country to allow the perception of safety or the lack of it to chase people away. It's how millions of people every day get to work, school, doctors, and everything the city has to offer. It's a force for equity. For the same fare, a stockbroker can travel from the Upper East Side to Wall Street, and a nurse can travel from Jamaica to Elmer's Hospital. It's one of the few things that makes New York affordable, and it's the economic engine of the state. The question now is, do we keep pushing forward, or do we go backwards? And that's where I'll turn it over to Jay for more on the MTA's finances.
Thank you, Demetrius. I'm glad to be here and to report that MTA's operating budget is in a good place after a challenging few years. It was 5 years ago, almost to the day, that COVID hit and decimated ridership. You'll remember we were looking at a business model for transit that no longer worked. We made the case in Albany for new funding, and thankfully, Governor Hochul and the New York State Legislature delivered. As part of that budget deal, it included $400 million in annual recurring savings by the MTA. And thanks to our disciplined approach, we hit that target last year and expect to exceed it this year with $500 million in new efficiencies, without resorting to layoffs, service cuts, or fare hikes. Another point of pride, MTA's budget is 3% lower today than it was in 2019, even with a ton of extra huge new terminal at Grand Central Madison. We will continue to look for more opportunities to reduce costs, but what I really want to talk to you about today is MTA's capital budget, which involves contributions from not just the MTA itself, but also the city, state, and federal governments, among other sources. March is peak budget season in Albany, and our team is up there all the time fighting for every last dollar to fund MTA's proposed $68.4 billion 25 to 29 capital plan. It prioritized bringing the system into a state of good repair. Many components are falling apart and need to be replaced or preserved. If we don't do this critical work, it's no exaggeration to say we will be looking at another summer of hell. Does anyone really want to go back to 2017? I hope we can count on your support for full funding. Like Demetrius said, transit is too important to New York to let the system fail. So with that, we're happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you, President Critchlow, for coming out and visiting my district and seeing from the ground what that impact is. I had to tussle with it myself to get off the peninsula today, but I made it. A little delayed, but I made it. I want to start with cost shifts. So in the 2023 to 2024 state budget, there was an increased payroll mobility tax increase levied on New York City businesses. In 2024, the final estimated receipts from payroll mobility tax and MTA aid was $3.5 billion, an $803 million increase from 2023. This county, the MTA sees this tax growing from 3. Does the MTA project this revenue source to continue to grow in later years?
I'm going to ask Jay to take that question.
Thank you. So as part of the fiscal cliff solve, the increase to the PMT was part of a package of initiatives that the state delivered. Part of it was new revenue sources, as you cited, from the payroll mobility taxes, and that piece, including the MTA's $400 million efficiencies, helped us solve over $1 billion, almost $2 billion of fiscal deficit that we had. The payroll mobility tax was always projected to be about $1.1 billion in additional revenue in the operating budget. That is what is forecasted, and that's what is anticipated for the financial plan. It fluctuates, but very slightly based on, the payroll within the city and the suburbs, but it's constantly about $3 billion overall.
Thank you. And with congestion pricing in effect, how will this increased tax burden impact businesses in the congestion zone?
John can take that.
Sure, thanks, Chair. So the Partnership for New York, which is the biggest business group for New York City, representing New York City business interests, supports congestion pricing in part because it actually makes their ability to do business easier. So they're comfortable with the way congestion relief is working for them in coordination with the other funding streams that go to the MTA.
Thank you for that. And Jai, I just want to come back to the earlier question. Do you think the revenue sources will grow in the later years?
I think we have a small projection of increase based on payrolls increasing. That's really dependent on the economy. So if the payroll increases for businesses, we would get that increase as a percentage. It really has been a steady payroll mobility tax receipt that we receive on an annual basis.
Thank you. I'd like to also acknowledge we've been joined by Councilmember Rivera, Councilmember Narcisse, and Councilmember Banks. What will the additional funds from the payroll mobility tax be used for?
So as part of our fiscal cliff during COVID, we saw our fare box revenue drop, which created a $2 billion budget deficit. The payroll mobility tax helps us backfill that drop in revenue from the fare box revenue loss and helps us resolve our fiscal cliff through 2026.
Okay, I'd like to move to paratransit. In 2020, the state began to require the city to fund 50% of the net paratransit operating expenses of the MTA. An amendment in fiscal 2024 increased the funding contribution for 2 years to 80%, with a maximum annual contribution of 50% plus $165 million. As proposed in the governor's budget, it would permanently extend the city's funding contribution to this level, costing the city an additional $165 million annually starting in state fiscal 2026. Does the MTA think it is prudent that the state is seeking to make these additional costs permanent, and if so, why?
So I'll just start by saying our paratransit organization is really like no other. It's the largest paratransit organization in North America. We service, on average, last year, 13 million total riders, total rides last year, which is, amazing when you think about the nature of what we do. Individual trips for individual people. That's a 20% increase versus the prior year. So first you have to just acknowledge the service itself. The service itself was city. It was a city service that we're taking on at the MTA. And so, for our position, we want to be able to provide the best paratransit service that this city deserves, and it takes funding to do so.
So just to be clear, the MTA stance on seeking the additional costs, making them permanent, because when we were here at this time last year, it was projected that it would expire. And so now MTA is coming back, or the state budget rather is now calling for it to be made permanent. So we're trying to understand what that justification looks like, considering that we were under the impression at that time, when we were briefed and in the hearing, that it would be temporary and that it would sunset.
So I'll just cover the operations, and I'll turn it over to Jay for more of the numbers. But this is one of the troubles of being too successful, and that's what we have here. We have the nation's best paratransit organization, where almost 80%, just under 80% of the customers are satisfied with the service that we're providing. We have an increase in ridership to service the folks that need the service. So increase in folks means increase in trips, means increase in dollars that have to be spent to be able to service individual trips. And so, our position is that the city has to continue to pay its share. Jay?
I can add, as part of the state budget recommendation to help us solve our operating deficit, the recommendation was a 2-year funding from the city at the 50% with the $165 million cap. The MTA financial plan included and has been including that funding source going forward in the plan for the plan period through 2028. So the MTA had always planned that this funding would continue as a city resource into the MTA operating budget. So by eliminating it, it would create a deficit on the MTA budget of $200 million or more on an annual basis if the city didn't contribute the percentages recommended by the executive budget.
Thank you. In 5 short years, the city has been forced to shoulder an almost 50% increase in its contribution for paratransit. What does the MTA project to be the right cost share for the city of paratransit costs in future years? And then also, just for point of clarification, in the state budget, it's calling for us to make this contribution permanent. Initially, it was for the MTA region. Is this increase only for New York City's budget, or are the other parts of the MTA region also looking to be made permanent with their contributions as well?
So the MTA's paratransit services is funded through the MTA. As part of that agreement that we have, it's the city funds the program at a cost share. I don't know about any other program outside, but we service all 5 boroughs with our paratransit services. The counties have different services that are funded through the county, I believe, budgets. So I don't know about their funding source. But like I said earlier, our financial plan always projected for this funding share to continue in the long term. Over
But that wasn't how it was presented in the past.
Our financial plan, and I can speak from on the MTA side, our financial plan always projected that the 50% with the cap, actually ours removed the cap and funded 80% as the city share. The executive budget includes the 50% with the $165 million cap.
But that requires state legislation to be able to extend it, and again, it was supposed to sunset. So I hear you. I think the concern is in terms of the transparency aspect of the conversation. What was presented was that this would sunset. It was to get the MTA out of that crunch, as you said in your own words shortly before. The MTA is in a good place right now. Obviously, there are budget gaps in different aspects of the MTA budget. But I'm just trying to see how we're justifying making this permanent. And then when I look at other counties that fall within the MTA region, when there was this temporary contribution put in place, will theirs now be made permanent, or is it just New York City?
So I can't speak to the latter part. I'm not informed on that piece. But, paratransit services, as Demetrius pointed out, have grown. We're providing 20% more trips on an annual basis, the highest even since pre-COVID, right, during the pandemic. Customers are receiving great service. They have a high customer satisfaction, I believe over 70% customer satisfaction. And so customers within the community take the service, and we are asking the city to just contribute the share of cost. The MTA cannot burden increased cost, and then our budget is much smaller than the city's budget, as you know, and so even, removing this funding is a big impact to our financial plan on an annual basis compared to the city's continuation of this cost equity.
I just think it's a lot, especially in light of, we have congestion pricing, we have now the city contributing permanently in regards to the paratransit, all of that stuff adds up at a certain point, and I see you.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to, this is a good conversation to have. Just today, the scheduled trips, 43,000 scheduled trips today, which is the most ever. It just, it's sort of a timely conversation, and what happens is more trips, more cost. And then I think you're getting at is well, how do we allocate those costs? Historically, this is a local government operation, it's been, as Demetrius said, the president said, it's taken on by the MTA as per an agreement. In other localities throughout the state, it's different in different places. Primarily, it's run by the local governments and funded through them. So, I think there has to be a relationship between the city and the MTA as far as funding, but also what sort of service we put on and how attractive it is. We've put in place requirements for how quickly we respond to calls for service, and we're meeting them, and that's making it more attractive. So it's drawing even more.
And I hear you, right? Because I'm not taking away the service, the quality of service that's given, the need for it. I just question in terms of what we're being asked as a municipality to contribute, considering we went from an agreement of 33% before 2020 to now wanting MTA wanting us to contribute 80%, which is that's a steep jump, and especially when the MTA came just about a year or two ago to say that this is something that was going to sunset, and now the MTA is saying, oh no, we want to make it permanent. And I get that, to President Critchlow's point, there's an increase in the trips, and so quite naturally that means that there's going to be a growing budget. But to now put that on the city to do 80% now is pretty steep.
Understood. And just, in fairness, this is, active. It is being negotiated in Albany, and I think, this conversation will continue there. And, we certainly understand your point, and I think it's important that our, budget needs are also reflected, because it's like everything else. The more service we want, there's a cost associated with that.
No, absolutely.
And we,
New York City, we contribute over 46% to the state, right? And so New York City is always contributing in different aspects. And so when we have something coming before us to jump to 80%, we have to question that and the rationale behind it, particularly when we were told that this would sunset.
Yep. Well, the good news is we're talking about something that the money being spent, there's value getting from, so that at least is part of the conversation that we should have.
But I'm still not clear if MTA projects this to be the right cost share, like when we look at future years, because when we looked at it and it was temporary, I imagine the MTA was looking outward in terms of future years and what the needs are and how to balance when they made the ask and said, well, we'll make it sunset. So now that the state budget is calling for making this permanent, I want to know, what does the MTA project to be the right cost share for the city paratransit costs in the future years? Because we're at 80% right now. Next year, y'all may come and say, we got to do the whole thing. I'm not saying that we want to,
No, ideally, right, we think 80% is the right contribution for the city with growing cost, right? As costs grow, if you contribute 80%, that's equitable. Honestly,
80% is not equitable.
That is what's, what we have in our financial plan. Ideally, as, a chief financial officer, I do not like the cap, right? Because it's really not 80% then if you have a dollar value cap on it. So in the out years, as the program grows and the dollar values grow, it will be 70%, 60%, and at some point it will be a less share than 80% if you have a dollar value cap on it. So my recommendation or my perspective on a financial side would just be a straight 80% cost share. We would know that because we do a 5-year financial plan, so the city would be able to project those costs based on what we are seeing for trip volumes for the program.
Do you support a dollar cap?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to jump to 2025 to 2029 capital plan, and then after that, I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask questions, and then I'll come back to another round for myself. So the MTA's proposed 2025 to 2029 capital plan, which totaled $68.4 billion, included unfunded gap of $33.4 billion. As such, on Christmas Eve 2024, Majority Leader Stuart Cousins and Speaker Heasey vetoed the capital plan, citing, quote unquote, closing the MTA's proposed 2025 to 2029 capital plan deficit may require state legislative action or identifying additional non-state revenue sources and can be solved during the upcoming legislative session in the context of the state budget negotiations. What revenue source, if any, does the MTA anticipate the state will identify to close the $33.4 billion gap?
Yeah, so Chair, just you have it right. As far as we put together a capital program, it was based on that 20-year needs document, which was an intense study of what needs to get done. This was endorsed by external parties as far as the projects that were chosen. It's a heavy on state of good repair. We put this program together. It was approved by our board, goes to Albany. The veto is strictly related to the financing, as you said. So that's a very important factor because all parties are saying this is the right plan at the right amount. It's just how do we figure out how to fund this plan? So right now, I was up in Albany yesterday. There are discussions ongoing. We're not really in the position to dictate or even advise publicly what are the appropriate measures to take, whether it's something that comes out directly of the state budget, if it's in state debt, is it a new revenue source? But I was at an event this morning, the chairman was very clear again, which is this is not a surprise that a big system that's worth $1.5 trillion needs investment to keep it up. It's on a rolling every 5-year pace. So this is not a bailout. This is not something that was unexpected. It's something that's necessary to keep this system, as Mr. Critchlow said, to keep this engine moving that's so critical to New York. So we're very confident that all the parties are interested in making sure this is funded and finding the best way forward. And we'll see that result as the state budget comes to a conclusion.
So just to be clear, I understand that you can't make those decisions, but what are you pushing? Where are you pushing to get this revenue from?
Yeah, so, we're, again, it's not appropriate for us to be the ones who are pushing one particular way or the other. But just historically, just as way of background, it's come from state debt, it's come from city, it's come from the PMT or other revenue raisers. So those are the different items. We discussed in our capital program that there's such a huge investment in rolling stock, so perhaps there's a way to build something that finances this that is dedicated specifically to the rolling stock, because that takes a little longer to spend because you have to order it, and so you're not paying up front for those big trains that are being built, hopefully upstate in New York and creating jobs. So maybe there's a way to implement that through, again, something that the state can figure out. But again, it's really important to sort of, for us in the position we're in, to allow the Assembly, the Senate, and the Chamber to sort of discuss the best path forward, whether or not it's one thing or various revenue opportunities.
Thank you for that. Even though I would argue that a couple of years ago, MTA was pushing really hard for congestion pricing, so MTA has the ability to push for where they want the dollars to come from. The next question is, what is the MTA doing to increase efficiency and root out wasteful and fraudulent spending?
We've been pretty lean as an organization looking at operationally what are the things that we need to provide and how can we get back savings. And so over the last several years, we have cut back our operating expenses significantly in order to run more service. So as Jay mentioned earlier, we're providing more service with a smaller budget than what we had before. So I think that's just a key indicator of what we're doing. Jay, you want to talk a little more?
Yeah. I think what I would add to Demetrius's comments is, the MTA is always looking for operating efficiencies. We had $400 million of efficiencies in 2024 that we achieved. we pushed the envelope and challenged the agencies to come up with a higher number this year, and we are incorporated $500 million into our budget this year for operating efficiencies, and we're working with each of the operating agencies to continue to examine the budgets and see where we can be a little bit more efficient, find better and cheaper ways of doing things in the organization. So we will continue that as an operation.
Thank you. Part of the 25-29 capital plan is funded with $14 billion in federal funding. With the recent priority shift by the presidential administration, how is the MTA making sure these funds are secured?
I'll jump in. Chair, good question. It's obviously front of mind for us and so many New Yorkers. The good news is that the way federal funding comes through is generally through a formula. So, we are such a large percentage of transit in the United States. We move more people than anyone else, certainly, and probably over 40%. We don't get nearly as much funding. There's a lot of money going to Washington. It doesn't make its way back. So we're already at a disadvantage. We'll fight like hell to make sure that we get the federal formula money. The discretionary grants is where we're most concerned. We're watching that very closely. These are sort of funds that go to projects that are identified that would be eligible for certain discretionary funds. So that's in that $14 billion, but the big chunk is formula money. So if that gets reduced, it's getting reduced elsewhere. We're going to be we're going to watch that very closely to make sure that those dollars come back to New York.
Now, the president had indicated that I think the MTA has until tonight to release crime data or it risks losing some funding. Will the MTA be releasing that data? Yeah, I think so. There was a letter sent yesterday night to the MTA asking for data by March 31st. We'll certainly get that to the Department of Transportation before that date. Fortunately, you guys may have, the members may have been made aware that we have really become the gold standard of public information. We get that from advocate groups that have, in the recent past, been critical of the MTA. Now we're sort of leading the league and getting information up on websites and available to the public so that they can scrutinize it and figure it out. That information that the federal government's asking for, little secret, it's already out there in the public. So we'll put it together for them and make sure they have it in a handy way so that they can learn. But the good, we have a ton of information on public safety, sort of the work that we've done to reduce crime. We're down 40% compared to the same first 2 months of 2020, right before COVID. Compared to the first 2 months of this year, we're down 40%. So there's a story to tell, and we look forward to telling them. Thank you for that. Just going back to one of your previous answers to me, the gap is over $30 billion. Do you envision that the state will make that up in the state budget that they're working on right now?
Yeah, you're correct. It's over $30 billion, and yes, in order to, that would be the amount identified that is not yet identified. So, as I was discussing earlier, there will be various ways where that gap can be filled, but that is the number that's the target number in order to make that $68.4 billion plan whole.
And when the MTA initially proposed and submitted the capital plan to the CPRB, what was the thought behind submitting a budget with such a huge unfunded gap, and what was your expectation on funding the $33.4 billion gap?
So I think they're two separate issues, right? The transit system needs work in order to continue running, right? So the capital plan.
But that's what congestion pricing is working.
Well, that congestion pricing was 2020 to 2024.
Right.
The capital plan took into consideration the state of the current assets with the system and said over the next 5 years, 2025 to 2029, what do we need in order to make sure that the system doesn't fall apart? It takes into consideration 90% of the capital plan is just made on state of good repair. Substations, signals, tracks, power, cars. It is literally the stuff that you need to run our system. That's it. So if the first portion is like, what is the need? What do you need to do in order to keep the system running safely? The second portion is like, what does it cost to do that? And I think what John has already said is, that portion of the funding, we ourselves are asking for that to be delivered.
Yeah, I'll just add, what Demetrius just went through was like, this was a process that when you figure out sending sort of the bill, it's like the first thing is we were strictly, we were told, and this is legislation that said do a 20-year needs. It didn't say what can you pay for, where's the money. It said tell us what is needed. So we're following the law. We did that. And then what we did was we went out to third-party validators. JP Morgan Chase did a study on what should someone, an entity of this size, be spending to keep that investment up and running. And then we said, what can we do? A lot of times you can't have outages throughout the city where you're not running on certain lines because you want to do all the work. So you can't do all the work at the same time. Or what's available in the construction industry? How much work can they do? So we factored that in and then came up with this. And this is the cost associated with it. But we followed the process, and now the process takes us to Albany in conversations about how it's funded. But when you have a $1.5 trillion asset, it's going to cost money to keep that up and running. And we're being serious about the cost. We're being realistic. And but now is the time where we have to figure out with Albany how to fund that. And that's going to happen over the next couple of weeks.
The governor's budget director has admitted that fees and taxes would be needed to address the massive $33.4 billion gap in the MTA's 2025 to 2029 capital plan. It has been widely reported in the press that the governor is considering an increase of the payroll mobility tax. In your own estimate, how much higher does the PMT need to be increased in order to cover the $33.4 billion gap?
Sure. As we've been saying, we're agnostic to the revenue source, but to answer your question about PMT, I think the last increase that we did for the operating budget, we did a 26 basis points, which generates about $1.1 billion of revenue. We could bond against that and generate between $15 and $20 billion. Maybe a little less than the 20, to give you an idea of the size.
Thank you. Additionally, the proposed state executive budget includes a requirement for the city to contribute $3 billion towards the MTA's 2025-2029 capital plan. With the city providing $400 million of that total in state fiscal 2026. Can you give the committee a preview of how the MTA is prioritizing programs within the new capital plan?
Yeah, so and I'll hand it over to Demetrius, but real quickly, the chair, that would be equal to the dollar amount that was in the 20 to 24 program. So it doesn't quite keep up with inflation, but that would go towards the New York City transit portion of the filled with accessibility projects, modern signaling, re-signaling projects, and a ton of state of good repair. Demetrius, is that's the type of work that's prioritized in this program, right?
Yeah, I mean, a huge increase in like substation work. Again, the car replacement. We have cars that are 40, 50 years old that we're replacing at Staten Island, for example. As part of the current capital plan. There's just a lot of work that the system itself has, replacement of signals. Everyone always talks about the signal system. You guys are upgrading your signal system, but the reality is the current signal system is 60 years old. So you don't upgrade with the same thing that you currently have. You don't replace with the same thing. You want to look for what's new. My goal is to be able to provide better service than we're doing right now. And the only way you could do that is to use new technology. So the new technology has a cost tied to it. And so our capital plan is really just it's strongly based on what is the need to provide for service today better than what it was yesterday.
So do you think that it should be increased?
This has been a long process, a lot of coordination with the state. And so the number that we landed at is the number that is determined to be the right number for this capital program. You know, if we had more money, I'm sure there's absolutely more assets that could be replaced at the MTA, but this is the number that's determined for right now for our capital plan.
But do you think that the city's contribution should be increased?
I think we're agnostic on the contribution itself. We just want the funding to be able to run the best transportation system possible.
What can we expect the capital plan to include with respect to both the IBX and the 2nd Avenue subway?
Do you want
Do you want me? Yeah, sure. So in the 25 to 29 program, there is, I believe it's $2.7 billion dedicated to the Interborough Express, the IBX. And the 2nd Avenue subway is funded in the prior to capital programs. I know that's, you know, it's a little confusing, but the amount of time that it takes to go through the NEPA process, you have to start these very early, identify funding so that you can get those full funding grant agreements from the federal government. So it's the money is parked in the 15 to 19 program and the 20 to 24 program. So the program that we're talking about that's in Albany right now doesn't have to do with the 2nd Avenue subway, but there is funding for the IBX. It gets that project going, which is, you know, we're very excited about that project. We think it's a huge benefit for Brooklyn-Queens connection, and so there is funding in that.
How will the governor's executive budget proposals for implementation studies related to the IBX and 2nd Avenue subway be used to inform the capital planning and funding?
So I think, Chair, you're getting at that there was money that was put in the last budget that sort of allowed the IBX to move forward before it was funded in the funding that we're anticipating in the 25 to 29 program. So that dollar amount's going to let us get a general engineering contract out there. It's out on the street right now. It's in procurement. As that advances, they will study the line, figure out what needs to be done, what are the costs associated with doing the entire project, start the federal environmental review process and move that forward. So that's where that money will go. As far as the 2nd Avenue subway, I believe, as I said, 2nd Avenue subway phase 2 is funded. This is for the looking at what would be possible if one were to extend that 2nd Avenue subway, the Q train, west over to you know, you can hit the AC and the 1 train and the 2-3. So that would be a study to see if that's even feasible.
Thank you. I'm going to now yield to Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chairman, for being here today with your team. I have 4 quick questions. This one is regarding Newkirk Plaza, the pedestrian plaza. I've been waiting for over a year for an update from MTA regarding Newkirk Plaza in support to beautifying the station house. I wanted to know if I could get a response today when we will receive an update so we can allocate capital funding to improve that corridor, and if the project remains stagnant, will MTA commit to investing capital funds in FY26 to beautify the station house or allow DOT to oversee the site? My next question is in regards to IBX. My constituents have raised numerous concerns about the Interborough Express, yet outreach to communities along the corridor have been minimal. I wanted to know how much funding does the MTA anticipate allocating for direct outreach to affected homeowners, and how much has the MTA budgeted for eminent domain along the route, and what will be the process for engaging homeowners whose properties may be impacting? My third question is regarding automated ticketing enforcement by buses. Since the rollout of automated ticketing enforcement on buses last year. There's been a lack of outreach to drivers, resulting in significant confusion. Many faith-based institutions, particularly churches in my district, previously received discretionary parking enforcement on days of worship. With automated enforcement, congregants are now receiving tickets that are making attending religious services incredibly difficult. So I wanted to know how much funding has the MTA invested in outreach to inform the public about the program. And my last question is in regards to the Kings Highway Pedestrian Plaza and Wayfinder machine placement. I've been in constant discussion with MTA regarding the Kings Highway Pedestrian Plaza at Troy and Avenue K. It's causing major impacts on a property, and wanted to know why was this location chosen despite its proximity close to the residents. And typically these machines are positioned in front of bus shelters, in particular low-foot traffic neighborhood. What justification does the MTA have for placing this machine in front of this property, and how does it align with the budgetary efficiency for the B82 route? Because I have limited time, I usually just do like all the questions at one time. But the first one was in regards to Newkirk Plaza, the second Interborough Express, the third was automated ticketing out enforcement, last pedestrian plaza, Kings Highway.
I'm positive I'm not going to get a full answer for all of those
Well, we could
items,
talk about it after, but whatever you could do now, I appreciate it.
But I get it. The first item we are aware of. We're currently working with DOT to get an agreement on it. So I can't give you a definitive today, but just know it is top of mind on one of the items that we're trying to negotiate with DOT. Happy to take a walk out there with you anytime, either there or to Kings Highway if that would be helpful.
The sooner the better. The previous president did take a walk with us, and we're still experiencing the same issues. And I think these things are quick fixes that we can work on together. Or we could give it over to DOT regarding Newkirk Plaza if MTA doesn't have the capacity. But regarding Kings Highway, a Wayfinder machine in front of a residence, I think is definitely unacceptable. If there's a way around that, MTA has been responsive, but we need fast action to reposition or to move it. But regarding Interborough Express, and I'm sure maybe the chairwoman has more questions about this, but it would be good to know, being that our district is cited as a potential location, we're hearing eminent domain a lot. But none of our state representatives has provided any information. So everybody's depending on me, so I'm depending on you, right?
I can jump in on that. So we've done dozens of outreach events, and we have more planned. We're on the 27th of this month, we'll be in Ridgewood. On the third, we're going to be at South Shore High School in Canarsie. So, and then we have a couple more, Borough Park later in the month, and then in May, Jackson Heights. So it's a big area, but we're going to be out there a lot. We already have, we'll continue to be. And any questions, we have a great team working on this. It's very early in the process, so anybody who's talking about eminent domain, they're way ahead of themselves. There's no way that we would have known.
Just know it's coming from your team.
Yeah. No. It's to let people know that this is something we'll have to look at. We don't have that specifics yet, but we will. The law on eminent domain is very strict. We follow it very closely.
Right.
So always know that we will follow the law, make sure anything involving that, and your office will be made aware of as well. So we have a lot of good meetings coming up, so we'll make sure you
and I will work closely on this.
Yes.
And the last question is regarding automated ticketing enforcement by buses.
sorry, Councilman, we're going to have to come back for round two. We're trying to
No
keep
problem.
it tight today.
Thank you.
Councilmember Narcisse?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to be here to answer this question. My first question is, the American with Disabilities Act was passed in 1990, nearly 35 years ago, and it's long overdue that the MTA move towards providing a 100% accessible transit system for all New Yorkers. What is the current progress toward meeting the stated 95% by 2055 sober accessibility goals? What is the average cost to install an elevator or escalator in a sober station? And for Avenue L line, ever since Sandy, weekend been a problem, and I'm gonna say even my own children coming to visit me having problem because they cannot get to me because of the transportation desert that we're located. So what phase are we on now? And another question that I just wrote here, spare me sometimes because I wanted to ask that one. In New York City, the New York City Controller audit this week is revealed that nearly 1 in 4 wheelchair users on express buses could not board due to wheelchair lift issues or drivers failing to stop. What immediate action is the MTA taking to ensure all express bus drivers are properly trained and held accountable for ADA compliance? The audit highlights significant service reliability issues, with 70% of survey riders reporting service cancellations and some waiting over an hour for the next bus. What specific measures is the MTA implementing in the upcoming budget to address service gaps and ensure express buses adhere to the schedule, particularly for disabled riders who rely on this route?
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So for accessibility, I think the reality is the capital plan is really the solution to that. Right now, we have 150 stations that are ADA accessible. In the 2020 to 2024 plan, we had 68 stations additional. And for the 2025 to 2029 plan, what we're talking about, there's 60 additional locations. So that would bring the system as a whole, again, the largest transportation network in North America, to be 54% of its stations as ADA accessible, which is like a huge place. It's more than what we've done over the last several capital programs. It's huge. And so it shows our interest, our desire to make our system more accessible. We are fully supportive of you and the city's commitment to helping us get there. It really does mean that we have to support the capital program in order to make progress on it. What we've done on the operating side is make sure that those locations which are accessible are functioning. So our elevator and escalator availability has been at like 98% because we've invested resources to make sure that the current system that we have running runs well. Adding new locations, we all for it.
What is the cost for elevator or escalator?
What's the course? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What's the cost?
Oh,
What's
the
the average
cost.
cost? You don't have to be specific. What's the average cost for elevator, to put an elevator for accessibility?
Sure, I can jump in on that. So the way we do an elevator package, we package it with other work at the station. The neighborhood of the cost is around 60 to 80 million to go in there, do elevators. It's lower than it was before. We've sort of come up with some really new innovative ways of building, including taking some of the stations that are the elevated stations, taking the elevator directly to the platform. It used to be that we'd build an extra elevator, take you to the mezzanine, and then send you over to the different sides and then go up. And if if you're someone who's using a wheelchair or depends on that elevator, you get to that mezzanine and one of them's not working, that's no fun. So it's doing two things. It's customer friendly, and it's also saving us money. So there's always outliers. Some are less expensive and some are more expensive, but that's generally the neighborhood. The good news is it's lower than it was, and we're cranking these out at 4.5 times what we used to do 5-6 years ago.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Councilmember Banks.
I guess my time.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the panelists. First of all, good morning. Wanted just to get an update on the 3-train, the elevator installation. Can you provide an updated timeline for the installation of the elevators at the Ashford Street train station, or New Lot Street train station, as well as are there any plans or any talks about expanding the expansion of the 3 line into the southernmost part of my district, which is as a transportation desert? Are there any talks behind that? And also wanted to, well, maybe you could answer that, and then we can talk about congestive pricing.
So I'm not familiar with the update. I know we did start the work on the elevators at New
New
Lots.
Lots, correct.
But I could certainly follow up with you on the progress. The second thing you mentioned was, sorry,
Expansion of
three-line
the 3
expansion.
line.
So I'll tell you, I used to be a line manager on the 3-line.
Okay.
And so I could tell you my personal feeling is I would love for the expansion to go. We do have some additional projects that are going on that are being considered for the current capital program that would be impacting the area over there. We have a new shop that's going to be built in order to take on the new cars. We're going to be looking at putting all new cars on the 2, 3, 4, 5, and introducing in the future CBTC for those lines. And in order to do so, you have to have a new shop. The shop there is ancient.
Right.
And in the long term, I don't know the exact
Time frame.
time frame for anything beyond that.
Okay. I wanted to say something about congestive pricing, but I'll actually go to fare evasion. We know that the new apparatus that has been put in place by the MTA with the flaps, and then I think the extra, how effective have they been in stopping fare evasions? What's the cost? I know it's been exploited on social media of how easy it is to breach them. And I heard earlier on that there was a decrease in fare evasions. So I just want to, dive a little deeper into that to see how those particular apparatuses that put in place are working, and what was the cost of putting that in place.
Sure. So obviously the solution is new turnstiles, right? But that's a very, very expensive solution. The next capital program includes a lot of money in investing in new fare gates, but we didn't want to sit and rest on our laurels while that comes along. So we said, what can we do now that can reduce the number of fare evasion? So we focused on several different types of fare evasion. We focused on those that go in through the gate, those who jump the turnstiles, those who back cock against the turnstiles, and those who step over. We did interventions for each of them. A sleeve to stop people who step over. We put a mechanical device to prevent those from back cocking. And then we did fins to prevent those who normally jump over the device. And we have gate guards that are at the locations to prevent those who go through the gate.
So those are boots, physical bodies that are there at the
Yes,
gates.
in addition to delayed egress, which is a timing mechanism for those who actually don't need to actually use the gate on a regular basis. So I say that to say we use that at different locations to
Right.
trial out to see if that mechanism reduces that type of fare evasion. Now, the goal is to take all of those interventions and roll them out to single individual areas. So if you can reduce those 4 things at one location, fare evasion continues to go down. So now we have 3 locations system-wide that we just rolled out, which have all of those interventions at them. But as a whole, each of those interventions, even before we got there, each of those interventions have resulted in the subways alone in a 26% reduction in fare evasion. 26% right off the bat. Are we done? Absolutely not. But I'm really confident that with each of these interventions being put out, there are always going to be people who are like hardcore fare evaders. But we will prevent those individuals who have the money, have that coffee in the hand, and is just jumping it as an opportunity to jump it. They normally would not be the fare evader for anything else. They would pay for every single avenue that they can, but in this instance, they're just opportunistic. it'll stop those individuals.
Thank you, thank you.
And the course.
Councilmember, thank you.
The course.
Did you get all your questions answered, Councilmember?
I'll come back in the second round.
No, but did the questions that you asked, were all of them answered?
The course. I just need the course as to the intervention. The flap and then.
Yes, so I can get you the exact cost, but the work itself is being done in-house. So it's a lot cheaper than if we had gone with a contractor to do all the work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Rivera.
Good morning. Hi. Thank you for 28 years of service. And I appreciate what you said. We're only as good as our last commute. I take transit every day. I had a really good commute this morning, for what it's worth. I take the 6. I feel safe. I hear the subway surfing PSAs, and I know that you really, really care about that issue, and that's something that's very hard to address. I see the half-moon turnstiles at Brooklyn Bridge, so I see what you're trying to do. I know you're using education. You mentioned stronger physical barriers and plenty of enforcement until you can replace existing barriers. What is a realistic timeline on those, on that replacement? What can we expect? Are there things that we've learned from other cities?
So I'll say, first off, we don't want to fail here, right? So it's really important for us to get this right. So first we had a RFP just to determine what the next fare gate should look like. What state of the art for New York, not for some town in some small place where no one evades the fare. We need a specific intervention for here in New York. By the end of the year, we committed to rolling out 20 locations with new gates. And so I think that's what you'll see in the near term. And the information that we get from rolling out those 20 gates will be able to fuel what we use for the capital plan and our expenditures tied to it.
Okay. Your transit, paratransit numbers are impressive. I know elevator installation is brought up constantly, and I know how costly it is, but I do have to ask about a local station that's very, very busy and important to my district. Is there a timeline for installing an elevator or ADA accessible infrastructure at Delancey, Essex? That's my home station.
I do not have that information now, but I will get it to you.
Okay. We actually had a hearing on subway surfing, and I know you said arrests are up because of enforcement. What's the typical penalty for someone who stopped for subway surfing? And can you give us an idea of the demographic, only because I know the young people are, we've seen the articles in the news.
So, first off, I have a 13-year-old, and so this is like near and dear to me. I can't imagine my child, we're not talking about adults, my child being on the top of a train. It scares me to death. I would wring their neck, no question. It's a serious problem, something that we take very, very seriously. I will turn it over to Shanifa to talk about some of the efforts that we've done to be able to close the loop on this.
And only because I'm out of time, and I was going to ask you about fare evasion on the bus, and how do you stop that without any gate guards, considering how vulnerable the drivers are. But have you considered community service as a penalty for subway surfing? Only because I've had several conversations with a mom from my district whose son died, and she thought maybe that's another way to get them to understand and be connected with the system in a real way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Love that recommendation. I mean, and as you know, many of as Demetrius mentioned, these are young kids as young as 11, sometimes even, the age of even younger. So, oftentimes these kids are returned to their family and working with, NYPD. We are talking, exploring, even engaging nonprofit groups to see how we can do an entire wraparound approach to ensure that these kids find other means, for fun and engagement versus riding on the subway. And we are, working with Demetrius's team and other members of the MTA, engaging New York City Public Schools as well. And we are working on rolling out a new subway surfing campaign in conjunction, again, with a bunch of high school students.
I just don't want to leave one question unanswered on delay. So we're very close. We're working with EDC on some real estate issues. So we'll be in contact with you because hopefully we'll have good news very soon. Okay.
Thank you for that. I'm going to return to Council Member Lewis for round 2, and Council Member Narcisse follows Council Member Lewis for round 2 as well.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a quick response regarding the automated ticket enforcement program and how we all could work together to address that.
All right.
Thanks.
So, you know, I happened to go to the church and hear directly from the pastor and the constituents that were there, firsthand what their issues were. You know, it became quickly evident that, you know, at the MTA, we needed to partner more with DOT in notifying the community of these things. And so, you know, in addition to partner with the DOT to make sure that folks are known, we at the MTA also started our own initiative to start notifying localities, different locations when we will be rolling out. Again, in the past, that had been in the DOT function because it generally has to do with the streets and abiding by the rules of the streets. But, you know, the MTA has already started a major campaign at starting to notify, especially at the routes coming up, faith organizations and communities of impending changes.
But I just want to also to add, from a customer perspective, we are trying to balance that because at the core, our bus riders and customers want buses to go faster. And you know, with the legislation that we gathered, it allows us to do that. But there is an opportunity for more community engagement and letting people know around, you know, along the route lines that, you know, this is enforcement is happening. But ultimately, we need for buses to go faster.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I apologize for earlier. Councilmember Narcisse.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Critchlow, for being here and your team. I want to know what phase are we actually in for the L line and when that work actually going to be completed? The tube to get to L line, to the last stop.
So I am not aware of the work we're talking about. I'm happy to look at the specific outage.
Because like I said, on weekend, we don't have no train most of the time. And in weekdays, people are complaining sometimes because we're not having a regular service for the L train. And that's the only way out for us in that end of the community, the Canarsie part.
Yeah,
We've
no,
been suffering for a long time. Ever since Sandy, they say, yeah, we're still working. Whenever we ask questions, we're still working on things. So what are the things that we're working on? Ever since Sandy, that's how long we've been working on. So I want to know why we're not having trains on the weekend.
So I'll definitely talk to the team about it and get back to you. I will say that the Canarsie is probably one of our best lines. I mean, it's
but on
CBTC,
weekend it's not.
It's like fantastic. On-time performance for the L line is like 90%, which is and that's on headways of, you know, like 90 seconds during the rush hour. It's like some ridiculous amount of service. But I totally get your point on the weekends. I'll take a look. I know we did look at making sure that the shuttle buses, when there are outages, are robust enough to be able to handle the ridership. But I will look at the frequency of the outages and get back to you.
Yes, thank you. And Access a Ride, we know that they're delaying a lot. A lot of people have been laid off. To over 250 from 300 for Staten Island and Manhattan. What is the MTA doing to kind of ensure those riders are still able to, like, my question is, MTA has to go their way. So what is the plan to pick up for those riders, especially those elderlies that cannot actually have transportation from one point to the next?
I appreciate it. I mean, our Access a Ride program, again, is like no other. We have a requirement at this point for our vendors who deliver Access a Ride service to provide service within, we hold them to metrics to say, how many times do you arrive at your location within 20 minutes of your scheduled arrival? How many times do you arrive within 30 minutes of your schedule? Those are the targets that we set for them. You know, right now, across the boroughs, inclusive of Staten Island, 92% of our trips, and we talked about all those millions of trips we do, 92% of the trips are within 20 minutes of schedule. That's individual trips for individual people. 96% are within 30% of their scheduled time. So, you know, we also hold the contractors to no-shows, like with every instance, and per one, we have less than one for every 1,000 trips of no-shows to the customers. So when you talk about like being able to provide service for accessoride customers, I'm like fully confident that we can sustain the ridership. But I'm happy that the city has committed to the resources necessary going forward to make sure we continue to provide that great service to our customers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get your question answered fully? Councilmember Narcisse? You good?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler?
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks Powers. I really appreciate it. It's good to see you, President Critchlow. I think it's a wonderful thing that we have somebody who's worked their way up through the MTA system and is now leading New York City Transit, and I'm really pleased by your leadership to date. There are a few items I wanted to ask you about today. Firstly, I know we're approaching the president's deadline on congestion pricing, but I am grateful that the governor and President Lieber and CEO Lieber have committed that we're going to keep the cameras on until a judge tells us otherwise, and I hope that day never comes. Can you just share with us any top-line updates on improvements in bus speeds in the congestion zone and for the express buses coming in and out?
Sure. We've seen, I started out with my testimony talking about the fact that we've had huge improvements in our bus service. You know, some of our routes have increased like substantially. Just give me 1 second.
Cool. And I'm just on the clock, so if we could just do quick answers, that'd be great.
All right, so no problem. We've had some bus routes, every single crossing that gets into Manhattan has seen an improvement. Some lines as much as 7 to 10 minutes of improved speeds. And then within the city itself, we're seeing easily several buses are all operating faster than what they had scheduled. So much so that we have a pilot now to increase, to take the scheduled bus headways that you currently have for the buses and allow them to go straight to their destination. Because what was happening is they had so much time built in their schedules, and now there's no traffic. So the buses themselves would come, stop at a station, and have to wait for their timing point and then move. And we're removing those timing points on 7 select bus lines right now to pilot it out.
Well, that's exciting that there are opportunities for us to increase. It sounds like there may be opportunities for us to increase service as a result of more efficient travel times around the city for buses so that there's even more frequent, reliable, and efficient service for riders. I've talked to people taking express buses to Southern Brooklyn and Staten Island who've never commuted in so fast. So that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. I hope that you're having active conversations with the Department of Transportation about how we can expand more busways, more express bus service, and actually achieve some of the goals in the Master Streets Plan, and that you all are committed to making the necessary investments on the MTA side. Is that a priority for you?
I mean, I want to run the best bus system possible, and bus lanes are the way to get there.
100%. We have an opportunity to rethink our streetscape in this moment before we give it up to other uses with the benefits of congestion pricing around us. So it would be very helpful, I think, for us to be immediately developing those plans if they're not already in place. I know that the other side of this building is a mess, but I was very moved. I was very impressed by the Vital City report that came out recently about subway safety. And I thought, in particular, the data that we've seen a major reduction in robberies, but an increase in assaults, and that we're seeing a shifting pattern in the type of crime that exists in the subway informs that we need new approaches to actually keep riders safe. And so we had a great walkthrough with leadership from the MTA, and I should note Katarina from your government affairs team has been excellent. So I really want to thank her and you for her dedication to working with our office. But we just did a walkthrough of Clark Street and High Street, which are two stations where we've had ongoing safety issues during my 3 years in the city council. How are the shifting patterns of when crime is happening and the types of crime that's happening in the subways, how is that shifting your approach to ensuring that we're keeping riders safe?
So,
and just to note, the other piece that I thought was notable was it was 20% higher, I believe, rates of crime happening overnight than happening during daytime hours. So we know there are certain times a day, there's certain types of crime that we're seeing. You obviously can't have a police officer on every subway, even though I guess the governor's trying. That's not going to work in a sustainable way. What can we do to better instill safety, confidence in the safety for riders in our system?
So I will say that Chief Galata has been an amazing partner on this. He is without question concerned about trying to change not just what is actually happening in the numbers, but also the perception of the subway system being a place where it's ridden with crime. So first thing is really looking at the data and seeing where the crime's mentioned. You mentioned yourself the issues happening on the overnight. So Galata has been committed, and literally as recent as last week, we talked about their program of staffing with cops on every train on the overnight period where the largest number of crimes are happening. It's really targeting the areas and the locations where those crimes happen. So I think that's really the trend that they've been looking at. Our employees have been saying that they are seeing the cops out there on the overnight, which has been extremely strengthening for them because they don't need. They're in the same situation as customers. They don't want to be assaulted. We want the support of the police, and getting feedback from our employees that they are seeing cops is like huge for us.
Yeah, I just think this.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
I got to wrap. On the subways, it's not as helpful as on the platforms. On entrances, it's not as helpful as on the platforms. That's where people need that extra support, and I think that in your input, and I just want to thank you again for leadership on the G-Train, because I know it was kind of a beneficiary of F-Train investments, but it's making a big difference for our community, so thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Councilmember, and happy birthday. Next, we'll hear from Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank Alberta Roldan. He's a rock star. I want to thank you very much. At a meeting the other day with some disabled riders, you probably know this, I didn't. They said that the lights, unless they're LED, can absolutely cause an epileptic attack or something else. I just was wondering whether all the lights are LED, going to be LED. I know we hear about the elevators all the time, but I'm wondering about the lights. I hadn't thought about it.
So I'm not sure if we're talking about in stations.
Stations.
Okay. So we are converting to LED. They are brighter. Customers are telling us that when you come to a station where we've installed LEDs, they feel safer because the stations are brighter. We have not heard anything about epileptic conditions with the current LEDs that we're installing.
No, the old lights. The old lights, the ones that are not LED, are the challenge.
Oh, okay.
So the good thing, but what's the time frame for conversion?
I am not positive offhand, but I will get that back to you. I could tell you.
No, everybody wants LED. That's
Yeah,
what
we just put out a release. We're over 250 stations, so we're well on our way. This has been a pretty aggressive work by Demetrius and his transit
I would
team.
think that you might want to get the disabled community to be even more supportive because they really, really would like that. Just another constituency that would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay. This is minor, but not citywide, but the Columbus Avenue subway escalator. Now that's Deutsche Bank's problem, probably not yours, but it's out of service. People are quite upset. It's a long, steep. When it's a private concern, how do you stay on top of them?
So we started a group of employees that are specifically responding to consultants, contractors, private owners that have their elevators and escalators. They were the worst performing within our subway system. And just by having more communication directly with them, we've improved. I want to say it increased from in the 60s to somewhere in the 80%. Still much more work that needs to be done. But I think that communication with them when we know outages are going on and holding them to task to get them back in service has been a very important part.
Okay, I don't know the stats, but could you get back to me with that one and how your team is staying on top of Deutsche Bank?
Sure thing.
Okay. And then I think there's people understand between you and Bowery, trying to get people off the subway who are sleeping or not supposed to be there. But what happens, in other words, who follows up? Do they come back? What's the status of people getting services? It's a little bit hard for me because we don't know where the people go when they leave. We don't know if they get housed, et cetera. Is that something that you follow? That's not your job?
So we actually have a team called the Scout Team, which is going out to different locations, and when they come into contact with a person that has needs, they are able to involuntarily commit to person to get the resources they need. And I would tell you that there are folks at headquarters, MTA headquarters, that do follow through with when how that person is doing, if they're continuing to get the resources, and when they are released from services. You know, again, it's something that we monitor, but you know, it's not something that we control.
Okay, I'd love to go out with the Scout team at some time and be able to follow, because I think the problem in general, not just you, street, subway, okay? But we don't stay housed, we don't like where we are, the whole bunch of issues, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Thank you.
I can go out with the Scout team?
Yeah, I think
you.
so. Yeah,
We'll
sure.
set that up for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. March 21st, President Trump deadline. What do you expect will happen?
My expectation is that we will continue to keep the cameras off unless we are directed otherwise.
Off or on?
On, excuse me. Forgive me.
I'm about to say, we just broke news, okay?
I will start. We will keep the cameras on unless directed otherwise.
Okay, and then now that I've asked the committee questions, I'm gonna just ask 3 questions that are more related to my district really quickly, and then we can close. So the Rockaway Beach branch, in the MTA's 20-year needs assessment for 2025 to 2044, MTA estimated that reactivation of the Rockaway Beach branch would serve 39,200 daily riders, a 17% decrease when compared to the MTA's 2019 ridership estimate of 47,000 daily riders. What does the MTA attribute this change in ridership to? And then as a follow-up question to that, the QueensLink recently received a $400,000 grant from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The funding comes from the Reconnecting Communities pilot program and will be used for community equity analysis. This will be a detailed study of the project's environmental impacts, economic potential, accessibility benefits, and sustainability advantages. Has the MTA done a similar study or assessment of the QueensLink? And what would the MTA need to see from the community equity analysis in order to greenlight the QueensLink project in the future?
So we've done studies on the reactivation.
I remember you said studies, but at that to this extent.
At that level, we've done a feasibility, but this might be a little different. So I think it's, you know, congratulations that they got the grant. So we'll certainly want to take a look at that as it's developed more. But everything we do in terms of investments are in the vacuum of all the projects that are possible in this region, and we try to judge them against each other and what are the benefits, and are those benefits worth the investment. So that same thing will apply here. So we'll certainly take a look.
Long Island Railroad reduced fare. First of all, thank you for the reduced fare in light of the A-train outage. So due to the A-train shutdown and the Rockaways for infrastructure work, the MTA began offering reduced fares for Long Island Railroad riders from Far Rockaway to Manhattan or Brooklyn via Jamaica with a reduced Long Island Railroad fare of $2.75, offered for the duration of the shutdown. What data concerning ridership on the railroad has the MTA observed during this time? And would the MTA consider making the reduced fare permanent? Why or why not?
I'm going to just say we do have ridership before, and we do have the ridership after, you know, starting the work that we did. I'll turn to John to answer the second half of the question.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, this is, you know, there's ridership. You know, people are able to use it, and that's good. We do have, with your support and effort, we were able to apply the city ticket, which is an incredible discount to the Long Island Railroad. for tickets that are purchased for folks who are getting on and off at Far Rockaway. And because remember, for about 20 years, they were treated as part of Long Island, Nassau County, yet they weren't. So finally, we were able to bring that in. So they're getting that $5 charge for the off-peaks, and so it's a discount on during the peak as well. The thing is, any application of a new fare, that's something that the MTA board has to look at. It's not, a staff level decision. But once you start looking at that, that becomes the entire city. We've made this discount available for all city stations. So I think we want to focus on things that apply to all the stations as opposed to picking and choosing winners and losers. So, but, look, we're happy to get more customers on Long Island Railroad. It's great that people are using it. The big uptick was, though, when we went to City Ticket Far Rockaway and got that big win. So let's.
And it was another uptick with the outage of the A train.
Yeah, with the outage, but that's
I was trying to get you.
I get it. I'm just saying that that's a decision that would have to be made by the board. But in fairness, it has to be applied citywide, and I think the idea of going so far below what the fare is, this is a very expensive system to run at the Long Island Railroad level. So at some point, the board has to make tough decisions, and I don't see that being.
So you want it to be
direction.
citywide?
I would say I think we want to keep the city ticket as low as possible citywide. That's where we're focused.
Okay. Bus speeds, on-time performance. IBO conducted an analysis of publicly available bus speed data for the New York State Open Data and the MTA to better understand the current state of the New York City bus network. IBO's analysis compared current bus speeds to pre-pandemic speeds using January 2019 as a benchmark. Despite multiple city and MTA plans to improve bus speeds, between January 2019 and December 2024, bus speeds did not change substantially for any of the 3 trip types. Average bus speeds across all 316 bus routes during peak weekday hours is 7.6 miles per hour, consistent with January 2019 speeds at 7.8 miles per hour. What is the MTA doing to improve bus speeds throughout the city? And is the camera enforcement of traffic violations working?
So we mentioned 2 things that we're doing our part to be able to reduce, to improve upon bus speeds. One is making sure we have as many bus lanes as possible. Having bus lanes is fantastic. We've seen increase in the speeds at every instance that we've installed bus lanes. And then the second portion is our ACE system, which has been extremely successful in how we do our work. Being able to keep people out of the bus lane, in addition to keeping them out of bus stops, and double parking along the route has been huge for us. So, I could say that we're now up to 34 bus routes that have the ACE system, and the buses themselves are increased on average 5%. Sometimes some of the individual lines are up to 20%. It's safer, less accidents. So we're very, very confident that a continued rollout in ACE over the next several years will have improvement to bus speeds.
And to add to that, something that we are looking at holistically is, again, the redesigning of looking at our entire bus system. The Bronx was completed. Queens, as you know, and was part of those discussions, was completed with some really cool enhancements with rush routes. Brooklyn is up next, and the other boroughs. So again, large community engagement with lots of our customers and looking how we can move our riders from point A to point B faster and mitigating a lot of those impediments that hamper bus operators from navigating the city terrains.
Thank you. What has been the impact of congestion pricing on bus speeds?
Positive. It's within the CBD, as President Critchlow has mentioned, buses are they're moving around the bus routes at a quicker speed to the point where schedules have to be adjusted to, to prevent any lag or waiting at bus stops.
And I would just add, we're seeing great numbers with express buses, not only coming in from Brooklyn, Queens, coming through the tunnels. So they're picking up a lot in the tunnels. There's just lower numbers there. Also from Staten Island, we have buses that go through New Jersey. So we know that those buses are picking up a lot of speed. So we think New Jersey Transit's probably experiencing the same thing. And again, not your issue, but like even Rockland and Orange, we're hearing from the bus coach operators, and they're saying, yeah, buses are moving quickly. They're actually getting more customers, and people are happy.
How does the MTA coordinate with DOT for the Q5 and Q85 bus lanes? Can you share with me the average speeds of those two routes?
I don't have the average speeds of the route. I can tell you that we do work with DOT to roll out bus lanes. And we give them the locations where we see the most congestion, where it would be the most benefit to riders to be able to roll them out. So I could get more information to you specifically to what the ridership is like, speeds are like.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few more questions. I'll send them in writing because we want to get to DOT, but I thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Chair.
Settle down, and we're about to begin.
Because it goes from 1 to 5.
Thank you all. Our next panel will be from the Department of Transportation. Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation, Ydanis Rodriguez. First Deputy Commissioner, Margaret Forgione. Executive Deputy Commissioner, Paul Ochoa. And Deputy Commissioner of Transportation Planning and Management, Eric Beaton. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm Ydanis Rodriguez, the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are First Deputy Commissioner Margaret Forgione, Executive Deputy Commissioner Paul Ochoa, and Deputy Commissioner of Transportation Planning and Management, Eric Beaton. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams, on DOT's fiscal year 26 preliminary budget and fiscal year 25-35 capital plan. DOT has a charter mandate to manage 25% of all land in New York City, including 6,300 miles of street and highway, 12,000 miles of sidewalk, 44,000 intersections, and over 800 bridges and tunnels. DOT charges to ensure that all New Yorkers can get from point A to point B safely, efficiently, and in an environmentally responsible way. Thank you to continued investment by Mayor Adams and City Council. New York City has the largest and most complex Department of Transportation when we are compared to any other city in our nation. And we are leading the nation in reimagining the use of public space and making the streets safer for pedestrians, cyclists, even drivers, and all road users. This budget will allow DOT to continue this important work, and today I will share some highlights of the agency's recent and upcoming projects. DOT's FY26 expense budget is $1.5 billion. That's larger than 1.1 that we have in the fiscal budget of 2022. And you can see the breakdown of this funding on the screen and in the chart in my testimony. Enough funding for bridges, ferries, roadways, sidewalk, traffic, transportation planning, and management. When we look at DOT's approved FY 25-35 capital plan, is $33.5 billion. And you can see again in the breakdown of this funding in the charts displayed on the screen in my testimony as well. Let's talk about Vision Zero. Last year marked 10-year anniversary since the start of Vision Zero, something that myself worked together with Melissa Speaker Viverito at the time and Mayor de Blasio, and today with the new leadership of the council and Mayor Adams, we continue working around Vision Zero. Traffic fatalities were at their lowest level since 2020, down 5% since the start of the Adams administration. Senior pedestrian fatalities were at the lowest in recorded history, down 17% from 23. Since the program began in 2014, the agency has been committed to bringing road safety to every corner of the 5 boroughs and distributing our street improvement project equitable. And that commitment is having results. As shown in our recently released Equity and Street Safety Report, traffic deaths have declined most significantly in lower income neighborhoods and neighborhoods of color in our working class community. And these neighborhoods have received a higher share of streets redesigns since Vision Zero began. Of course, as Mayor Adams said, myself, you chair, and the council, one death is too many for all New Yorkers. And we will continue to work to deliver high-impact projects across the city that enhance road safety and bring us closer to the goal of zero fatality on our street. In the spring, we will begin construction on the 5th phase of the Vision Zero, Great Street reconstruction of the Grand Concourse between East Fordham Road and East 198th Street. You can see a picture of this project at Grand Concourse and East 180th Street on the screen. And in my testimony, these $55 million projects will include grade separate bicycle facilities, pedestrian safety improvements, and landscape medians. On the daylighting, DOT recently released a groundbreaking study of daylighting pursuant to Local Law 66 of 2023, sponsored by Chair Brooks Powers. The study found that while daylighting is a useful tool in certain locations, it is not one-size-fits-all solution. The study also found that hardening daylighting with infrastructure installed to prevent vehicles from occupying that space enhances safety. You can see a photo of hardening daylighting at Banker Street and North 15th Street in Brooklyn on the screen, and in my testimony as well. This budget increased funding for additional hardening daylighting, allowing us to focus on delivering the treatment with real safety benefit for all New Yorkers. This morning, we announced regional slow zone in each of the outer borough as the latest part of our Sammy's Law rollout. You can see a photo on the screen and in my testimony from when we lowered the speed limit on Prospect Park West in Brooklyn to 20 miles per hour as the first step of the law's implementation, which we then follow up with implementing a lower Manhattan regional slow zone below Canal Street. With the rollout, each borough will have a regional slow zone. City Island in the Bronx, Dumbo and Bendigo Hill in Brooklyn, Broad Channel in Queens, and St. George in Staten Island. Beyond our continuous street designs and infrastructure projects, we are working with the state legislators in Albany to reauthorize New York City life-saving speed camera program. Speeding remains one of the most dangerous driving behaviors, contributing to about a quarter of the city's traffic deaths each year. The cameras are working. The average number of daily violations issued by each camera dropped 94% since the start of the program. Additionally, corridors with speed cameras installed in 2022 experienced 14% fewer injuries and fatalities than locations with no cameras. We look forward to working with the council to renew this program, including by passing a home rule message. Let's get ready to pass it now. Now, on our recently released annual streets plan update, which looks back over the past year, or record-breaking hard work to improve intersection safety, expand the protected bike lane network, reimagine our streets for pedestrians, and so much more. On intersections, I'm happy to say that in 2024, DOT redesigned 2,688 intersections, over 5 times the 400 intersection street plan benchmark. We installed 885 accessible pedestrian signals, exceeding the 500 intersection benchmark, and DOT's pedestrian ramp program oversaw the upgrade or installation of pedestrian ramp at over 9,300 corners. These improvements make intersections safer for cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers alike, while helping New Yorkers with disability cross the street. And as I said when I took the commissionership with this agency, intersections should be sacred places. DOTs continue to create new pedestrian space. Last year alone, DOT added 350,000 square feet of new pedestrian space throughout the city. And you can see an example of this in the photo on the screen and in my testimony with the Broadway Vision Project, which also added a two-way bike lane. DOT also continue to reimagine the use of public space. Though this work is often not measured by the street plan, the agency launched a permanent outdoor dining program already more than 2 times the size of the city's pre-pandemic program. We have supported over 200 open street locations every year, and it's not only open street with barricade. This is about more than 200 open street with partnership with business improvement districts, non-for-profit, where also DOT been providing financial support. And we expanded Summit Street to all 5 boroughs. We moved it from 7 miles Summit Street before the administration of Mayor Adams and myself to almost 20 miles for this year. DOT is also improving cycling in the city. Last year, the agency added 29.3 miles of protected bike lane, the 3rd highest numbers built in the city history, following a record 31.9 miles in 2023. This includes critical new bike connection on Queens Boulevard and Manhattan 2nd, 6th, 7th, and 10th Avenue. The agency also upgraded in addition 4.4 miles of bike lanes through hardening with physical infrastructure to better protect cyclists from other vehicles. As we continue to build cycling infrastructure, we will continue, and we ask you to be partners with this, to educate New Yorkers about the benefit of cycling. A person who bikes half an hour every day lives 6 more years in their life. Biking is not a privilege, but a safe, green, a healthy way to travel around the city. We are also delivering better bus lane for New Yorkers. Through transformative bus lane project on Manhattan's 96th Street, pictured on the photo on the screen and in my testimony, 2nd Avenue and along Allen Pike and Madison Streets through the expansion of bus-mounted camera enforcement. Last year, New York City DOT delivered 17.9 miles of new, upgraded, or newly protected bus lanes, the highest annual mileage for protected bus lane, improving commute for 269,000 average daily riders. Despite these records accomplishments, some of the most ambitious street plan benchmarks have proven untenable due to various logistical and resources constraints. Prior to the bill that we passed, which was a bill that I carry as a former chairman and co-sponsor of this bill, the agency cautioned that the benchmark would require significantly more funding and logistically support to achieve. This gap was only made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic hitting June after the bill passed, yes, few months after, leading to hiring and spending freezes. With this in mind, the Adams administration has been aggressively rebuilding agency capacity to meet the intent of the street plan, even on COVID delay schedule. On staffing, The Transportation Planning and Management Division largely responsible for everything that you see marking and planning in our streets. And you can stand up at the entry of City Hall and just imagine everything that happened in that intersection go through this great department that we have. So they have increased staffing over 12% from COVID low to 466 staff members to 525 staff members currently. On space, more staff and more operational output require more facility space. And DOT and DCAS has been working together to secure more space through the complete city process. This includes new space for concrete crews in Brooklyn in 2024. You can see a photo from when I visited our sidewalks and inspection management team at our yard in South Bronx. On the screen and in my testimony, a new dedicated facility for in-house marking crews that will allow that program to expand, and ongoing work to upgrade Maspeth Central Shop that house significant operational responsibility, including DOT's sign shop, our in-house marking crew, and our parking meter maintenance unit. Also included as part of this year's preliminary budget is $319 million for the reconstruction of our flatland yard facilities in Brooklyn. This yard is critical 24/7 site for DOT operations as it houses the team responsible for Brooklyn's roadway repairs and snow plowing, as well as fleet service, which performs maintenance on DOT's heavy-duty vehicles. On public engagement, the Adams administration has shown a big commitment to bring the agency to the community, to local engagement, including with the Commissioner in Your Borough initiative, where I spend 1 day a month in a different borough meeting with elected officials, community board, business improvement districts, and more. And tomorrow, my day is in Queens. DOT has expanded how we do outreach, including through on our street engagement with street ambassadors, picture conducting engagements on the e-scooter share program in Jamaica, Queens, in the photo on the screen and in my testimony. Door-to-door service to residents and businesses, and online workshops. Last year alone, DOT received feedback from local community members at nearly 2,600 events. In addition, the council has enacted a number of local laws around notification that affect the timelines of project delivery. Together, they can cause projects to take longer, but are important for helping deliver projects in line with local community feedback. On the funding, the Adams administration has committed significant capital and expense funding toward the street plan effort, including the initial down payments of over $900 million, as well as funding others need. On operations, the agency has stated from the first street plan that its ambitious targets go beyond the agency's existing capacity and that of our in-house crews and contracting partners. Achieving the street plan in its entirety would, for example, require roughly doubling the numbers of marking used for new bus and bike lanes. DOT has been increasing its in-house construction capacity, including opening a new yard for additional concrete crew and purchasing our first stripe hog, which is a specialized piece of markings equipment that use high-power water to prepare a surface for marking. DOT will continue to strive to achieve the street plan benchmark and to develop projects that advance safe and sustainable transportation, including delivering critical safety, infrastructure, and quality of life improvements that are not measured by the street plan. Turning now to highlight the number of exciting projects that are ongoing or in the pipeline. Early this year, we announced that we will establish a micro-hub zone to provide safe, dedicated space for truck operators to transfer deliveries onto a smaller and more sustainable mode of transportation for the last mile delivery to address the negative environmental and public safety effect of truck deliveries, including cargo bikes and you can see a picture of the delivery worker using a cargo bike on the screen and in my testimony. These projects include funding for installation of chargers and maintenance to support this program. Also related to deliveries, the Adams administration recently transmitted legislation to the council to hold the third-party delivery apps responsible for mitigating the negative consequences of their business models. This legislation will curb unsafe speeding and risky riding behavior by delivery workers, enhance delivery workers' safety, reestablish order on our streets, and decrease the risk of deadly battery fires. We look forward to continue to work with the Council on legislation to regulate this industry. On shared micromobility last year, the agency expanded the e-scooter share program to Eastern Queens, providing critical connection to major transportation and commercial hubs for roughly 600,000 residents in that community. The program now serves 1.2 million New Yorkers across the East Bronx and Eastern Queens, and these projects provide additional headcount to support the program's expansion. New York City DOT continue our critical work to maintain the city's infrastructure in the state of good repair. Thanks to the recent pass of the City of Yes, the city have allocated $218 million in this budget for various streets reconstruction projects, including roadway improvement and stormwater management and resiliency upgrade throughout the city. In January, we celebrate filling the 500,000 pothole in the Eric Adams administration, and you can see a picture of this exciting moment on the screen and in my testimony. During the past 3 years, we have responded to potholes in 1.8 days, faster than in any previous administrations. And potholes have been forming at a much slower rate thanks to this administration commitment to better and more regulate paving and the nearly 600,000 tons of asphalt that the agency produces each year, and as we also buy an additional 500,000 pounds. This budget also provides critical funding for the maintenance the city's over 800 bridges and tunnels. It increased funding and add headcount to allow us to address a structural flux faster, better protecting our infrastructure. It also advanced $870 million for the Bridges Hazard Mitigation Program, which will allow us to bring security upgrade to our East River bridges. And in Albany, this section, we are seeking reauthorization of the city's automatic weight in motion, which all should be proud that New York City is the first one using the weight in motion that is able to capture those overweight trucks under the BQE, and we have seen a 60% reduction in those areas where we're using our weight in motion. This program, as I say, is on the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway and supporting further expansion of a wind enforcement statewide. We appreciate Governor Hochul for including her budget for the weight in motion to be used across the whole state of New York. The system is working, reducing the numbers of overweight vehicles in the structure by 60%. We look forward to working with the council to pass a home rule message to renew the program and continue to protect this aging piece of infrastructure. Chair and member, finally, when I first stepped into my role as a commissioner, after serving 12 years in this body that prepared me well for me to be leading this agency, the agency minority and women-owned business enterprise, MWBE's utilization rate was only 11%. It is with great pride that I share that the progress we have made in the most recent fiscal year, the MWBE rate was an impressive 32%. And year to today, our MWBE rate at DOT is 37%. This achievement underscores our commitment to promoting inclusively and providing meaningful support to diverse businesses within our community, reflecting a broader vision of equity and opportunity for all, including with our Doing Business with DOT event pictured on the screen in my testimony. In conclusion, I would like to thank this body, this great City Council, for the opportunity to testify before you today in my 4th year as a commissioner. I look forward to continue working together to make this city safer, more equitable, and more accessible for generations to come. We are so proud of the work that not only the leadership of this agency, but almost 6,000 men and women are doing every day, keeping our infrastructure in the state of good repair. I want to say a few words, less than 1 minute in Spanish, as Spanish speaking that I am. Hoy estamos aquí testificando frente al Consejo Municipal en representación del alcalde Rigares, bajo este gran cuerpo del Consejo Municipal, sobre el proyecto de presupuesto que tenemos para este año, un presupuesto que es ambicioso, que busca mantener corriendo el Departamento de Transportación de esta ciudad, que es el más grande que tiene cualquier ciudad, que ha logrado récord en reducir los muertos de personas que caminan o montan en bicicleta, haciendo una ciudad segura para todos los que la usan, para peatones, para ciclistas, para choferes y para los demás. Thank you, Chair. And we will now be happy to answer any question.
Thanks so much, Commissioner, and it's good to see you and the team here today. I'm going to start with streets plan. Local Law 195 of 2019, also known as the Streets Plan or the Transportation Master Plan, was passed in October 2019 when you, Commissioner, was the chair of the Committee on Transportation. Local Law 195 states by February 1st, 2023, and by each February 1st thereafter, the department shall submit to the mayor and the speaker of the council and post on the department's website an update regarding any changes to the plan from the previous year. In violation of that provision, DOT released its streets plan almost a full month and a half after the required February 1st date. And in further violation of the law, DOT did not submit their report to the council, but instead released it to the press. Why was DOT delinquent with its report, and why did they not follow the law and submit it to the council before going to the press?
DOT was never delinquent on releasing.
What day was the report released?
We were not delinquents.
What day was the report released?
I get your question. I heard your point. I can say DOT was not delinquent. I apologize for not submitting the report first. However, today what all of us should do is to celebrate all the accomplishments that we have obtained as part of the Street Master Plan.
What day was the report released?
You're right. You stated right. You stated right that we went to the press, and I apologize for that, but I can say it again. I want to invite everyone to focus on the big accomplishment. We are running the largest Department of Transportation in the city. We have a lot of accomplishment in the city. We are the invite of many people in the city. As a city, we're the leading one on bus lane and bike lane, dining out, and everything that we do. So I do apologize for not submitting the report to you before.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
In DOT's most recent report, which was released last week, the department admitted that in 2024, it only built 13.5 miles of protected bus lanes, which once again is far short of the 30 miles required annually. The Department of Transportation was also required to install transit signal priority, also known as TSP, at 1,000 intersections annually, but completed only 766 last year. The report noted that the Department of Transportation installed roughly 29 miles of protected bike lanes in 2024, which is an improvement, but still less than the 50-mile benchmark required by the legislation. Now, I do appreciate, Commissioner, in your testimony, which we received yesterday, thank you for that again. I'd like to acknowledge that, that there is more funding that's needed. I just want to get a sense of how much funding is needed to be able to meet the goals.
Yeah, I will pass it to both Eric Beaton as a planner and Paul to add more details, but 50 miles of bike lane is not realistic unless everyone is on board, unless each council member come and say, I want bike lane in my district. 20 miles of bus lane is not realistic unless council member also support.
But we're working on the bus lane.
I get it. I'm approaching both. So I'm more than happy. I think that we started conversation, very productive, with you and your team. I think that we should have another follow-up conversation with more details to revise those ambitious goals that we have. Definitely, as we work, you work in BNT and you get the $700 million and you have to spread that amount for different needs that each council have. The same thing that we also have to maximize every single dollar. So we're proud that in 2022, Mayor increased our budget by 17% in 22, and then he added close to $300 million in 2024. As you can see, the budget in 2022 fiscal year was only 1.1 million. Today, this budget is 1.5. So definitely, we've been getting a lot of support from Mayor Eric Adams and City Hall and you guys at the council, and we appreciate that. We will get to you into more details. Definitely more monies allow for us to go further. There's all other challenges about hiring staff. It's about facility. But I want to pass it to Eric to get into more details and then Paul to bring some pieces related to budget.
Sure, and as the commissioner said in his testimony, it's not just about the money, it's about all these things that need to move together. And I think we've been very fortunate, as the commissioner said, that OMB has given us money and worked with us as we've been able to line up projects. So as we've been able to bring more equipment online and more personnel and more yards, we've been able to move all of these things together. I think putting money in the budget just to say it's there while we're still working on these other things is a reasonable choice for OMB not to make. So we are working closely with OMB, we're working closely with the mayors, and we are on all of these things, on the money, on the facilities, on the hiring, all the steps that are needed to be able to better meet those goals.
Thank you. When it comes to bus lanes, DOT has consistently failed to meet these requirements and has fallen behind the aggregate 5-year target. How is the department prioritizing bus lane improvement, and what plans are in place to meet the required mandates? And I will color this by saying, yes, we've had private conversations that have been very positive. We are engaged now with DOT from my district, and we've identified several council members that would like to get into conversation about bus lanes in their district. So with that being said, I'd like to know how DOT is prioritizing the improvements and what plans are in place to meet the required mandates besides what the council is showing good faith on.
Yeah. Our Deputy Commissioner, Eric, he will take into the other project that we have for this coming year. But I can say that I need council to come on board and support me to do bus lane in your district. Like, I cannot do the number unless, let's say, if we continue having opposition from most council districts when it comes to bus lane. Bus lane is so critical. 1 million people are using our buses every day, and they are our working class. And we are responsible to provide them the best bus way of safe bus lane. They are critical motor transportation. I'm happy with our accomplishment, as I say, being in different places, speaking with leaders across the nation and global. No one is doing what we're doing. We want to do more, and definitely we are committed to do it. But we can share, Eric can take you into what are the projects that we had this year.
Sure, and just before I do that very quickly, one of the things here is that the way bus lanes are defined in the legislation is that we only get credit if the bus lane is either physically separated or camera enforced. So there's a number of projects that we did where we have not been able to camera enforce working with the MTA, or there are places where we took an existing bus lane and improved it. We moved it from curbside to offset or did other ways to improve it. Those we don't get to count in our streets blend number because it's not how the legislation was written, but we still think are part of our job delivering real benefits for New York City's bus riders. So as the commissioner said, we've been working closely with the MTA, and we think we have an exciting roster of projects for this year. Just a couple that I'll mention is the new busway on Tremont Avenue in the Bronx. As we all know, it's incredibly hard to get east-west on transit in the Bronx, and this is really targeting one of the slowest points of one of those east-west routes. And on 3rd Avenue in Manhattan, we had a really good bus, bike, and overall safety project on the Upper East Side. We're both extending that farther north into Harlem and farther south into Midtown to make sure that buses, cyclists, pedestrians, and all traffic move quickly and safely on those streets.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I will say, though, with the bus lane dynamic, it's not like the council can veto a bus plan. So I think a lot of the emphasis is put on the council, but it does not rest with us for DOT to implement. But in the terms and condition 40, which tracks the streets plan outreach effort, it reported that DOT did 47 outreach projects, but only 9 of those 47 were related to the bus lanes. In the streets plan, excuse me.
Yeah.
Can you explain, because I'm just trying to understand how and if DOT is prioritizing the bus lanes a lot. Obviously, by now, I think DOT knows that the bus lanes are a priority for this committee, and so I want to understand why out of 47, only 9 were focused on the bus lanes for the streets plan.
Yeah, and this is a conversation I know that we've been having for years with this body and all. We know that the public motor transportation that New Yorkers use the most is our train and our buses. And we know how expensive it is to span any train, but we know that it's more expanding or upgrading our bus lane, building more a busway or offset bus lane is a way of how we can move our buses quickly. So definitely our buses, as also the bike lane, we are committed to provide all New Yorkers the possibility for them to move by train, by car, by bus, and by bicycle and e-scooter too. So we have many projects. We have some constraint when it comes to the weather. There's a particular period of time where we have to do that we only can go out and do the work, do the marking. We also had to do the community engagement. And as you say, one day I hope that the council can pass a bill that say DOT have all the flexibility for you to go and build a bus lane. If that would be the case, I can tell you that we would be getting a much higher number. But I feel that there is, few of the details. I don't know if everyone would like to.
No, just we are very committed to outreach on the bus projects as well as others. The number of meetings sometimes has to do with the specific geography of these routes, right? When you have 2,600 intersections approved, that's a much wider geography, so it takes a different set of meetings. But we are committed to very deep outreach. Our bus projects don't just have one community board meeting. They're typically not just many community board meetings, meeting with faith institutions, meeting with all kinds of stakeholders along the corridor. I can tell you our bus team spends a tremendous amount of effort going out and doing that on-the-ground outreach.
Also, the last report had only 2 outreach done in Queens, and both of those were for bike lanes. So none with buses. We're one of the most impacted boroughs in terms of congestion pricing. So I just want to highlight, and this is from DOT's report. Moving on to transit signal priority is a system that uses technology to give transit vehicles, like buses, priority at traffic signals. This is something that could help dramatically improve city bus speeds, which are currently the slowest in the nation. Can you detail for the committee how DOT is prioritizing TSP installations at the required 1,000 intersections, and how many TSP installations are budgeted for in your current budget, and how many are planned for in fiscal 2026? And I also want to quickly acknowledge that we are joined by Majority Leader Amanda Farias.
Okay, thank you for the question, Chair. So over the last 3 years, DOT has done about 2,200 transit signal priority intersections. These are very critical for bus operations, as you say, because it allows them to move more quickly through an intersection and speeding up the bus times. We are funded to do this work. We plan to complete 1,000 in this fiscal year and going forward.
Thank you. In fiscal 23, the council had called for $3.1 billion for DOT's streets plan efforts, and we were able to secure $904 million in capital and expense funding that was added for between fiscal year 22 to 26. Can you just give us an idea of how that money has been spent to date?
Yeah. Thanks for that question, Councilmember. Streets Plan touches upon essentially every single division that the agency runs. It is split between traffic operations, which, as Margaret mentioned, includes TSPs, traffic planning, which, as Eric Beaton mentioned, touches on bike infrastructure, bus lane infrastructure, street redesigns. It also touches on street reconstruction, which you mentioned some of the capital dollars. We can try to provide a breakdown, but it is essentially absorbed across all divisions. And I would also say some of that money is also used for administration. We have HR people, we have contracts people. As the Commissioner mentioned, we've increased the amount of MWB usage, and that does require more staff. So it is absorbed across multiple divisions, across multiple programs. I'm happy to try to provide a breakdown. I'm not entirely sure I can provide a breakdown by today, but I'm happy to provide a general breakdown of Streets Plan. It just touches on so many different things that the agency does.
Thank you. I would like to get a copy of that breakdown. Next, I'm going to just pivot to daylighting, and then I'm going to yield to my colleagues for their questions. The preliminary plan includes city funds of $1.38 million in fiscal 2025 and $3.85 million baseline starting in fiscal 2026 for daylighting. How many intersections does DOT anticipate would be addressed with this funding, and how many intersections in each borough?
Let me share that with the daylighting, and then Eric will get a complement with the detail for this year. Daylighting is an important tool that we have in our box. And before we, the council and the administration, work together with announcement to make 1,000 daylighting intersections last year, DOT already were doing hundreds of daylighting every year. But daylighting has been said before, been proven that only when they're hardening and they are added to other measures that we take, it benefit, our goal to improve safety. So last year we did 1,000, hundreds of them they were hardening, and we have planned for this year.
Sure, and as the Commissioner said, what we're really focused on here is the hardened daylighting, because that's where we really see the safety benefit. And our baseline for hardened daylighting was about 200 intersections a year. With this increased investment by the administration, we think we'll do 300 this year, and then 400 in future years, and growing to 500 as the money grows over time. So we think that this is a very substantial increase in our ability to do this, and it's something that we want to make sure that we're doing alongside all of our other safety treatments, which also have benefits. Not substituting daylighting for other work, but trying to make sure that it's additive.
I'm sorry if I missed this, but how many intersections in each borough?
So for last year, So we did 1,200 total daylighting. Again, a little around 300 of them were hardened. In the Bronx, we did 191. In Brooklyn, 297. Manhattan, 125. Queens, 411. Staten Island, 173. And then 2 were right on the Brooklyn-Queens border.
Can you provide the committee with a list of the intersections impacted?
Yes.
What type of hardened daylighting will DOT be implementing?
So it will be a mix of different treatments depending on the location. Something that we used to good success this year was the square concrete blocks, which both provide hardening, but also someone can lean against them. They provided a very nice opportunity for us to do some community artwork in places. So that's a new treatment that we used this year that we expect to continue. In other locations, it might be a bike rack. In other locations, it might be a concrete neck down. We do try to match the right treatment to the right location so that it fits in with the community.
Thank you for that. What is the average cost associated with hardened daylighting implementation for an intersection, and how much would it cost DOT to daylight 1,000 intersections?
There's 2 types of costs to daylighting. There is the personnel cost and then the other than personnel cost. It is one thing is purchasing the actual physical barriers that we're going to be using for daylighting. As Eric was mentioning, it could be a bike rack, or it could be a concrete block, or granite block. And then there's the personnel costs. I should also mention that as part of the new need that we received in this plan, it included a new crew for our roadway division to actually move the blocks as needed. Move the blocks for resurfacing purposes and drop off blocks. It is a critical component of our roadway operation to be able to sort of move these blocks as we do more and more and more. So I would say about $10,000 per location, but I want to be mindful that there's 2 types of costs associated to this.
Thank you. Does DOT have any plans to harden daylight rain gardens, and are they working with any other agencies such as DEP to do so?
My understanding, you want me to take it, Margaret? Go ahead. My understanding is most of the rain gardens are mid-block. I haven't seen rain gardens in the intersections, but we're happy to coordinate with DEP. We talk to DEP on a daily basis on various projects that we do. So if that is an issue, I haven't heard that as an issue, but if that is an issue, we're happy to talk to our sister agencies.
Thank you. And how many agency staff are allocated to work on street redesign projects that would include daylighting?
So as Paul said, there's very large parts of our entire agency that work on these, right? There's not just planners, but there's the people who put down the markings. There's the roadways crews that need to move the blocks. There's our art team that worked on making them look good for the community. So it's hard to give a super exact number. I will say that the Transportation Planning and Management Division, which is the division that sort of coordinates all of it and does large amounts of the work, is about 525 people.
Thank you. I'm going to yield now to my colleagues. First, we'll have Councilmember Wan.
Thank you so much, Chair Brooks Powers. Good afternoon. It's so good to see you all. I have a few questions. I'm going to start with our latest celebration that we were supposed to have this weekend that everyone was pumped for, but we got to reschedule. So I remember with Chair Brooks Powers and Commissioner Rodriguez, we did a walkthrough of the Queensboro Bridge, especially to advocate for the South Outer Roadway to be open. That was slated to open this weekend. Can you help us understand the status of that opening?
Understanding, the work that is happening in that bridge is almost $300 million project. So the piece that you're referring to is one of those, of many work that is happening there. We've been advancing a lot. I'm proud of the work that led by Margaret Fugioni, our first Deputy Commissioner Operation, and her team. We Paul from Bridges been doing it. We're almost ready to complete the project. And again, it being a lot of work with contractors and us, and I feel that we are very close to finish it. That piece of the $300 million project that is taking on the Queensboro Bridge.
Just to add a little to what the commissioner said.
And say, Council Member.
I know, I'm getting myself mixed up here. So we know it's top of mind for you to get the South Outer Roadway opened. It's also top of mind for us. So in anticipation of today's hearing, we were trying to get the South Outer Roadway opened and in use for pedestrians. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves, and we have a little bit more work to complete on some fencing, gates, and a little bit of pavement work. So we do anticipate that happening pretty quickly.
So it was supposed to be done, we're supposed to open it by end of first quarter. So we're nearing the end of first quarter. So can you give me a timeline and give me more specificity and details of where the fencing is needed and where the concrete work you're talking about or pavement?
Sure.
On the bridge?
So what I will say is that I can't give you an exact date, but we are anxious to get it open very quickly. We don't anticipate this to take an extremely long period of time. In order to open the South Outer Roadway and have it be safe for pedestrians, we needed to install well over a mile of fence work, and that work had to be coordinated with other work, in particular the upper deck replacement. So the finishing touches are being put on that very long amount of fence. That
On what part of the
we've been
fencing
installing.
are you referring to? Because I have constituents who use that bridge every single morning. I had them report to me this morning that they don't see where additional fencing is needed.
Okay, well, what I can tell you is that our engineers are very tuned into each and every aspect of the design and the safety, and we do have a few more things to do on the fencing and the gates as well before we are comfortable opening it. So to the naked eye of a layperson, it may appear to be fine, but we have a little bit more work to do.
So can you tell us where you're getting this work done and where the pavement is supposed to be?
So we had a few pavement.
And we were told by DOT that the construction was complete, so did they misspeak?
So what I can tell you is that the upper roadway work, the deck work, is virtually complete. There are going to be some more items that take place over the next few months. I don't think we characterize that work as complete. And then the pavement that I'm referring to are some defects and things of the sort on the South Outer Roadway that we need to fix.
So can you give us at least a timeline? How many weeks are we talking about?
I'm not going to be able to give you a precise timeline, no.
So what are we waiting for? Are we talking about quarters? Because we were promised 2 years ago that this would open, and we've been delayed more than 2 years.
Again,
3 years
Councilmember, I
ago.
understand how top of mind this is for you, and it is the same for us. We do anticipate it soon.
What is soon? Are you talking
I'm
about a
sorry,
month
can we
or 2 months?
quantify what soon is? I'm sorry, council member.
We will get back to you on that one. We cannot tell, like, as
But
I
if you
say,
just say soon, is soon 6 months, is it a year? What is soon? How are
it
you?
will happen this year, very soon.
So will it happen in December of this year? Will it happen in April of this year?
It will happen very soon. We can check with our team and the contractors to get back to you on average day. But so far, all we can state is about the projects that, again, was announced in the last year of the previous administration as something that could be finished very soon. Was not the case as we talked to construction, to the contractors. I think the contractors and the bridge division, they're doing a great job. And council members and all the advocates, they should be very proud that very soon that part of the bridge will be reopened very soon.
So what I'm going to ask is that while we're in this hearing, if someone can reach out to the agency that's working on this and give us a better idea of a timeline for it. Because I will say that when I first became chair of this committee, my very first transportation infrastructure tour was in Councilmember Juan's district. That is pretty much almost 4 years now. And we were given a timeline at that point. Since then, Councilmember Juan has continued to follow up with the agency and has continued to be given different timelines. The can has been kicked down the road. So I'd like to know in this hearing on the record a more detailed timeline. What are we waiting on? How long will it take? And so we will allow the agency during this hearing to do what they need to do to get us that answer. Councilmember Juan, were all your other questions answered?
Yeah. Oh, I have one more question.
Okay, if you could make it really quick, and then we're going to go to Councilmember Brewer after.
Okay.
And we will now be, I restated what the Deputy Commissioner said, we will be reopening very soon. Not today.
That response was not sufficient.
I will not give you a exact day by this hearing.
The response was not sufficient.
We will follow up with you and the members on how soon we expect it to reopen.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but that response is not sufficient. This is not something that just came up. I'm sure you knew that with Councilmember Juan being a member of this committee, it was going to come up today. It has been coming up for 3 years. So as I have requested, I'd like to have a more detailed answer than that. So if you can check with the appropriate division within the department, that they can give you more information to report back here, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Councilmember Juan.
I have a follow-up question for universal daylighting. We appreciate the $3.9 million investment to have hardened daylighting barriers, so bike racks as well as concrete. Right now, there's 13,543 intersections in estimate for traffic signals citywide, and there's 3,432 in Queens alone. So with the amount that's currently allocated at 3.9, that's only 100 hardened daylighting per year, not including the cost for staff, as he was saying. So that means that we're estimating 34 years for universal daylighting to take place. So could you help me understand, if it costs roughly $10,000 to daylight one intersection, do you estimate the cost to be $100 million to implement 1,000 intersections? Is that what DOT would need to implement 10,000?
So part of the reason we wanted to put this in context is daylighting is only one of many different treatments that we use to improve safety. So we are very committed to improving safety all over the city. We're guided by where there's more crashes, right? We don't spend as much effort on it. There are many intersections in Queens as the other boroughs that have had 0 crashes or 0 injuries over the years. So we focus on the highest crash locations, and we try to do that in the ways we can. You know, I think we did this very detailed study to find out what's really effective, because it's easy to say, let's just go do it everywhere. But what we found is that when we do it without this hardening, it actually had a small negative effect on safety. And we want to make sure that we are putting the resources into anywhere that we're working to make sure we are improving the safety.
I want to point out that you studied New York City, which doesn't actually have universal daylighting. The study should have included other cities in Europe, in San Francisco, and others, or even in Jersey, that have universal daylighting to actually study the effects of it. So I don't think your study is actually accurate in a comprehensive way to say how effective it is, and just using paint and plastic barriers is not enough. We've had multiple children die. The Chair Brooks Powers has been a huge advocate of daylighting, and we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So we're gonna need more than 100 barriers per year for the next 34 years. Thank you.
And one thing that I want to highlight to everyone is that with the hardening of daylighting, plus all the work that we do around Vision Zero, which is made by the 3E. The first E is the E of engineer. The second E is the E of educational. And the 3E is the E of enforcement. By today, we have the lowest numbers of traffic fatality when we are compared to any other year for the last 113 years. We hope to continue seeing these numbers as low as today. We are proud of the work that we do with hardening, creating pedestrian island, redesigning our streets to making safety for pedestrians, for cyclists, and even for drivers.
I also want to just put on the record that the DOT study doesn't even include the before and after analysis of New York City's intersections with daylighting.
The study did include a before and after analysis of intersections that were daylit within the past 5 years, which is where we have the good data. So we did look at that, and it did show the particular improvement for hardened daylighting and essentially no change for the other locations that were daylit.
Okay. The biggest issue, of course, in my area is the e-bike situation. So I believe that the PMMR noted that bicycles rose in terms of two-wheel vehicle fatalities, meaning bicycles, rose 14% to 98 in FY24, which was more than the year before. So I know that to the credit of former Deputy Mayor Mira Joshi. She has submitted legislation to the City Council, which is being looked at in terms of the apps and so on. But my question is, do you track the number of injuries and deaths caused by bicycles on sidewalks? And if not, why not? And this just generally, even though it's PD's operation, it's DOT's, it's not really clear how we're still dealing with this issue. So I wanted to get a little more clarification on e-bikes and safety.
And I started, and then when Eric and Margaret, they can follow. Look, Mayor Eric Adams has said, everyone has to be accountable, and that also includes those who are using e-bike. What we are doing today by our own is having a big social media campaign, educating those who are using e-bike, not only for them to be safe, but also to look for pedestrians, but also letting them know that it is not legal to ride a bike, especially e-bike, in the sidewalk. Mayor Eric Adams transmitted the language to the City Council, together with the previous deputy mayors and also DOT. We hope to continue that conversation, and hopefully it will allow for us to bring the food ad company to the table, making them more accountable on the work that they have to do to provide support to those e-bike riders who are the one, most of them essential workers who are delivering the food to our apartment.
But do you track the ones on the sidewalk in terms of industry, or is that not part of your tracking?
Yes, we track everything within the public right-of-way, including the sidewalk.
Okay. In terms of Vision Zero, I know you mentioned it in your testimony. Is there Vision Zero funding restored in the executive plan?
For educational, Gail, or?
Vision Zero funding in general. Is there complete, I know it was cut during the PEG at one point. So is Vision Zero funding, is it back to what it was before?
Pass it to Paul on that one.
Yeah, thanks, Councilman, for the question. We did, as every other agency, we did have to abide by the PEG last plan.
Right.
We were able to restore some of Vision Zero funding. Daylighting is one of them. We're still working with OMB and the administration for any other critical needs to support our Vision Zero funding.
Okay, so it was a larger number before. I know about the one that you're talking about, but it was a larger number before, right? Before the pay?
Yes, fiscal 23 was a pretty tough fiscal year for all agencies, and everyone needed to do their part to meet the PEG.
Okay. In terms of, just one more question, on road resurfacing, I know that once Con Ed and the cable companies and everybody else has done their putting supposedly the streets back, it does seem to me that I am on the subway in a cab, I don't have a car, but it seems like the street resurfacing does sometimes feel like a third world country, if there is such a thing, because it doesn't seem like they've been put back in a quality fashion. Who does the oversight and who does the testing to see if the streets are returned to the level of sophistication for the driver that they should be? It does seem to me that they are certainly not resurfaced correctly.
Yeah, Councilmember, as you can look at the photo behind you, and Eric can be giving the testimony. I know in your previous role as a Manhattan Borough President and previous council member.
It was bad then too.
And today, I can say that there's no another city in this nation that keep the street in the state of good repair as New York City. We always have to remember all of us that New York City is the most density city that we have in this nation. It's only 350 square miles. There's always construction going on. There's a lot of heavy truck there. Everyone that we get from electricity, water, internet access is happening on the ground. And when we go through the milling process, we give time for the utility company for them to do the job. So again, Margaret, Eric can add more detail, but I can say there's no another city as we go through other places that have the infrastructure in the state of good repair as we do in New York City.
So thank you for the question. I think you're talking specifically about, and the commissioner says we invest over $300 million a year in resurfacing over 1,100 lane miles. And as we mentioned, we have fewer potholes now than ever before because our streets are in much better condition. But I think you're raising the question of when utility companies and others do work and how well do they backfill and then top off the street properly. So we have well over 100 inspectors. We call them they're highway inspection quality assurance division inspectors, and they are all over the city. They are not able to get to each and every backfill and restoration. We do check a great number of those, so we also encourage you, if you're seeing work happening, or even after the fact, if you have seen
I'll give you a list.
Yeah, that's great, and we'll go out there, because even if it was a month ago, we know who is doing work, because we issue almost 1 million permits a year. We can track exactly who is doing work.
Okay, that's fine. Then really quickly, overweight trucks, I know you're doing work on the BQE.
Councilmember, I'm going to ask that you wrap up, please.
Okay, just overweight trucks. Is there something besides the BQE that's under consideration for weighing these overweight trucks, which are everywhere? Thank you. And then just finally, 79th Street Road tender, when is it going to be done?
Yes, Councilmember Gill, we appreciate Governor Hochul that she included in the budget. They asked for the legislature to pass a bill that will make weight and motion a new a technology that we can use statewide. I hope again that this body also will be taking the lead, supporting that. And at least if it doesn't go through at the state level, I think it can be a critical tool that we can use, as you say, not only in the BQE, but in the Washington Bridge, in any bridges. When a bridge is built, it's built for 80 or 90 years. After those 90 years, we had to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. Yes, on the BQ in the last year, we invested $1 billion to restore the Brooklyn Bridge. So we hope that the weight and motion is something that, again, with the support of the council, we will support the governor, the assembly, and the state to make it statewide, but if not statewide, at least citywide. In the 79?
Yes, we will get you exact information after the hearing. I don't want to give you anything that's not precise right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Wan.
I just want to follow up for the report that I was referring to for DOT daylighting study. What I was referring to about before and after analysis, 7,558 intersections with hydrant zones, so 90% fire hydrants, 10% bus stops were studied and compared to other locations citywide, so only within our own city that doesn't actually have universal daylighting. This analysis provided a very large sample size, but no before and after analysis was possible. And then in addition to that, which are fire hydrants mostly and bus stops, 956 intersections, so significantly less, were studied before and after injury results from daylighting existed. These locations, both hardened and signed only, were installed between 2019 and 2021 and compared to other nearby intersections to control broader trends. And this analysis provided the much clearer comparison, but had a significantly smaller sample size. So I want to make sure it's on record that the data that you're using for your universal daylighting study is not enough. In addition to that, I want to ask a question about I also want to put on record for our follow-up on the Queens South Outer Roadway bridge opening for pedestrians. We want to have a clear implementation timeline for everything that you talked about, for the fencing, the pavement, the concrete landing, the concrete median, the new signal across Crescent Street, the building of a concrete sidewalk connecting 27th Street. So we're going to want to know that from the Queens side. Can you also give me an update on LaGuardia's open street for 29th Street with LaGuardia Community College?
Sorry.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to the council members' questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Oh, Nicole Garcia, Queensborough Commissioner, New York City DOT. So we're moving ahead with the 29th Street open street. We actually are working with your office council member to schedule a briefing. We did a pre-briefing just to kind of share some conceptual drawings with the college. We're looking forward to briefing you in the beginning of April and then working with the college to build out the plaza.
Okay, because they're still waiting for the bike racks that were promised and the paint. when we were there physically in person with the commissioner?
We love OpenStreet. We want more CBOs, academic institutions, to come on us as a Queens Borough Commissioner follow. There was some part related to the leadership of the institution that they were not ready to follow up. You know, all OpenStreet have a CBO, so the Business Improvement District, as a partner, but we are more than happy to make that things happen. So more than happy that we will follow with the office and the presidents of the university.
Okay, and my last question is for DOT lighting. How does DOT prioritize which locations receive street lighting first? And are there other opportunities to expedite installations for high need locations? Because recently we have been requesting updates and installations in addition to 48th Street, so we still need 1,000 more lights. That's how many requests we have, such as Estelle Place, Van Dam, 49th Avenue, where we have high rates of crime.
Okay, so whenever we hear from somebody that they don't believe there is enough lighting, we will do an illumination study to determine if additional lighting is necessary. Sometimes that means we put an arm on an existing pole. Sometimes we will add additional poles, and sometimes we will determine that no additional lighting is necessary. In order to install that lighting, we do have contracts, and we do prioritize based upon, when we first determined we needed to do that, and also if we have any safety locations. So if you get me the locations in question besides 48th Street, we will write back to you and let you know when we anticipate these to occur. And just so you're aware, they do go into contracts. They don't happen overnight, so it's not always as immediate as we might like.
So is there a standard uniform procurement process for these contracts where you can say, okay, I'm going to purchase this cup, and then within 10 days we're going to have this cup? So can you tell me, once we're approved by the illumination study, how many years or how many days can we expect to take for that contract to be completed and installed?
Okay, there's been a recent complication, and it might be something that Paul wants to talk about. But rather than have a contract which can have 10,000 light poles in various locations, there's more of a need now to determine where those locations are prior to putting out the contract. That's one issue that we have had, but we have many contracts that are at different stages, and we do have the ability to get these lights in. So again, if you give me the list, we will get back to you and let you know.
So is there an estimate time of once the study is approved, how long it takes to actually install the light bulbs, the lights overall?
Mm-hmm. Right, and Paul will jump in a second. We do have these lighting requests from you, Estelle Place, 48th Street, Van Dam, 51st, Borden, and we have a corresponding contract that they will be in. It'll be this year.
Okay, so they will be standing with lights within this year?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any way, when we're talking to the community and they're advocating for more lighting, is there something they can do to expedite how fast the lighting is installed? Or how they get approved?
We will work hard to get the studies completed quickly and get them in as fast as possible.
Thank you.
And one thing, Chair, that I want to highlight is that as we will work with each council member, when it comes to any need to improve lighting, with our intergovernmental division led by Rick and Danielle Miranda and the rest, we pay attention to the local, but I also want to highlight how critical important it is for Mayor Eric Adams to also improve lighting, but especially around the 400 blocks where most crimes are produced. So as we are listening and working in each council member need, one of the things that we are doing in the city is also focusing, led by NYPD and the other agency, within those 400 blocks where more than 60% of the crime being happening, to also not only improve lighting, but also to address any other quality of life issues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving to federal funding. On January 27, 2025, the Trump administration issued a directive to pause federal loan and grant spending. This directive was quickly rescinded 2 days later, but an executive order issued by the president to review funding remains in effect. The outcome of the executive order is currently uncertain. The preliminary plan includes $109 million of federal funding for a DOT in fiscal 2025, 8% of the agency's budget, and $84.4 million for fiscal 2026, which is 6% of the agency's budget. If the city is unable to collect this federal funding, how does DOT plan on addressing this potential federal shortfall, and how will it affect operations?
Yeah, I'm going to start, and then Paul will add more details. I remember when I was a chair of this committee, Shima and the team on finance, I didn't understand at the beginning why the budget in June was less than what the budget was by November, because it is from the June to November then that the agency give more of the federal funding. One thing that I can say is that we don't have any alarm at DOT. You know, we had a great team in grants and finance, Elizabeth Franklin, Igor, who work with Paul as a deputy commissioner who oversees budgets and grants, plus other area. So far, you know, a lot of the funding that we have from the federal government is based on formula. We are continuous planning and working, and the grant division is ready for any change that may have. But we don't, again, if any change will happen and be concrete, the agency will be ready to act. But so far, most of the federal funding that we've been getting from D.C., regardless in the first term of President Trump in D.C., Obama or Clinton or any previous president, have been based, most of them, on federal, on formula.
I think that's right.
So you're saying that in the event that the Trump administration takes away federal funding, effectively reducing funding to the agency, nothing matters at that point?
Of course, yes. If there's less resources, you know, the agency had to figure out a way of how to keep our infrastructure in the state of repair. That's, as I say, 98% of the job is more than bus lane and bike lane. It's about the $17 billion that in the next 10 years we already have secured to invest in for our bridges, for our roadway, that where we have 1,600 men and women taking care of the roadway. It's like 1,400 men and women that they also take care of the sidewalk. So definitely every single dollar that is less from the federal, the state, or the city is something that DOT, budgets and finance, they had to work hard to figure out how to keep maximizing every single dollar. But what I can say is about so far, the agency continues planning with what we have so far. We have not have any definite news that the grant that we have anticipated by the end of the previous administration is something that DOT will lose. But if anything come, you know, we had a great team. One of the best things that I can say at DOT is that the level of retention of leadership is more than 10 years. So all of us are shooting in the previous commissioners, previous leaders, and this agency definitely have one of the best things when it comes to finance and budget.
What federal grants has DOT applied for and which have been awarded? Are there any additional grants that DOT expects to be granted?
So the administration was very aggressive in pursuing competitive grants from both the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. DOT was, I believe the administration ended up securing over $1 billion worth of federal grants, most of which were executed, meaning the grant agreement was signed with the federal government. We have not, as the commissioner mentioned, we have not heard any indication that any grant that was executed is being rescinded. And even on grants that were not executed sort of towards the end of the administration, those have not been rescinded at this point. If any grant is rescinded, you'll be the first to know. And as the commissioner mentioned, we would work with City Hall and OMB to make sure that if a program is a pilot, that we can try to fund it. And if it's a sort of a street reconstruction project, for example, which were very competitive in the competitive grant process, most of those projects were funded with city tax dollars, which means that the federal funding would be displacing city tax dollars. All that means is that the project's going to move forward whether or not it's with city dollars or with federal dollars.
I'm going to move on from the question, but I did not hear from you what federal grants DOT applied for and which have been awarded.
From the last administration?
Period. What exists
Yeah, so we've
right
had
now?
Reconnecting Communities, Attain, RAISE, the Bridge Investment Program. We've won essentially grants in every single one of these competitive grants. There were different cycles for different years. I'm happy to provide a list to the council on all the competitive grants that we've secured as a city. But I'm pretty sure when I say this that we were awarded at least one type of grant for every type of competitive grant that was put out.
And Chair, and you know, from all federal, from Senator Schumer to Gillibrand, they helped us to secure funding. Leader Jeffrey also secured us on funding to improve safety around the school. Congressman Espaillat secured funding for the Inwood area too. So far, all what we are saying is about, you know, hopefully we will continue moving forward as those grants. We were able to get those grants by the end of the last administration. But if, you know, something go in the different direction, you will be the first one to know.
And are there any additional grants that DOT expects to be granted?
As the Commissioner mentioned, formula funds, from what we've heard, are going to continue. Those are just done based on a formula that the region gets. We have not heard about other competitive grants that were part of the bipartisan infrastructure law and inflation reduction law that those are going to continue. But it's early in the administration. We're hopeful that some of them will.
Thank you. And can you provide the committee an update on the grant that was awarded for Brookville Boulevard, in Queens? And has DOT spent the money, or are you still waiting on payment?
Yep. I'm happy to start it. Yeah, that was a great example of a planning grant. I believe that was raised that we wanted. We have the consultant on board. It's AKRF. They're a really good consulting firm. They're in the data collection phase, I believe, of that project. We have not gotten any bills from them. So the way grants work is a consultant would bill us, we review it, we put a package together and send it for the federal government for reimbursement. That process hasn't started because the work, I believe, just started a few weeks ago. It does take a while to procure federal contracts. That's why the work just started, but they're in the collection phase.
Thank you. Is there coordination between DOT and the state DOT for city road work related to Rockaway Turnpike? And also, now that I say that question out loud, earlier this week, I saw NASA executive Bruce Blakeman, and he had mentioned also that I think the roadway where Rockaway Turnpike meets Rockaway Boulevard had been fully funded from the state. Is that the case from your perspective?
So in general, we do coordinate with the town of Hempstead over this location and any roads that are shared between the two jurisdictions. Most recently, we coordinated with them over some signal improvements. I'm not aware of any other projects that we're currently considering with them. So if you know of something specific, if you can let us know, but we're very happy to keep coordinating with them.
I think it's the repavement of the road, because it's definitely damaged with a lot of excuse me.
Yeah,
Yes,
any kind of street defects, of course. So, but normally the way we would handle that is go right up to the line, and the city, the city line is pretty clear, and I don't think that's under dispute in any way. So we would pave up to the line. And
but is there ever coordination so that it could be just one smooth road? Because the way it is in that area, we call it 5 towns locally. It's like you kind of go in and out of New York City and NASA, depending on which side of the road, which light you're at. It's just a weird strip right there.
Yeah, so I can find out if we have any paving plans, and then we're happy to coordinate with them if they also want to get paving done at the same time, so it's like a consistent project for the public.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Vacancies. At the fiscal 2025 executive budget hearing in May 2024, Commissioner, you emphasized to the Council's Committee on Transportation Infrastructure and the Committee on Finance that the department can, quote unquote, do more with more. DOT currently has 624 positions that are vacant, a 10.7% vacancy rate. The PMMR shows a decrease in pothole repairs and road resurfacing lane miles thus far for fiscal 25. Does the department require more staffing? And if so, how many more positions are needed?
It definitely, our agency been budgeted for that numbers, and we have the vacancy, which is equal to the pre-COVID pandemic. So, and we are happy, with how under Mayor and this administration led by Mayor Eric Adams, we've been getting the support that we need. And I got to say that not only the agency is able to fulfill the numbers of vacancy that we have, and the numbers now is equal to pre-pandemic. One, we do it because a lot of people want to work at DOT. Second, because we have a great internship program. But this time I can tell you there's going to be hundreds of young people, most of them from college, that they will come starting doing internship. We have beautiful story from Carlos Barnintes, who do our NWBE, to Margaret Fujoni, who started doing an internship at DOT. Today, in her case, she led the 6th operation unit that we have from our bridges, roadways, sidewalks, signal, ferry, and others. So Paul can take you into some detail, but definitely, we every day do the best to fulfill any vacancy that we have in DOT, but we, as I said before, as much money we have, it's much better for us.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think you mentioned resurfacing. I believe the PMMR numbers are just, it's a kink of just when the PMMR gets released and the way our resurfacing schedule works. Our resurfacing is over a calendar year. The PMMR looks at fiscal year, so we usually catch up at the second half of the calendar year. I'm sure Margaret can add on that. On the vacancy point, listen, we work with OMB and City Hall to bring in our priority vacancies. The seasonal workforce that helps the resurfacing program is an excellent case. We were just approved for Monday's resurfacing start, ahead of Monday's resurfacing season starting, about 600 part-time individuals who come in during the resurfacing season. So we do work with OMB and City Hall to make sure that we're at the appropriate levels of staffing. I should also mention the mayor just yesterday announced the expansion of the pilot program that allows some office workers to keep working remotely a couple days a week. That has been incredibly helpful in terms of recruitment and retention. We were running some numbers on retention, and from November 2021 to May 2023, our average monthly separation was about 48. And from June 2023 to today, our average monthly separations fell to 38. So that's actually about a 21% decrease in people leaving the agency, in part because the Commissioner mentions just an incredible place to work, but also the facilities that that the administration has implemented, both in terms of salary increases and also the ability to work remotely.
Is there an impediment to hiring and filling vacancies? If so, what is it? Are current salaries competitive enough to attract quality candidates?
They are. Listen, we still, DOT is still under a 2-for-1 hiring freeze. However, just recently, the mayor, the commissioner, and the budget director have agreed to lift that hiring freeze for engineering positions key to our construction program. So civil engineers, construction project managers, electrical engineers, traffic engineers, essentially the engineers that we need to execute some of that work. Listen, pay in the government is still, and it may always, maybe for near future at least, lower than the private sector. However, we still offer a defined pension plan, which is obviously very attractive for a lot of people. Our work week is 35 hours a week compared to the private sector that is usually 40 plus. We do provide some cash overtime and comp time and healthcare and other ways that we're able to attract good talent.
And also, DOT is an agency, again, in the last, I can say, from my previous role, right, having previous commission in my time right now, definitely attract great talented people. People graduating from CUNY, SUNY, I believe college, they want to come at DOT. So the reward that people get, yes, we can sometimes compete with the, or some offer on the private sector. But when someone come and work in DOT, an agency that manages 25% of the land, that touch the life of every individual, from parking, no standing, the meter, revocable consent, creating more than 1 million square feet or more public safety, pedestrian plaza. I can tell you that DOT is a place that is a matter of, we continue having the support as we've been getting from the council and working with OMB and this administration. But I was in Morocco 3 weeks ago, and I can tell you from any part of the globe, DOT is the leading agency. Reimagining our public space. There's no another city that has the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality as we have in New York City when we compare apple to apple. So we cannot compare, say, daylighting in this particular place in Jersey that only has 200,000 people, when New York City have 8.6 million people, the most density one, when last year we received 64 million tourists. So I feel again that, we continue inviting New Yorkers, like we always have good campaign in our bus shelters, near colleges, working, during my time. I also signed a memorandum agreement between New York City Department of Transportation and CUNY, where now we have a better pipeline, recruiting engineer from City College that graduated the largest numbers of black engineers in the nation to come and work at DOT. So I feel that with the work that we've been doing leadership, with the support that we have from Mayor Eric Adams, definitely, there's always going to be challenging. We're filling out the vacancy, but I'm proud with where we are today, close to 6,000 men and women responsible for the maintenance of 25% of our land, guarantee a safe and efficient movement of people and vehicles.
Thank you. The PMMR currently does not present data on injuries sustained by pedestrians on the sidewalk from motorized vehicles. However, the number of motorized vehicles routinely using sidewalks has increased in recent years. With the recent increase of food delivery vehicles and two-wheel recreational vehicles, data points surrounding safety to pedestrians on sidewalks should be tracked and publicly reported. Is DOT keeping track of the number of injuries caused by micromobility vehicles?
Yeah. So the answer is yes, but there are not that many that are reported, and we work closely with NYPD to get those statistics. One of the things that we are aware of is that sometimes a incident that happens on the sidewalk may not be reported to the police, right? If someone knocks you down on a bicycle, sometimes everyone just walks away. And so one of the things we've been doing is building partnerships with the big hospitals in the city to get their data as well. So it is a subject we care a lot about. We work with NYPD to get the data we have, and we're working on getting more data from the hospitals.
The rest are questions.
I'm sorry about that. Does DOT keep track of traffic fatalities? If so, how many traffic fatalities were reported in 2024? And what is the breakdown by pedestrians, micromobility users, motor vehicle drivers, and passengers?
Yes, and I can say that we had a great Vision Zero task force at DOT, and led by this administration of Mayor Eric Adams. It's the first time that in the comps time that the NYPD keep track every week. For the first time, traffic violence is also included in the report, the data collection that the NYPD does. So we work we do work very closely. Again, we have our bi-weekly check-in between NYPD, deputy mayors of public safety, and deputy mayor operation, where both agencies are constantly sharing report, looking at the data. As I say, by today, we have the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality of the last 113 years. You know, we're knocking the door, hoping that this will continue being the number. Eric and my team, they always alert me to not celebrate so soon because we will still have the summer and we will have the winter. But so far, you know, we hope that we're going to be ending in 25 with the lowest numbers. In 23, we had the lowest numbers of pedestrian fatality of the last 113 years. And that's because, again, the 3E of Vision Zero. That's the E of engineer, that's the E of education, that's the E of automatic enforcement. Like, you know, what we have now, thanks to Governor Hochul this year, there's going to be increase of 600 locations of red light camera. So we want to be sure that drivers know that they want to be driving at 45 and 55, go through the highway, but they come into the street of New York City, 25 miles per hour is the speed limit. And the automatic enforcement is also helping not to reduce those crashes. So in 24, we have a total of 53,758 injuries. By month, 23, we have 54,164. In 21, we have 51,718. So we do keep the track. And more than just looking at the track, our team, led by Erin in Amarit and other members on DOT, they work day by day with the NYPD to keep those track. And not only look at the numbers, but it's also bringing innovation on how we can continue taking any necessary step to improve safety for both to pedestrians and cyclists. And when we do improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists, even the drivers are safer.
Thank you. DOT has implemented a number of tools to address vehicular safety, but what steps has the agency taken to ensure and protect pedestrians and motorists from micromobility users?
I hope again that, you know, the language that was sent by Mayor Eric Adams to the council, it will take us to put together a potential bill that will allow for us to bring more accountability to those food app companies. Everyone should know that most of those, first of all, 84% of New Yorkers, they're placing an order once a week. And 23% of New Yorkers, they're placing an order 4 times a week. So the consumers, we put a lot of pressures on those men and women, essential workers that deliver to our apartments. When it comes to food, those delivery workers, they are essential workers. So what we want is, again, working with you, Chair, and the rest of the members, that we can work around the language sent by Mayor Adams and his team, and be able to work around the bill that will make the food ad company more accountable on how they also can do their part to educate those e-bike delivery workers to also be safe. But to all e-bike riders, we want for them to know the message. It is not legal in New York City to ride a bike in the sidewalk unless it's a child, and especially e-bike. We also saw that in 2023, from the 27 cyclists that we lose, there were 7 of them that they were not hit by any vehicle. And we saw a pattern about those using e-bike and hitting a wall or falling by themselves. So we started a social media campaign, one, educating those using e-bike, not only delivery workers, for them to be smarter, and with a campaign called Get Smart Before You Start, so that they learn more how to maneuver the e-bike. And at the same time, the same phone card, we also put in the box the message to those who are using e-bike, knowing that they also are responsible to protect pedestrians, and especially our children and our senior citizens. Today, and as we go with the mayor to any town hall meeting, and as you see in your district, all New Yorkers, it doesn't matter the socioeconomic and any composition, they ask a question about how we can make those who use e-bike accountable. This is priority for this administration, and we're working to address it.
Thank you. I'm going to pivot to tractor-trailer overnight parking. On September 28, 2023, the City Council passed Intro number 906A, which requires the city to create off-street parking for tractor-trailers. The bill requires DOT, DCAS, and DCP to coordinate on creating off-street commercial parking in at least 3 locations by December 31st, 2025. What off-street What off-street commercial parking has DOT created?
Sure. So that project is still going on with our partners that you mentioned at DCAS and City Planning, as well as with EDC. We care very much about this, as the Commissioner has said, and this is something we hear about all over the city: Staten Island, Brooklyn, Queens, Bronx, and it's a work that was going on before that was passed and is continuing. I think one of the things that we're excited about is that we're getting prepared to launch our on-street overnight truck parking, which is not exactly what the legislation said. But while that's going on, we don't want to be sitting on our hands. We want to try to provide other ways to solve the problem. And part of that is by providing spaces where those trucks can park overnight. So coming soon, we're going to be setting those up in key places around the city. And if that works, we may find more locations as well, while still working with our partners on the off-street locations as well.
Can you please provide an update on the timeline for implementation and the steps DOT has taken in conjunction with other city agencies thus far?
Yeah, so like you said, we were this multi-agency task force. We've, in addition to those key agencies, we've been working with PD, sanitation, EDC, DCAS, DCP, and as well as the Sheriff's Office on the enforcement side. And we're all looking at our own facilities, right? DOT has a certain number of parking facilities that we own and other pieces of land. We're doing an investigation to see if any of those have the right geometry and the right amounts of space for providing overnight truck parking. Other agencies are doing the same. EDC is also engaging with the private sector because some of those sites may be quicker for standing up. So all of the agencies are working together to explore all those avenues and to put the report together.
And you remember, Chair, that I think that we worked together with the mayor like 2 years ago in Queens with police commissioners in hand and the sheriff removing those trucks were illegally parked in some area. So from working with the multi-agency sheriff and the NYPD, this continue being a priority to identify those streets where truckers are not allowed to put those signs in some location, and also to work with a pilot project, also charging for in those areas where commercial truck will be allowed. So definitely, this is priority for this administration, and working together with this body with you, I know that we have to address it. We should know that all trucks that we see in the street, in many cases, they are in community where also we heard from electeds about this are also our constituency. We just want to be sure that everyone know that, as I said before, we live in a density city. And trucks should, that are not allowing residential area, definitely we are continue working with NYPD, the sheriff, and City Hall to address them.
No, absolutely, and that blitz definitely helped to show the potential of what could happen with enforcement and towing of the trucks. And I actually just sent a letter earlier this week to the mayor requesting that another blitz be done. And we understand it is a balancing act because some of those truck drivers are people who live within the community and have nowhere to park. That's why Intro 906 is so critical for communities like that. How much funding does DOT estimate it would need to build municipal lots to alleviate overnight parking congestion and illegally parked trucks?
I don't think we have a number. We don't have put any number, but I'm more than happy to look at and follow with you.
Thank you. Does DOT coordinate with NYPD regarding illegal truck parking enforcement? If so, how often are points of contact made regarding enforcement?
Yeah, I think that we address it, as you say, share also. Yes, we work in a constant collaboration between interagency between NYPD, sheriff, and us addressing that. But as I say, and Eric Beaton also, the pre-commissioner address it, we definitely do a lot of work together.
Yeah, and we have a task force that meets monthly, including NYPD, as well as many other times that we work with NYPD over the course of any given week.
Thank you. I'm going to move to outdoor dining. According to a recent report on outdoor dining by the comptroller, just 40 out of 4,000 outdoor dining applications have been processed since the new outdoor dining law took effect. Also, the fiscal 2025 November plan added $176,000 for additional 8 headcount positions to process outdoor dining applications. Have all of these positions been filled?
Yes, and not only those positions that, we had a great division of inspectors and review planners, so we have dozens of members in right now working as we're speaking, reviewing all the application. One thing that we should know is that before COVID, our city, as a former council member, if you ask me, in which area business do you have sidewalk? I can tell you which were them because there was no more than 5. So sidewalk used to be what is now dining out. It's something that was only in the middle and upper class communities. It is now that, during COVID that we see thousands of, restaurants responding to the need of how keeping distance, people putting tables and chairs. I think that, the dining out is one of the best sample level of collaboration between the council and City Hall, where we decided to learn, and you hold many hearings here. You heard from the community about their feedback of dining out. What used to be only 1,200 dining out that we have in our city, by today we had almost 3,000 applications being conditional approved. As the bill was passed by the council, there's a process to allow reviewing through community board, elected officials, but I can say that we all, council and administration, we should be very proud that by April 1st, there's gonna be already, by today, there is almost 3,000 applications being conditional approved. The sidewalk, as was voted by the city council, can be a year round. So this establishment already, they have the tables and chairs in the sidewalk. But when it came to the roadway, the program will be starting on April 1st. And DOT is allowing those who've been conditional approved to start next Tuesday, putting the setup already in the roadway. So New York City Dining Out NYC is the largest and the best of the nation, and we are only competing with Paris. And that's because all the work that we did it together, the council and the administration. So anyone can say by X day there was 40 and 60, but we have dozens of planning review that we have at DOT. The most important and where we should focus about April 1st. So by April 1st, there's going to be around 3,000 applications, conditional approved. Again, when we talk about the 12,000 that we had during COVID, that was 12,000 that happened from the 20. Some people remove it. When we went out to go one after another with our inspector, there was around 6,000 a business that they set up in the street. So all of us should be very happy that by today, there's almost 3,000 applications, conditional approved, most of them already with the tables and chairs on the roadway, which is a year around, but the conditional, the temporary one that go from April 1st to November 30, there's going to be already, the business owner, the restaurant owner, they can start it next Tuesday if they being conditional approved, putting the setup in the roadway.
Does DOT require additional funds to hire more staff to process the applications? And if not, what is the reason for the lag in processing time?
As you mentioned, Chair, we were funded for this fiscal year. We're working with OMB and City Hall to make sure that we have the full funding of the program moving forward. We do believe we have the appropriate level of staffing for this program for both the influx of applications and the applications moving forward.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, happy to. The short answer is yes. We were funded for fiscal 25 as just a one-year funding, but we're working with OMB and City Hall to make sure we have the appropriate level of funding in the baseline to make sure that the program is properly staffed for both the current set of applications that they're reviewing and also the work that will continue for the permanent program.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Councilmember Ressler.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Commissioner and team, great to see you.
First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you, Commissioner. It's always great to have you back in the City Council. And thank you, Chair Brooks Powers, for your extraordinary endurance on what I think is one of the longer hearing days of the year. I'll try to stick with you as long as I can. I have a few questions for you. The first, though, I just want to dig in on is hiring. I'm really concerned. This is, I think, Commissioner, I probably raise the same issues with you every year. I'm consistent, if nothing else. I believe in the agency. I'm grateful for my partnership with DOT. I think that the people that you put around you and the team that you built has done a good job. I probably annoy Keith Bray more than any person in the city of New York, and I'm grateful that he returns my phone calls. And the InterGov team and everybody, like top down, I'm grateful for your partnership. But you can't do your job and execute in all the ways that you want if you don't have the staff. So my understanding from looking over the data is that we're at about a 10+%, 10.6% vacancy rate. Is that right? So I will tell you, 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here, and the first deputy director at OMB testified that OMB is getting back to agencies in a 2-week time period to approve hiring. When you send candidates to OMB for approval, are you getting that? Are you getting responses in 2 weeks to be able to move forward with candidates?
I think that there's nobody else in this body that knows City Hall better than you, council member. We all have to navigate with our reality, with the staffing, and there's not anything different on Mayor Adams' administration from de Blasio to Bloomberg to Giuliani when it came to staffing.
Do you have a 2-for-1? Do you have a 2-for-1 in place right now?
No, thanks to Mayor Eric Adams and Jack from OMB, we have the lift of freezing for engineer. So I think
so engineers are not subject to 2-for-1, but overwhelmingly the vacancies in your agency are subject to 2-for-1 hiring. So to say that we don't have something different than previous administrations, that was not the policy for the overwhelming portion of the de Blasio administration, and yet it has remained in place under this mayor, despite the surplus we have in place for this year and next. So hiring has been held up by OMB at every single turn. I just would like a timeline, just to ask the question plainly. What's the approximate timeline it takes for a candidate to OMB?
Again, I haven't finished answering the first question. What I say on the staffing is about, definitely we have a lot of support from Eric Adams, from Jack OMB, and his deputy commissioner OMB. I feel that, with the limited resource city that we are, we've been getting enough resources for us to do our job.
I appreciate that. I can point to some metrics in the PMMR where I think DOT would like to do better around improving safety on our streets. I know that the intentions are right, but you can't do it without the staff. So a 10+% vacancy rate is not an ideal scenario. You have that headcount for a reason. I'm just looking to understand, when you send a candidate to OMB, what's the average timeline it takes to get that candidate approved?
And we go case by case, and we had a great team, again, led by Paul Ochoa, your good friend, and all the division. I love
Paul. I'm not criticizing Paul. I'm trying to get an answer on how long it takes to get OMB approval.
So I can pass that one from Paul to Paul, but I can say, Councilmember Lincoln, we are in the same pre-pandemic vacancy today. So definitely the work has been done. The additional funding that we have at DOT from $1.1 billion that we have in 22 to $1.5 billion that we have today definitely speak to how much we've been getting support from Mayor Eric Adams for us to do our job.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember, and thanks for the advocacy. I was mentioning to the chair that we do work with OMB and City Hall to make sure that our priority hires are approved. I was just talking about the seasonal hires. We brought in about 600 seasonal hires this past Monday. Those were approved on time to make sure that we meet our...
Outside of seasonal hires, outside of priority hires, just for the regular person that any of the, that's working at DOT that we're trying to get in to fix street lights, to get issues resolved in a timely fashion, what's the average timeline it takes when you send a name to OMB? Is it 2 weeks? Is it a month? Is it 6 months? Are you tracking it?
We work with them. It could take a couple months.
Right. So I have never heard an agency ever tell me that they're getting responses from OMB in 2 weeks, which is what OMB testified to a couple weeks ago. We want to help. We allocate the headcount for a reason, right? We believe that that's what DOT should be staffed at. There's been a huge hiring push over these 3 years with hiring halls and different things, or there was, I think they've all died, but there had been a big hiring push earlier in the administration. And yet, to your point, Commissioner, we're still in the same place from a headcount standpoint. We haven't actually addressed the vacancy rate. We need help. And you're doing the best you can to identify candidates, but if it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 months to get OMB's response, people don't wait. If they can get other jobs, they get other jobs, because who has the ability to wait for a job for 5 or 6 months from the time you get an offer to the time you actually can start? And OMB is clearly holding us up to save money and pinch pennies at the expense of DOT doing your job at the level that we all expect. And these are the work you do is so important. I believe in the agency. I believe in the leadership that you have in place. And I am deeply disappointed that we continue to struggle with a 10% vacancy that is undermining the efficacy of the agency. I have talked for too long. I will see if the chair will allow me to do a second round, because I would love to talk about some substantive issues as well. But thank you.
But there's cases where we've been approving it 2 weeks.
I hear you. Priority hires, seasonal hires is different.
Not only seasonal.
Not only seasonal, not priority.
We have many cases where we've been approved.
So because it is your birthday, because TLC is here waiting and we're a little behind, I will allow you to ask one more question for your birthday.
One more? Oh, gosh, I have 2.
All right, you get 2, one for the baby.
Oh, that is.
I'm not going to be nice in the next hearing, though.
That is,
Okay.
I'm skipping TLC. I won't ask, these will be my TLC question. I'll come back for DDC. Commissioner, 2 questions. One is on McGinnis. I want to thank you and your team for doing a tremendous job on McGinnis. I think things have been working incredibly well. We're just looking for data to show what are the safety improvements that we're seeing, what impact on congestion, how are things working. Could we get a briefing set up in the next month to understand how things have been working to date so that we can update our community accordingly?
We can follow with you.
Okay.
Eric.
Thank you.
We can follow with you.
Great. Is that I'm seeing nods. Perfect. Second question is the BQE. This was clearly, I think, the #1 priority for Deputy Mayor Joshi. She was a great public servant, but no longer a part of the administration. Considering the tremendous chaos in Washington and the fact that she's no longer here to spearhead things at City Hall, it just seems totally unrealistic that the Adams administration plans have a path forward. It's the most complex engineering project, multi-billion-dollar project, requires federal support. Without it, we need to think Plan B. What we have requested from DOT, myself and the other local elected officials who represent the Triple Cantilever, is that we craft a stabilization plan together to make sure that the structure is safe for the next 15 to 20 years. We know your team monitors the safety day-to-day carefully, and they do a diligent job, but we want to make sure that we're looking a little further ahead and have that plan in place. Could we get a commitment for a working meeting in the next month with the local elected officials, DOT, and some of the outside experts you've been working with so that we can talk through what are the stabilization and safety planning that's needed to preserve the Triple Cantilever structure for the next 15 to 20 years?
The vision for the future, the BQE, is a vision for Mayor Eric Adams. And previous Deputy Mayor George and myself, Jeff as the new Deputy Mayor, we will continue following that path. Whatever place we were 2 weeks ago, we'll just continue doing our planning around the BQE.
Okay.
I appreciate and thank your leadership and your support as a Congress members, Assembly members, everyone, that understanding that the BQE is one of those projects that sometimes we would do groundbreaking, planning, a community engagement, hopefully groundbreaking in the future, and other people in government that we see ribbon cutting. But I definitely believe that, again, as this being one of the priorities of infrastructure for Mayor Eric Adams, we will continue, again, having meeting with you. Nothing has changed. We will continue. There's a down payment of $1.7 billion that the city has secured for the BQE. So definitely getting additional funding, for this big project that is important, not only for the residents of Brooklyn or the city, but for those from Long Island to Staten Island, it's very critical. And this is the type of project that is one of the most ambitious infrastructure projects, and we still are aiming for NEPA to begin this spring. So you are part of all the community, elected official engagement, but we have not changed the direction because this is the direction. Deputy Mayor, myself, and most important, the leadership of Mayor Eric Adams.
But could I get an answer to the question of We'd like to have a separate working meeting to do stabilization planning. So if this plan doesn't, if the NEPA process and Mayor Adams' aspirational plans don't end up working out, that we have an alternative safety stabilization plan in place to keep our community safe and riders safe. That's what we've been looking for. We think that it's a very difficult political environment to get his plan across the finish line. Accordingly, we'd like to make sure that there are alternative secure stabilization plans in place.
There's no another city that has a bridge director as Paul Schwartz as we have it here.
I like Paul.
Okay,
I'm not criticizing Paul.
Not only, and again, I do appreciate it because we say in meeting that we have with the elected officials, you know, this is the first time that we've been taking so far the vision and the planning on the VQE. So again, there's no reason of why we should move away from how we've been engaging, planning together. We are responsible again for the BQE and another 799 bridges and tunnels that we have in the city. We have $17 billion capital for the next 10 years for bridges.
Okay.
The BQE is in the state of good repair. It requires a lot of money to keep it as it is, but the BQE is a safe corridor that we have as we speak.
I appreciate it. Hundreds of millions of dollars have been pushed out from this 5-year capital plan from the beginning of this administration to out years that should have been invested in stabilizing the BQE. Your administration chose to take a different approach. This project requires my approval. It will be a ULURP, and there will be home rule messages through parkland alienation that require my sign-off. We are not on a path to approval. I want to be very plain. We need to start planning for Plan B. We need a stabilization plan. I am asking for a meeting to begin that work so that we have an alternative approach if this vision does not end up working out.
Commissioner, can you agree to the meeting?
He's part of the.
But he's calling for a meeting now. Can you
We will
agree?
follow. We can talk, but I can tell you that there's the hundreds of millions of dollars that we invest on the VQE keep that bridge in the state of good repair.
But can we do the meeting? I just want a yes or no. Yes? It sounds like a yes.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you considering it. I will follow up with you, Commissioner. Thank you all for your time today.
Thanks, council member, and thank you all. There were some other questions I had, but like I said before, I'll put them in writing and look forward to hearing back. Did you get an answer for council member Juan? No. Okay. We'll be looking for that. We'll be seeing you in a couple of weeks again anyway, 2 times for April. Okay, thank you, DOT. Next we'll have TLC.
Thank you. I'm Mark Chen, counsel to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Our next panel will be from the Taxi and Limousine Commission. Chair and Commissioner of the Taxi and Limousine Commission, David Doe. General Counsel, Cheryl Oludo. Deputy Commissioner for Operations, People and Innovation, Evan Hines. And Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Community Affairs, James D. Giovanni. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and esteemed members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I also want to wish Councilmember Ressler a happy birthday. My name is David Doe, Chair and Commissioner of the New York Taxi and Limousine Commission. With me is TLC's General Counsel, Cheryl Oludo, TLC's Deputy Commissioner for Operations, People and Innovation, Evan Hines, and TLC's Deputy Commissioner for Policy and Community Affairs, James D. Giovanni. We are grateful for your invitation to provide an update on TLC's regulated industries and the fiscal state of the agency. TLC is a relatively small agency with a large mission to regulate a taxi and for-hire industry of nearly 300,000 licensees, from driver to base operators and vehicle owners. Through a strong fiscal management, the agency is continuing to deliver for New Yorkers, and it is my hope that the hearing is an opportunity to build on the progress of the last fiscal year. As I reported at the oversight hearing held by this committee last month, the TLC's regulated industries are in a stable position, and we are optimistic about the future of the for-hire transportation. In calendar year 24, across all industries, there were over 300 million trips completed. In comparison to the previous year, overall trips have increased by 4.4%. Each sector of our regulated industries is unique, and there is some variation across each type. Taxi trips have increased by 7.5% from calendar year 2023 to calendar year 2024. Importantly, yellow taxi drivers' wages have reached new heights, in part due to the meter rate of fare increase TLC passed in 2022. The agency estimates that between 70 to 75% of yellow taxi drivers are full-time drivers, and the median earnings for this group are now $60,000 per year compared to $55,000 in 2019. The high-volume for-hire vehicle sector, the largest segment of our regulated industry, completed over 239 million trips in calendar year 24, compared to about 232 million in calendar year 2023, representing a 3% increase. We also saw similar driver earning increase in the sector as well. The median earnings for full-time drivers before taxes and expenses are now $63,000 in comparison to $50,000 in 2019, which is a result of the TLC's robust driver pay rules authorized by Local Law 150 of 2018. Moreover, non-high-volume for-hire vehicles continue to show signs of progress as well, completing 19.7 million trips in calendar year 24. This is an 18% increase to calendar year 23. The commuter van industry is beginning to show signs of recovery, with 43 vans in service compared to 34 at the beginning of 2024. This may be in part due to the Empire State Development's Commuter Van Stabilization Program. Through this program, eligible applicants can receive up to $40,000 to help offset the cost of annual commuter van auto insurance policies, as well as receive reimbursements for specific vehicle safety upgrades, including advanced driver assistance, dash cams, and GPS tracking. But this progress has not been without significant challenges. One factor is this instability of the for-hire vehicle insurance market created by American Transit Insurance Company's 46-year saga of insolvency. To be clear, TLC does not regulate insurance companies, but the agency does set insurance requirements, including no-fault minimums, to ensure that drivers, passengers, pedestrians, cyclists, and other roadway users are adequately and quickly compensated for crashes involving TLC licensed vehicles. Importantly, this coverage differs from liability insurance because it is available immediately to crash victims without the need of time-consuming and expensive litigation. We are working closely with our partners in New York State's Department of Financial Services to ensure that any impacts related to American Transit Insurance Company's insolvency on our regulated fleets, drivers, and ultimately passengers are mitigated. We are reviewing and monitoring proposed language in the state budget that will aid in returning the company to solvency and increase competition in commercial insurance marketplace. A second major obstacle was the use of lockouts in calendar year 24 by Lyft and Uber. The main purpose of these lockouts was to artificially inflate the utilization rate in TLC's driver pay formula to avoid paying drivers who had already been onboarded to work for Lyft and Uber. Under the current rule structure, drivers are paid for trip time and trip distance, which are divided by the utilization rate to capture total working time across the entire high-volume industry. Lyft and Uber get a credit of 58% utilization for driver pay calculations, while only having to hit 53%. This flexibility is intended to incentivize companies to avoid lockout due to minor fluctuations in utilization. However, in 2024, the utilization rates began to fall below 53%, which meant that driver pay calculations would reflect the actual utilization rate from the previous calendar year and not 58%, resulting in the companies having to pay the drivers more. Instead of paying drivers, as we have long asserted, the companies made the deliberate choices to game the system by locking out drivers in order to artificially push the utilization rates back over 53%. They have failed to manage supply and demand. As a consequence, on February 5, 2025, TLC held a public hearing to propose changes that would increase minimum per pay rates to account for increased driver expenses, changes the way utilizations are calculated and applied, and add restrictions to lockouts to ensure that drivers have reasonable expectations of their working hours and incomes. Specifically, the proposed amendment split the utilization rate into two, a time-based and distance-based utilization rate to prevent manipulation by the high-volume for-hire vehicle companies and capture driver working time more accurately. In addition, the proposed rules require the company to provide 72 hours notice before restricting drivers' access to the platform and prevent companies from logging a driver off mid-shift, except in certain limited circumstances. Recognizing the important nature of these rules, TLC extended the comment period to March 5, 2025, to give our licensees additional time to review the proposals and voice their opinions. We are currently reviewing the feedback we received on these proposals and plan to vote on the final rules in the coming weeks. In addition to raising driver pay rates, we also passed new rules to implement Local Laws 33 and 56 of 2024, allowing for a formal procedure for the licensing of businesses that provide electronic tablets and software for interior advertising and for-hire vehicles. These rules were crafted to ensure that drivers share in financial benefits of this innovation. Our rules state that an interior advertising provider must pay at least 25% of gross revenues generated by the interior advertising system to each driver using or operating an approved in-vehicle tablet. We listened to the feedback from the driving community and added language to ensure tipping could be added as a feature of high-volume for-hire services. To protect these hard-fought gains, we also included a framework to ensure TLC has the necessary data to examine the compensation received by drivers, issue violations if the companies do not comply with the requirements, and adjust the rate as needed. I'm also pleased to report that we have already exceeded this year's requirement of 15% of trips dispatched to electric or wheelchair-accessible vehicles as part of the TLC's Green Ride rule package. Lyft and Uber are dispatching about 20% of trips to electric and wheelchair-accessible vehicles, so we're on track to hit our 2026 target ahead of schedule. As of January 31st, 12,635 for-hire vehicles out of the 105,873 licensed by TLC are electric, or 12%. By requiring a shift from gas to electric, we have reduced CO2 emissions by more than 19,000 metric tons. We remain committed to ensuring that New Yorkers have cleaner air, quieter roads. But driving electric is not only beneficial for our public health and environment, but also for drivers. As the Electrification in Motion report detailed, for-hire EV drivers' average monthly pay per trip is consistently about $2 to $3 more compared to those in gas-powered vehicles. Electrification has many benefits for driving community and the public at large, and we will continue to monitor our progress and review policy changes at the federal level as necessary. Next, I would like to preview TLC's preliminary budget for fiscal year 26, which is projected to be approximately $58 million, broken down into $45 million in personnel services and $13 million in other than personal services. This is an overall decrease of nearly $2.3 million or 3.8% from the previous year. This expected change is the result of the program to eliminate the gap savings initiative and is mostly due to less than planned contractual spending, vacancy reductions, and efficiency in other than personal services. Currently, the TLC's authorized headcount is 546 for fiscal year 2026, which in comparison to fiscal year 2025 is a decrease of 9. This is due to a reduction of unassigned heads rather than a decrease in staffing. TLC is working closely with OMB and Mayor Adams to meet our staffing needs by backfilling critical positions, and we actually are in the process of hiring additional uniformed team members. The mayor has been a strong advocate for increasing the quality of life for all New Yorkers and understands that that as an enforcement agency, TLC is a partner in this effort. As we continue to fill vacancies at the agency, I'm proud to announce that 16 TLC enforcement cadets graduated from the academy in 2024 and now are keeping our city streets safe. These new officers are the first class of the 100 enforcement officers that TLC committed to hiring at the last budget hearing, using a combination of existing vacancies and new funding. Throughout this year, we are continuing our efforts to hire and onboard 84 new officers until we reach this goal. Overall, through strong management and savings, TLC remains in solid fiscal health, and we will continue to monitor revenue collections and work with OMB to make adjustments as needed. Next, I will share an update regarding TLC's capital projects. Our safety and emissions inspection facility in Woodside, Queens is currently in the first phase of a $180 million reconstruction. This project is being managed by the Department of Design and Construction and is expected to substantially be completed by the end of 2028. The project is currently at 18.2% completion and is needed to mitigate structural degradation as well as to meet an increasing demand for inspection services. Once completed, the new facility will increase inspection capacity by 200 cars per day and reduce street congestions associated with entering and exiting vehicles. Notably, the scope of the project was expanded to include 70 new electric vehicle chargers, including 30 Level 3 fast chargers, to support TLC's Green Rides initiative. The city will seek partial reimbursement of the installation of chargers from grants such as Con Edison's Power Ready program. For TLC employees, there will also be a new administrative building, a parking garage, and vehicle testing equipment. The current inspection facility remains operational while the new construction is underway. Across all of TLC's projects, the agency is committed to ensuring that vendors reflect the diversity of New York City. The Minority and Women-Owned Business Enterprises program expands opportunities for local entrepreneurs to access government contracts and grow their business. TLC's current fiscal year 2025 MWBE utilization rate is 67%, or about $1.5 million in MWBE contracts, which reflects that we're only mid-year through the fiscal year. I'm confident that by June 30th, TLC will reach a utilization rate very near the same percentage of last year. The number reflects utilization for eligible contracts, which do not include intergovernmental contracts or requirement contracts. That being said, we're still at our agency's goal for MWBE utilization, which is 60%, and far above the city's goal of 30%. MWBE vendors were procured for services required to upgrade our licensing systems through the agency's TLC Connect project and revise our educational course curriculum. Through all of these contracts, we're contributing to advancing equity in our city. As I conclude my remarks, I would like to thank all the hardworking TLC employees that made our achievements possible in the past year. I look forward to collaborating with the members of this committee as the budget process continues to ensure that New York City continues to have the safest and most well-regulated for-hire industry in the country. I'm now happy to answer any questions that you may have about the TLC's budget or regulated industries.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to start with commuter van enforcement. I'd like to thank you and your team up front for working alongside my staff as well as DOT as we continue to navigate the commuter van industry. So there are concerns as to whether TLC has sufficient resources and personnel to carry out effective commuter van enforcement. There is not an official count on how many unlicensed commuter vans are on city streets. However, it is believed that the number has surged due to an expansion of the rules and an increase in the cost to become licensed, including insurance that costs up to $50,000 a year. TLC data shows the number of TLC-affiliated commuter vans in service has shrunk by 93% since calendar year 2015, with just 39 vehicles still licensed to operate as of January 2025, down from 215 a decade ago. Additionally, the number of licensed commuter van drivers has shrunk. It is not clear how many operators have shifted to driving vans that are not licensed and how many have taken other jobs. What are the costs of enforcement for TLC? How much is budgeted in fiscal 2025 and in the outer years? And how much was spent in fiscal 2024?
Well, thank you, Council Member and Chair, for setting up the working group together so that we can discuss these very important issues. In support of the state, through the Commuter Van Stabilization Program, there was an $11 million pot dedicated to commuter vans. And that program is being implemented by Empire State Development Corporation. There, they provide up to $40,000 to support our commuter vans, including insurance, dash cams, and other telematics, to help support lower insurance rates so that we have a pathway to making sure that there are more commuter vans on our streets that are legal. Last year when I came, there were about 34 licensed commuter vans. This year, through our efforts and through the state's efforts, there are 43 licensed commuter vans, and actually that number has now reached into the 60s. To second part of your question is, what are the enforcement mechanisms that we do to support and to make sure that illegal commuter vans are not operating on our city streets? We regularly work with NYPD to ensure, and with our TLC police force, to ensure that illegal commuter vans are not conducting business and that we have a pathway for the legalization of commuter vans. And I'll stop there. I think that was a long-winded answer to answering your questions. But again, we support your efforts to making sure that there are commuter vans to provide that last mile, oftentimes to the train stations for all residents in all 5 boroughs.
Thank you. Is TLC authorized to seize unlicensed vehicles?
We are authorized to seize unlicensed vehicles. It's a little bit difficult because we have to make sure that we see them in an illegal capacity twice in a row, and then on the 3rd time, we are able to seize them.
Thank you for that. Next, I'm going to go to the PMMR, rider safety. The PMMR shows there has been an increase in complaints lodged against TLC drivers, with 9,220 in the first 4 months of fiscal year 2025 as compared to 8,356 in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024, a 10.3% increase. Over the last 3 fiscal years, the number of complaints has been steadily increasing. There were 16,629 complaints made against TLC drivers in fiscal 2022, 24,131 in fiscal 2023, and $28,025 in fiscal 2024. Additionally, the number of drivers eligible for prosecution has been increasing, with 9,290 in fiscal 22, 13,087 in fiscal 2023, and 15,471 in fiscal 2024. In the first 4 months of fiscal 2025, there were 6,914 complaints eligible for prosecution, an increase of 61.6% compared to the same period in fiscal year 2024. This brings to light a serious concern that passengers in TLC-operated vehicles may be feeling less safe. Why have these metrics been going in a negative direction?
Let me step back and say I share your concerns for not only passenger safety, driver safety, and safety of all roadway users. Safety is our highest priority at the TLC. And yes, consumer complaints have been steadily increasing. And as you said, there has been in the last fiscal year, there was about 16,000, and then in this new fiscal year, 23,000 consumer complaints. And that is a result of the good job that our prosecution team is doing. We are highly responsive to consumer complaints. We update the complainants throughout the process of what is going on. And in many cases, right, a lot of the complainants know that we are going to do something about it. And so that is why we have seen an increased number of complaints. But throughout all of that, we have maintained our level of service, ensuring that we are highly responsive within our MMR requirements for consumer complaints. But I would also like to say that, we also attempt to mitigate the amount of summonses that we give to drivers. Summonses is not what we want to do, but we want to stop recidivism so that things like points don't add up, so that we don't have to suspend drivers and potentially even permanently revoking their license. That is not what we want to do. And so we provide education opportunities and a renewal course every 3 years during the licensing period, so that drivers know the basic rules of the roads to ensure our safety.
We are actually, on a fiscal year-to-date basis, we're up 28% with regards to eligible for prosecution.
Does TLC have enough funding and staff to meet the needs for enforcement, driver support, and case management?
Yes, council member. What we know is that Mayor Adams has been a leader in improving the quality of life of all New Yorkers, improving public safety. And last fiscal year, when I came, within the budget, one of the few agencies that got additional dollars, we got $5.3 million additional dollars to hire 100 new TLC police officers. And like I said in my testimony, we've hired 16 and have exhausted the civil service list, and will work towards hiring another 84 TLC police officers to help in the efforts to keep riders safe. And so we share your concerns, the mayor shares your concerns, and let's work together.
Thank you. For the PMMR accessibility section, in the past, TLC emphasized improving accessible and equitable service was a top priority for the commission. According to the most recent PMMR, there are only 3,992 wheelchair accessible vehicles. What kinds of assistance does TLC provide to drivers who are converting to accessible vehicles?
We are incredibly passionate about our accessibility goals, both on the FHV sector and the wheelchair accessible sector. In the yellow taxi sector. In the yellow taxi sector, we are close to our 50% target of all yellow taxis that are active are wheelchair accessible. As of this morning, we're at 47.1%, or close to 4,600 yellow taxis that are wheelchair accessible. And actually, since that PMMR was updated, Council Member, on the FHV side, we have close to 7,000 wheelchair accessible vehicles. And actually, I'm looking at my numbers right now. There's actually 7,514 FHV wheelchair accessible as of February 2025. And so what we're doing is working on the FHV side. The only way to get a TLC vehicle license right now is to put on the road a wheelchair accessible FHV. More to that, the second part of that is on wheelchair accessibility. We recently also changed our rules to improve customer service metrics, or SLAs. There, 90% of trips have to be completed within 10 minutes or less, making sure that we're closer to providing the same level of service for all users, including those who depend on a wheelchair accessible vehicle. And so, like you, Council Member, Chair, we are on track to being, and we are the most accessible regulator in the entire nation. And so we have work to do. We will continue that work. We will continue to make sure that we work with you, our disability advocates, and all residents to continue to make our industry as accessible as possible.
Commissioner, in terms of vacancy at the commission, right now you have a 29% vacancy rate, which is about 1/3 of the agency. Do you feel that you have sufficient staffing?
Yeah, why there is a 28% vacancy is because the mayor helped the TLC add 100 new heads in the last year. And so what that meant is that because we receive more lines for hiring, and we were only able to hire 16 because we have exhausted that civil service list. That is why our vacancy rate is a little bit higher than some others. But as a small agency, that's also impactful. You know, any vacancy will increase that vacancy by a lot more. But we are on track to hiring. We have 434 applicants. Because these are public safety roles, they're not subject to the 2-for-1. And so we have the green light to hire these public safety positions and decrease our vacancy rate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving to electrification. According to the TLC's Electrification in Motion report released in September 2024, most EV trips happen in Manhattan, where the most trips overall happen. However, Queens sees a higher proportion of EV trips. 24% of the city's EV trips are in Queens, while only 20% of trips in all other vehicles occur in Queens. The Bronx, on the other hand, sees 12.4% of gas-powered for-hire vehicle trips, but only 10.5% of trips in electric for-hire vehicles. What is the reason for this discrepancy?
So what we have done is to make sure that we have better electric infrastructure in all 5 boroughs. Just this morning, I was at JFK to open 24 new fast charging stations in Queens. This is going to allow for drivers to start in Queens and make sure that Queens residents have the ability to get these green vehicles. What also is in that electrification in motion report is driver start where there are DCFCs or fast charging stations. Since the Green Rides initiative, charging stations in New York City has doubled. And what many folks have said to me is that if there are more people who utilize electric infrastructure, what that means is that they will build more electric infrastructure, and that has come true. Today, we have 12,668 EVs, and many of them are located in the borough of Queens.
And does TLC have any plans to expand electric charging capacity in boroughs other than Queens?
Yeah, so the DOT could better answer this, but we are building some of the first DCFCs or level 3 fast charging stations at a municipal garage in the Bronx. There's also been new charging infrastructure by companies like EVgo, Tesla in Brooklyn, and so there has been a need, and many of the need is being met with additional EV infrastructure. Last year, when, I guess a year and a half ago, when we released the additional licenses, there was a dearth of EV infrastructure. Today, through our EV task force at our agency, the work of the Port Authority and at their airports, we're building more charging infrastructure than ever before. And that's not just for FHV drivers, but for others who want to convert to a quieter vehicle, to a more sustainable vehicle in their private vehicles as well.
Thank you. I'm going to move over now to insurance and liability coverage. Personal injury protection, also known as PIP insurance, also referred to as no-fault insurance, is designed to cover medical expenses and lost wages for drivers and passengers injured in traffic collisions regardless of fault. City Council Intro 1050 was recently heard at a TLC oversight hearing. This bill would prohibit TLC from requiring the vehicles it licenses to have no-fault liability coverage in an amount greater than the amount required by state law. The city currently requires TLC vehicles to purchase $200,000 of PIP insurance coverage, 4 times greater than the $50,000 amount required by the state. Why has the city set the PIP insurance coverage requirements for taxis and for hire vehicles higher than the state requirement?
I want to preface that I'm not an insurance expert, but what I guess I say to that is that our requirements are $100,000 per person, $200,000 in APIP, and $300,000 of coverage per incident. During 1998, when there were a lot of crashes, the TLC at that time made the decision for additional coverage. Today, we see additional crashes just more recently. On Christmas Day at Herald Square in Manhattan, where 6 people were injured. Or in your borough of Queens, council member, where there was a crash at 2 a.m. on the eve of New Year's, where there were 1 pedestrian that was killed and 2 others injured. And so additional PIP provides that benefit. But again, we are not opposed to lowering some of the minimums. And in fact, we want to work with you to overall look at how we can provide safety while making sure that the coverage is adequate. And so this is an open question, but why liability coverage versus, and maybe this is your next question, versus why no fault? No fault is a lot different because it provides coverage almost immediately. By law, it provides coverage within 30 days, right? Whereas the liability portion of the insurance may be subject to litigation. Who is at fault? Are there other people that are at fault as part of it? And so then it takes a long time, many years to go through the litigation process. Where no fault, you got to respond to that claim within 30 days, no matter who is at fault.
To your point, Commissioner, where you say that you're not an insurance provider, has TLC worked with the insurance industry when they set the $200,000 PIP?
So it was in 1998 under former Commissioner Das that did the research to look at why 100, 200, and 300 were the appropriate numbers. And so we will continue to work with our industry stakeholders, with DFS, with others to make sure that the numbers are consistent with what they are. But at $200,000, right, it provides a bigger pool for all injured to draw from.
Thank you, and thank you, TLC.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. I'm Mark Chen, counsel to the Committee on Transportation.
Can everyone please find their seats? We are going to resume shortly.
Counsel to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Our next panel will be from the Department of Design and Construction, Executive Deputy Commissioner Maggie Austin, Deputy Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer Rachel Lacerin, and Associate Commissioner Jeffrey Margolis. I will now administer the oath. Please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and members of the committee. I'm Rachel Lacerin, Deputy Commissioner and Chief Financial Officer of the New York City Department of Design and Construction. I'm joined by Executive Deputy Commissioner Maggie Austin and Associate Commissioner Jeff Margolis, as well as members of the DDC's leadership team. We're happy to be here today on behalf of Commissioner Foley. FY25 has been a time of growth and change for DDC. We anticipate that the coming fiscal year will be the same. Even as we continue our traditional role of building city public buildings and infrastructure, we are taking on more and more responsibility for other programs, including borough-based jails, coastal resiliency, and green infrastructure. We are improving the way we pair vendors, we are improving the way the city plans its capital improvements, and we are improving our public outreach with a new website later this year. Lastly, we have continued to advance our alternative delivery program to more effectively deliver projects and continue to advocate in Albany for even more tools. DDC builds on behalf of more than 25 agencies, plus numerous museums, cultural institutions, and other nonprofits that receive funding from city sources. The January Capital Commitment Plan for FY26 contains over $5.5 billion in new planned investments. This figure includes over $2 billion for our infrastructure division projects, close to $1 billion for public buildings and our support portfolio, and $2.56 billion for our borough-based jails. Capital spending for DDC varies year over year as it is dictated by the agencies that sponsor our projects and the funding we receive from them. We advise our sponsors about scope and cost, but ultimately priorities are policy-driven. DDC's FY26 operating budget is $159 million. This includes $128 million for personal services and $31 million for other than personal services. Our budgeted headcount is 1,177, and our total operating budget includes $140 million for IFA and $19 million in city tax levy funding. In public buildings, we have over 70 projects in active design, 31 in procurement, and 93 in construction, with a total value of these projects of approximately $12.9 billion. In infrastructure, we have 109 projects in active design, 55 in procurement, and 89 in construction, with a total value of approximately $11 billion. We are very pleased to report that we have reached an important milestone in our growing portfolio of design-build projects. Within the coming weeks, we will complete the city's first design-build project outside of our borough-based jails program. It's a new parks maintenance facility at Orchard Beach in the Bronx. This project, as described in the administration's recent design-build progress report that was submitted to the state legislature, will be completed 2.5 years faster than would have been possible with the lowest bidder contracting and with cost savings of 10% of the budget, or around $3.6 million on a $36 million project. We currently have 22 design-build projects in contract, including the borough-based jails, public buildings, and infrastructure projects. Of these 22 projects alone, the city is saving an estimated 45 years of time and $1.3 billion using design-build. Among those projects are contracts for raised crosswalks, ADA-compliant pedestrian ramps, deep sewer manholes, and multiple parks restrooms bundled together. In December, Albany gave us the ability to use Contract Manager Build, or CM Build, for library and cultural projects, as well as Progressive Design Build for future resiliency projects. We have already identified projects where we can apply both of these new contracting methods, with procurement of 4 CM Build projects starting next month and Progressive Design Build later this year.
Last year at this hearing, DDC discussed Advanced Capital Planning, ACP, which is how we work with other agencies to provide the information and technical expertise they need to plan holistically for the long-term maintenance and necessary upgrades of their capital assets. This type of overall capital planning, as opposed to work being done on a piecemeal or project-to-project basis, holds great potential for the city to save time and money on future projects. ACP has 3 main elements: a new data portal we created that compiles already available public buildings data in one location, a method to gather the data that we don't already have available to us, including inventories of mechanical equipment or whether a building complies with the American with Disabilities Act, the ADA, and using data to support holistic capital planning across agency portfolios of properties, guided by DDC's technical and engineering expertise. All 3 elements are moving forward, and we currently have a pilot program with the Queens and Brooklyn Public Library systems. We will continue to grow the overall program. Along with proactive planning, another major DDC goal is improving internal processes so that the industry finds it more desirable to work with us. Vendors understandably love nothing more than getting paid on time, and the payment process is known to be arduous. Over the last year, DDC has evaluated its payment process with the goal of paying vendors more quickly and accurately by streamlining the administrative burden. We analyzed more than 60 discrete forms and have worked to remove outdated bureaucratic requirements such as wet signatures and notarizations where not required by law. We also worked with our sister construction agencies, DOT, DEP, and Parks, to ensure that we're all asking for the same information in a similar fashion. We're now at the point of rolling out new, simple, and easy-to-use payment request forms, along with a clear step-by-step guide to the process for all. The borough-based jails program continues to be our largest alternative delivery program, as well as our largest overall. This spring, we will issue a notice to proceed for the design build team that will create the new Manhattan facility, the last of the 4 new jails to enter this phase. We will soon have 4 more humane and secure facilities in active construction. These complex projects greatly benefit from design build, allowing site prep to begin early and foundation work to start prior to design completion. As we reported in the recent preliminary Mayor's Management Report, DDC remains a leading agency in contract awards and payments to minority and women-owned business enterprises, MWBEs. And through fiscal 2024, the agency's MWBE participation was 24% for contracts subject to Local Law 1, with $461.4 million in awards. DDC remains the leading mayoral agency in awards to MWBEs, with approximately $5.6 billion awarded since fiscal year 2015, which is 29% of all city MWBE awards. We're growing our MWBE numbers in our alternative delivery program as well, and this month we announced that our 2 most recent design build contract awards went to certified MWBEs. The first, the new Roy Wilkins Rec Center, is valued at $128 million. The other is the Parks restroom contract that was mentioned earlier, which is valued at $22 million. We continue to set ambitious and disaggregated MWBE goals in both the design portion and the construction portion of our design-build contracts, and we're seeing results of these efforts. DDC plays a large role in the city's resiliency efforts, and that continues to grow as the agencies we build for, such as DEP, DOT, and Parks, dedicate more of their budgets to resiliency. In the recent PMMR, in order to account for this work, we reported new resiliency data. In the first 4 months of the fiscal year, we installed 15,693 square feet of porous pavement and 1,265 feet of coastal protection. Coastal protection at ESCR and BMCR on the Lower East Side is creating a 3.22-mile-long flexible flood barrier while also enhancing recreational opportunities. Last month, we demonstrated for the media the new floodgates at BMCR, which rise up from the ground using electrical power. We expect our coastal resiliency project to start in Red Hook in a few months. That project is budgeted at $184 million, and we will use a system of flood walls, flip-up and sliding floodgates, and sidewalk and roadway improvements. At DDC, we recognize that we must adapt each and every day by looking inward at our own processes and empowering staff, outward to push for new contracting tools and continued collaboration with our sponsors, and across the boroughs to be more transparent about our work and as policy and priorities change. We will continue to build on these efforts in fiscal year 26. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. I wanted to start with construction worker safety. According to the 2025 Deadly Skyline report, construction worker deaths have picked up in recent years. The report notes that 30 construction workers died on the job in New York City in 2023, which was the deadliest year for construction workers in the city since New York Committee for Occupational Safety and Health began tracking the data in 2013. What is DDC doing to ensure worker safety on the job sites?
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the question. We obviously take safety very importantly at DDC. Each and every project before it starts has what's called a site safety plan that's worked on directly with the contractor and our experts in our site safety unit. We have approximately 100 staff that work for our site safety and environmental unit, and they look at each project individually to ensure that what the contractor is proposing is done safely. They also have a team of folks that go out proactively, unannounced, to check out the construction sites to make sure that things are being done safely, and they address issues on the spot as needed. If an incident does occur, we have a process where we document everything and use that as a learning experience going forward. We also hold site safety summits. We actually had one last month. So we are very aware of making sure that each and every site is safe.
Are DDC job sites safer than other construction sites from your lens?
I'm not sure we can fully comment on that. Again, we do have a lot of internal protocols that we do feel work very well. Again, we work very closely with the Department of Buildings. When we're in the street, we work with DOT to make sure our MPT, the maintenance and protection of traffic, is adequate. So it's a constant conversation with both the internal team and the oversight agencies.
And has DDC studied safety models from other large cities when it comes to construction safety?
Absolutely, and we also work very closely with our industry partners, for example, the BTEA, BCTC, Building Congress. So it's not just information that we gather on our own, but also working with the industry each and every day. I mean, they are truly our partners, and the labor unions, for example, obviously do our work. So.
And what have you learned from studying the different models from those different groups?
Sure. Over time, we've modified the way we track incidents and accidents. We also have started to use technology to document things real time. So if there's an issue in the field, for example, the safety inspector can communicate using an app with their colleagues back at DDC. We also, again, regularly share that information across the board, so each and every team on both the public buildings and infrastructure site is aware of what's happening at other sites and maybe can learn from that information.
Thank you. Going to MWBEs, you answered a lot of it in the commissioner's testimony, so I thank you for that. Going back to Roy Wilkins Park, I know you mentioned it in the testimony, but what is the status of the Roy Wilkins Park Recreation Center? Were MWBEs selected in that process? Is there an MWBE that's leading that process?
Yes, Elite Construction is an MWBE, a city-certified MWBE, a black firm. They are in joint venture with Triton, so that is an MWBE JV firm that's leading that project.
Was there no MWBE or MBE that was able to not need to do a joint venture?
No, all of the submissions that we received were either, there were no MWBEs or MWBE joint ventures.
And how were the MWBEs selected in this project?
So there's a complicated, complicated selection process, and actually I was part of the initial selection process. We have a team that evaluates the submissions and creates a short list, and once the short list is created, then another team evaluates it. And part of the evaluation process is the MWBE plan.
And was there any local requirements that were included in the RFP to ensure that there's commitments for jobs, or some of the subcontracts would go to local firms?
So we do impose, and the legislation, the design build legislation requires a 30% goal on both the design and construction portion. And what we do is we work with the local community to do engagement events for MWBEs as well as workforce engagement.
And have you started the engagement opportunities, the events?
No, not yet, but we are planning on starting this summer.
And I trust that you'll be doing that with Councilmember Williams?
We will.
Okay.
We have already picked a date for our first community engagement meeting, so happy to say that things are moving forward very quickly.
Thank you. I'm going to pause before going into the rest of mine and yield to Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you very much. Firstly, my thoughts are with Commissioner Foley. He's okay? Okay. Sorry to not have him here today. I always enjoy seeing Tom. He does a great job. I'd like to focus my questions on the Borough-based jail. Just broadly, as of now, what's our timeline to complete the 4 jails?
Sure. So as you know, each one has a different timeline.
Yeah.
So Brooklyn is 2029. I know we were emailing earlier. Bronx and Queens are 2031, and Manhattan, which we expect to register in the coming months, is 2032.
2032. So 5 years off of local law.
Correct.
Local law requires closure of Rikers Island by 2027. Are there efforts that DDC has considered to expedite the construction timelines and get these projects done more quickly?
We've considered everything. We do feel that design build is giving us the ability to do it as fast as possible. If it was not design build, we do estimate at least another 5 years for each site that it would take to actually design and construct these sites.
The Littman 2.0 Commission, I don't know what they're called, put their recommendations out today. And is that the right terminology? We can call it that? Does that work? You know what I'm talking about.
We understand,
when I say the
yes.
Littman 2.0 Commission.
Yes.
Judge Littman's still around. Identified that they thought that construction can be completed year and a half faster than DDC's timelines. Have you looked at their recommendations and considered their proposals? Have you been in touch with them?
We have. We are part of the City Council Speakers team that meets with the Littman Commission and has been meeting them prior to their release of this report. And we have had conversations specifically with their staff. I know they expressed an interest in maybe moving up Queens and the Bronx. We do feel like our timelines are realistic, but we're happy to have those conversations again.
Well, we hope that you'll look. Rikers is a hellhole. as soon as it can close, it is the better for our city. Particularly, I want to ask you some questions about Brooklyn. As you know, Jeff, our community is pretty disappointed with how construction has advanced. The demolition process was an absolute disaster and terribly mismanaged. And we currently have there's an AHV in effect till midnight for the rest of the project in perpetuity, and then you have separate AHVs, alternate, after hours variances, in effect 6 days a week until 4 a.m. 5 days a week until 4 a.m., Saturdays 9 to 5, plus 3 upcoming weekends of 24/7 work in May. So for people who, as you know, this is a densely populated area, and we have many thousands of people that live hundreds of feet away from this site, and we're talking about 24/7 work until 4 a.m., 5 nights a week, and in perpetuity work until midnight for the next 5 years of this project. It's been really disappointing that there isn't a more manageable approach to try and work with our community to mitigate negative impacts. I've asked you 100 times, but I will ask again. Can we look again at the necessity of these AHVs and try to reduce hours to improve the experience of neighbors with the construction?
We can always have that conversation. I do want to acknowledge that work will continue to pick up. So right now we're at about approximately 200 workers. We are going to see that increase. So work is really going to speed up. As you probably know, they're pouring the foundations right now. I would say the AHV for the Atlantic Avenue work, that's only expected until they finish that utility work, the 4 a.m. work. So that will hopefully dissipate and make that
As
a
you
little
know,
more
because I've
tolerable.
shared it with you, I've got constituents who complain about pile driving into Atlantic Avenue at 3:45 in the morning. You say that you can't give a commitment that that's not going to happen again when issues arise. It's just, what I don't understand is we have a timeline for the project that's 2029. It's already slow. But the explanation for why we need AHVs until midnight is that that's not to speed up the timeline for the project. That's just the timeline for the project, that you're treating it and so it's very challenging for me to understand. Was that just the plan from the beginning when you looked at the construction timelines 3 years ago and considered these vendors, that you were just going to have work go until midnight every night for 5 years, 6 years?
I don't think it was ever our intention to keep, people up at night. I think, we are trying to move this along. These, as you know, these are complex facilities. It takes a tremendous amount of time to build a secure jail with the programming, with everything that the Littman Commission and the Borough-Based Jails Program requires and deserves. And, we'll continue to try and mitigate those hours.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I'll close here, Chair, I appreciate the latitude. The changes that have been made by the Adams administration make these jails less humane, right? The number of therapeutic beds that are specifically designed to meet the needs of people with mental illness have been slashed in half by Mayor Adams and his administration. And the access to outdoor space is severely limited. I do not believe that the outdoor space that you all have designed in the facilities actually meets the standards of being outdoors. And when the average length of stay in Rikers Island is a year plus for folks who have complex cases, not having real access to the outdoors for a year has an enormous impact on people's mental health and well-being. So I think that the changes that have been made are severely undermine the quality of the jails that we're going to be creating, and I'm really disappointed. And I've asked 1,000 times, how do we ensure there's access to the roof and we have recreational space up there so that people can enjoy meaningful outdoor space? I've asked 1,000 times, how do we create different staffing models to expand the number of therapeutic beds? And I've gotten no answers of any substance from this administration. And I realize you're the builders, you're not setting some of these policies, but you're the entity that comes to us that's responsible for answering these questions. And of course, when the Department of Corrections is here, they say nothing. They are utterly useless. So, and I'm being diplomatic. So I am really disappointed by the caliber of the coordination, of the quality of the coordination with our community through the construction process, and I'm really disappointed by the changes that are being made to these jails that are going to deliver a lesser outcome when this process is completed. And so it's very, 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 very frustrating, and I really hope that you and the commissioner will find ways, and Elizabeth will find ways to work with us to try and make improvements along the way, because I do not think I think that there are serious problems that need to be addressed.
Understood.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'll just continue with the borough-based jails. Also, Councilmember Ressler asked a few that I had queued up, but just to get a little bit more line of sight, can you let us know why there have been such consistent delays?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it that way, Chair. I mean, we have completed the dismantle of 3 sites. Manhattan will be completed next month. Queens and Brooklyn have already been completed, as Councilmember Ressler said. We're already fully working in construction in Brooklyn. So there's been a tremendous amount of work that's already happened. As I stated, these are really complex facilities, and they also have to meet the overall needs, the programming needs of the Department of Correction and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. So they take time, but we do feel like design build has really let us take the lead here and move them as quickly as possible.
What do you feel has been like your biggest obstacle to implementing this project?
I mean, these are confined sites. These are, as Councilmember Ressler stated, if we could work 24/7, 7 days a week, we would love to, but we have to respect our neighbors. It sounds like we need to do a better job of that. We recognize that in certain circumstances, but also working, for example, the Manhattan site is neighbored by a senior housing facility, and the criminal courthouse. So it's a very narrow area, and everything has to be staged on site. There's no other room to take streets in that particular community. So these are very challenging and complex sites that we've inherited, but they make the most sense because of their proximity to the courthouse.
And I think I read somewhere that the mayor was talking about the capacity concerns for the borough-based jails. So what is the plan to ensure that the jails can handle the full capacity of the current system?
So as Councilmember Ressler said, our job is to design and build based on the policy that's been set. So each facility will have 1040 beds, men in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Manhattan, and then there's a small population, 450 beds for women in Queens. We have those conversations with City Hall and DOC, but they're not necessarily in our purview.
In DDC's estimate, will the new jail's capacity be sufficient to handle the city's jailhouse population?
Again, we're building the 1040 beds per facility. That's what we've been mandated to do, and that's.
Not understand the mandate, but do you feel it's sufficient?
I can't comment on the DOC population and those needs, unfortunately.
What is the current cost estimate for completion of each of these facilities?
Sure, it's about $15 billion total. About 3 per borough, and then $3 billion per borough, and then Queens is a little more because, as I mentioned, the women are housed there, so we have to maintain separation between the men and the women. So it's almost like 2 jails in one. So you have to have separate facilities for the men and separate facilities for the women.
With the delays that we have as of today, what is now the delta in terms of the cost for these jails from where it was projected at the onset?
Sure. So again, some of these costs were identified well before DDC got involved. Not that we're the panacea about setting all costs, but they really hadn't fleshed out exactly what the costs were when they were first announced many years ago during the ULER process. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe these projects are all fully funded and moving forward.
Okay, going to the PMMR on reconstructed road miles. According to the PMMR, DDC completed 10.6 miles of roadway lane mile reconstruction in the first 4 months of fiscal 2025 compared to 7.1 miles that were completed in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024. However, in all of fiscal 2024, DDC completed only 20.3 lane miles, much less when compared to fiscal 2023, when a total of 33.6 roadway lane miles was completed. significantly less than the 60.6 lane miles that were completed in fiscal 2021. Why has the roadway lane mile reconstruction been declining over the past few years?
So it's not that our work has decreased, it's just that we've identified along with DOT and DEP different priorities, different types of work that we're doing each and every day. So for example, we actually added metrics to the PMMR to identify a new green infrastructure metric, as well as our pedestrian ramp unit that is working on pedestrian ramps each and every day across the 5 boroughs. And lastly, the coastal resiliency projects. So as my colleague testified to, we have robust projects both in all 3 of those areas, and work is happening all over the city that offsets potentially those lane miles being completed, but it's not that less work is happening in the streets.
Does DDC need additional headcount in order to operate at a higher capacity? And what other resources would be needed?
So our total headcount at this moment is 1,177. We actually have a 4% vacancy rate. So we've been really successful in bringing on talent. We do a lot of hiring fairs, and we go to schools to recruit. So our goal really is to make sure that we're at full capacity so that we can continue the work that we are doing.
Do you need additional headcount?
So we have, OMB has agreed to provide additional headcount for our borough-based jails program. We're in the process of doing that now. And I think once we get those additional folks on board, I think we'll be in better shape.
Thank you. Moving to design build project completion deadlines. Meeting project completion deadlines for important infrastructure projects like hospitals can be crucial for a community. Design build has been seen as a way to complete projects quicker and at a lower cost, and reduce time by streamlining the existing process. What are some benefits and drawbacks from your perspective of design build that you've encountered? I really want to focus actually on the drawbacks because Commissioner Foley has in past hearings talked about what he felt the benefits were, but I'm curious to see now that DDC continues to move forward with more design build projects, what are the drawbacks that you all have experienced?
We would obviously characterize them not necessarily as drawbacks, but as a different way of doing business for the city. So for example, some of the lessons learned, at least on the community engagement side, is in design build, you're bringing a team together to the community, and the perception is that design is already completed and there's not an opportunity for feedback. So one of the lessons learned, Chair, you mentioned Roy Wilkins Park. We've really tried to engage with Councilmember Williams, Senator Comrie, Assemblymember Heineman, Borough President Richards, to ensure that the community does have a voice and are part of that process, not that they haven't in the past, but to have that real opportunity from day one to be part of that conversation. So we're putting in those guardrails to ensure that that is something that works for Roy Wilkins. And also, as Executive Deputy Commissioner Austin mentioned, we have now required the design builder to come to the community within 90 days of the notice to proceed to have those conversations about potentially trying to work with local MWBEs. So again, a lesson learned from our previous engagement in the past on that topic.
Thank you. Do multiple projects start simultaneously under design build? And if not, why not?
So there's always a period of design. As I mentioned, some teams come with a very strong vision of how they want to design a project, but the design is not fully fleshed out. But what design build does allow us to do is start that early work. So literally testing the soil to see what the soil conditions are, and then potentially starting that foundation work once they've progressed along far enough along with the design to ensure that the foundation they're going to build will support the building. So it gives us a lot of opportunities to do that. It's also a really good opportunity to work with our sponsor agencies to ensure that from the outset, all the requirements that they need to have those facilities serve the community are met at the beginning from the outset.
Thank you for that. What is the status of Brookville Park's bathroom project? And what are the updated completion timelines?
Sure. So we, as part of the Executive Deputy Commissioner's efforts, we have awarded that project to an MWBE, Armand. They will be receiving their notice to proceed this summer, and they have an 18-month timeline to complete 6 restrooms for the Parks Department, so including Brookville Park. So there's 3 in Manhattan, 2 in Queens, Casino Park and Brookville, and then Van Cortlandt Park in the Bronx. So they will have 18 months to design and build and deliver those facilities for the community.
I'm just curious because I was told like design build is supposed to make things go so much quicker, be more cost effective. I secured the funding for the bathroom at Brookville Park, I think about like 2 or 3 fiscal years at this point. And we're not even close to shovels in the ground. And so compare and contrast, if this was like a regular construction management or a more traditional path to develop that bathroom, what phase would we be in today?
Right. I mean, we feel that 18 months is actually a very aggressive timeline.
But that's 18 months once it starts.
Right. Well, that's how we have to start with that clock. Otherwise, you know, the DDC gets involved. As you know, the capital process can sometimes take a while for the funding to get to DDC. So that's how we judge our performance, of course.
So when you say it takes a while to get to DDC, is that an OMB dynamic?
I'm not saying, it's just the way that the priorities are set by our sponsor agencies and how the funding does get transferred.
Well, I'm just trying to understand it because if I fully funded that bathroom, so the money is there. So when you say it takes a while to get to DDC, I'm trying to understand why would it take time to get to the agency if in that fiscal year it was fully funded?
Right, so I think in this particular instance, all of the different bathrooms were put together. So the funding for all of those 6 restrooms were combined. I don't know if Rachel has
Were all of the bathrooms not fully funded at the time?
I'm not sure of the history. We can try and get back to it unless Rachel has some more detail.
In the event that all bathrooms are not fully funded, would DDC still be of the position that they would bundle this same group of projects?
So in this instance, that all 6 bathrooms, again, we don't start design or construction unless all of the work is fully funded. So these are fully funded. I don't know the particular history on these particular 6.
So I'd like you guys to get back to me on that because I want to understand the timeline because it's either design build is not as quick as it's being promoted as, or because all of the bathrooms were not fully funded at the time, my project had to wait until the others were fully funded. But then my follow-up question at that point is, did it make sense to now bundle it in this package because you have a community waiting for this? It's been fully funded. There's no reason that we should have to wait 3 years to get to the procurement phase of this, which takes another year, then to wait 18 more months to be able to do the construction. That's not sensible to me. And with that amount of length of time from when it was funded to now, does DDC anticipate a shortfall because of that?
We do not anticipate a shortfall, but we understand your question, and we can get back to you on the timeline of that particular funding.
And is there any way that DDC is able to expedite this? Because again, it's been a while, and now you're telling me that I have 2.5 years pretty much left.
We will happily talk to the design builder as soon as they are fully on board. Again, we're waiting for registration, then we'll issue that notice to proceed in the summer. And
How long does the registration take?
So it will be going to the comptroller in the next few months, and then it's approximately 30 days.
Why does it take a few months to go to the comptroller? I'm just trying to understand the process because I'm not in DDC, so.
So we're actually at close to the end of the procurement process for this, but we have to go through, finalize the contract and go through all the oversights, but we're pretty close. It's fully funded. We have our certificate to proceed from OMB, and it's just these last few steps that we have to get moving forward. And then it'll be 18 months for design and construction. And again, a big benefit is if we would have had to do 2 separate procurements, one for design, then perform design to 100% completion, and then we would have had to do a second procurement for construction, a low bid at that point. And so I think we can go back and look at the history of how we got here today, but it definitely, we are ahead of where we would have been in design bid build.
So I would love to have a forensic, particularly at Brookville Park. I'd like to know from the moment that it was approved, like not approved, but the budget was adopted, till now, what has happened, what that timeline looks like, and if you can give me context as to why. Like, okay, you got to wait for OMB to respond to this, and it's in numerical order in the order it comes in, or it requires this information. Like, I want to understand that better because that will shape how I advocate for or against the project, the design build, because again, when it was first conveyed to me, it gave a perspective that this was going to happen really quickly. But it's taken a really long time because right now you're talking about 6 years to design 1 bathroom in our park, even though it's multiple bathrooms. But for this project that's been fully funded, essentially it'll be about 6 years before it's even built. And we have the public that have been notified, are looking forward to it. And so I don't think that framing design build as a quicker way, it may be a way to streamline in some sense, but it doesn't seem like it makes it quicker.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, and we'll go back and do that kind of forensic analysis that you mentioned. It's good lessons learned for us anyway, but I will just say that design build as a project delivery method is going to be faster, not necessarily that the internal city processes are any faster.
Thank you. Councilmember Ressler.
Thank you so much. Jeff, I won't give you a hard time about the jail anymore. I do appreciate that you and Elizabeth both try hard to work with us. You've got a pretty impossible task, and I recognize that I'm telling you both that I want you to go faster and work less hours, and there is some potential contradictions in that. So that aside, thank you for being a good sport. I wanted to ask about aims and something that we've talked a little bit about before of how do we do a better job as a city of planning for kind of infrastructure replacement and making sure that we're budgeting smartly for those needs. My understanding is that DDC has begun kind of informally to develop some best practices here and work with city agencies. We are also, as you know, looking at some legislative solutions on this front. Could you speak to how DDC's process for kind of how it's been going so far for DDC to coordinate with other agencies and understand the infrastructure needs, infrastructure improvement needs and replacement needs, and how OMB is responding to actually fund those needs based on your all's determinations of how we need to be better maintaining and planning for our aging infrastructure? Whoever is the right person. I'm sorry, I was just picking on Jeff before.
That's okay, I'll take that. So we're very excited. We mentioned it in the testimony. DDC has been embarking on an advanced capital planning process. So we started as a pilot last year where we basically took the Ames data and kind of manually combined it with some other public sources of data and DDC information on the capital portfolio that the city has. And we created a dashboard. And it's been really, we've already seen some insights from this, and we did this for the Brooklyn Public Library and the Queens Public Library portfolios. And you're able already to see, just in this manual process, some really interesting information, I think, about their portfolios that we think is going to help guide how they make decisions about which projects move forward, going forward. We are now moving, hopefully, into the next phase. OMB allocated $3.5 million for us to build out 2 phases, that portal to automate it a little bit instead of the manual process we did as a pilot, but to fully automate that so that we can do that on an ongoing basis. And also part of that funding will go towards the development of a survey tool. We are still advocating for some additional staffing, so to have people to go out and perform those surveys. But the idea is they would use this newly developed survey tool and go out to a select number of buildings and really identify what are the deficiencies in the building, what is the state of repair, so we could share that back to our sponsors and so that they have more information.
I think that would be, I'm really pleased that you all are taking the initiative to pursue this, and I think it's a very important thing for better maintaining our aging infrastructure across the diversity of our city. I do have to say, I think it's like preposterous that Chair Brooks Powers is asked to fund every park and playground in her district, even if it hasn't been touched in 50 years or 60 years and is severely dilapidated. If she doesn't intervene and take an initiative with her very limited capital dollars, then nothing's going to change. And we need to have an honest assessment from DDC. I think it's important, an honest assessment from DDC and perhaps other agencies about the state of our infrastructure, and we need to hold OMB accountable to actually fund it and provide the resources that are needed for us to ensure that our parks and our playgrounds and our bridges and everything in between is well maintained. And so I appreciate you all putting some real thought into this, taking initiative. I think it's a innovative and important development for city government, and I hope that we can find ways to tie OMB's hands a little bit more to make sure they actually put the resources behind the assessments and surveys that you complete. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair Brooks Powers, for the second round.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for spending your birthday with the Committee on Transportation
I'm out.
and Infrastructure. Your community is fortunate. With that, DDC, thank you. We're going to move into the public testimony portion of this hearing. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding, and the decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics. Oversight. New York City Council budget and oversight hearings on the preliminary budget for fiscal year 2026 for the MTA, DOT, TLC, and DDC. I will call the first panel. Raul Rivera.
Today I testify before you to express my outrage and deep disappointment at the abject failure of Chair Brooks Powers of the Transportation Committee. Under her leadership, our city's transportation infrastructure has continued to deteriorate, and the needs of hardworking New Yorkers have been consistently ignored. But Chair Brooks Powers' failure is not an isolated incident. It is symptomatic of a broader systemic problem that permeates the highest levels of our city's government. That's why I'm calling for the resignation of TLC Commissioner David Doe and DOT Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez. Commissioner Doe's tenure at the TLC has been marked by a lack of transparency, inadequate oversight, and a failure to protect the rights of hardworking TLC drivers. His inability to address the scourge of illegal pirate vehicles has put countless lives at risk and undermined the livelihoods of law-abiding drivers. Commissioner Rodriguez's leadership at the DOT has been equally disastrous. His failure to maintain our city roads, his inability to address e-bikes, and his anti-car policies, including monetizing our city for nonprofits like Transportation Alternatives and Open Plans, big tech companies like Uber, Lyft, Getaround, Zipcar, and City Bike. Mr. Rodriguez's lack of vision for a sustainable transportation future has made our city streets more dangerous, more congested, and less livable. We deserve better. We deserve leaders who will prioritize our safety, our livelihoods, and our well-being. That's why I'm calling for the resignation of Commissioner Doe and Rodriguez, and for Chair Brooks Powers to step down as chair of the Transportation Committee. It is time for a change. It is time for leadership that will put the needs of New Yorkers. We can do better, and we must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I have questions for you today. Mr. Rivera, what organization do you represent? Turn your mic on, please.
Myself and NYC Drivers Unite.
NYC Drivers United?
It's just a name. We're not signed up as a nonprofit. We don't ask.
So you're not a formal organization?
We don't ask for money. We're not a nonprofit.
So you're not registered with the Attorney General's office or
No,
anything?
we
You're not
don't
an
have-
organization?
That's done on purpose.
So who do you?
I'm surprised you're asking questions. You never asked
I
questions
have questions
before.
today.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not done. So in terms of who you represent, could you give me an idea of how many people are a member of your organization?
About 300.
300?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the org comprise of? What type of people in industry?
They're all TLC drivers. In order to join the group, all you have to do is have a TLC license. That's it.
And are you a TLC driver?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a current TLC license?
Yes, fully licensed.
Okay, because I
I wish
recall
I
in
could-
past testimony you said that you lost your ability to be a driver.
No. I have a license.
And it's current?
It's active, yes.
Okay.
And if I didn't have a license, I can still advocate. You know that, right?
You can advocate. I just want to understand who you represent because you come into this hearing every time and talk about who's represented by where, but we never have full line of sight of who you represent because I only ever see you.
You know who I am, Powers.
I know who you are, Raul.
I've been here.
That's what I'm saying. I know who you are, but you come in here and you say that you represent a group that I have not seen.
Right.
You tell me that I do
Because-
not meet, excuse me, you tell me that I do not meet with drivers when I have had several meetings with active drivers in my district office. You also accuse me of not being willing to meet with you, and my staff has spoke to you countless times and asked you to fill out the same required documentation as everybody else, yet you fail to submit it, but continue to attack me and say I do not meet with you, and that is not true.
No, we know that you met with us. You gave us a 20-minute Zoom meeting in 2020.
I'm not even talking about that. I was willing to meet with you in person.
You're not doing it.
Because you are
What's the
not
big
submitting
deal?
the
Why don't
request.
you
You're
sit down
not.
with us?
You have not submitted the request form.
I sent you
Raul.
like 4 emails.
You have not. My staff.
What request form?
Raul,
You didn't
have
ask for it in the
Raul,
past.
Have you received an email from my
Yes,
scheduler
yes.
with a list of questions?
Yes, but
Have you responded to those questions to my scheduler?
I did. Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
Well, she's not responding. Which question?
She
Which
sent you an email of questions, which you yourself on social media said that it's not fair that I send those questions, even though everybody who meets with me answers the same thing.
Listen.
Who am I meeting with? You are coming with other people to meet, and we have to make sure we have the sufficient office space to make sure people can sit there. You continue to do propaganda and make accusations against
don't
me.
say that about me. I do not do propaganda.
I'm going to say that about you
Nobody's
because
paying
you
for
say it
nobody's
about me,
paying
and
to
it's
be here.
untrue. What I'm saying is,
What did
and
I
I'm
say
saying
that's
it on the
untrue?
record publicly, I have been willing to meet with you in person. When you see me on the street and you run up on me every time, I have
Wrong.
stopped to speak to you. Okay, so I'm not scared to speak to you, but you cannot continue to do this.
Nobody's saying you're
Let me
scared.
finish. I am willing to meet with you, but you must follow the proper steps and protocol, and then we will have that meeting.
Yeah, but you're changing it up.
I have not changed it up.
hold
I
on a
have
second.
one line
Hold on a
of
second.
email that every single person that requests to meet with me gets the same
Hold on.
email.
That's false. Because when we had the first meeting, you didn't request that.
When we had the first meeting,
we
I
had-
was a new council member.
You was a council member.
I was a new council member.
Regardless,
we
you
are
didn't-
4
you
years
didn't
later. For the last 2.5, 3 years, we've
didn't
been using
request
the
it.
same form.
What's the big deal? You know who I am. I can bring 5 drivers.
Raul,
I can bring 50
I just-
drivers. What's the
I just answered, but I appreciate you coming and advocating, and I thank
You
you for
haven't
your
done-
testimony. And again, if you would like to meet with me, I would like you to respond to that email.
No, we already tried. You had
Okay,
your
so
chance.
then you said you're not gonna do
What
it.
we want is for you to resign. That's what we want. We want you to leave. That's what we want. And when you win re-election, you're going to win re-election because nobody's running against you.
Thank you, Raul.
4 years. You've been a council member 4 years.
Thank you, Raul.
How come it took so long? You know about
We'll be calling the next panel. Thank you. Sergeants, we can have him removed. Thank you. The next panel will be Sally Burns, Darnell Steely McCrory, Jackson Chabot, and Ben Furness, and William Medina. William, I'm not sure which one's William, sorry, but you can come off mute and start.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is William Medina, and I'm a leader and organizer at the Worker Justice Project. Today, I want to highlight the importance of having safe streets for everyone, including the more than 65,000 delivery workers in New York City who are seeking better road conditions, such as micromobility improvements, better infrastructure, and also to be part of a society to promote clean energy development, safe conditions, and environmental care. As we see every day, we are an industry in constant motion, providing a service to our community so they can receive essential products like food and medicine. However, for this, the city needs not to only train, educate, and equip all workers, but also implement an infrastructure plan that ensures the safety of those of us doing this work. Currently, the streets we travel on do not have adequate bike lanes for safe transit, nor do we have barriers to protect us from pedestrians and prevent accidents. These mobility issues are visible on every corner of the city, and without the support of the government, it is impossible to implement plans that improve these conditions. For us, it is vital to educate workers in this industry because we have the capacity to create outreach plans, inform about the street safety, and provide services from our worker centers, such as processing driver license, assisting with ticket payments, and teaching how to move around the city more safely while respecting traffic rules. Year after year, this had have a positive impact on our community, where many of our members have found a sense of belonging and have recognized that they can offer better service while respecting New Yorkers. This is why we depend on the city to carry out all these initiatives, which we have undoubtedly proven are the foundation for improving this and many other industries that recognize that hard work within our immigrant communities. Without their support, the workforce will be left vulnerable to punishment and persecution in a city that needs urgent structural change. This financial support will help thousands of people access training on risk assessment, safe mobility, and signage, as well as programs and the implementation of new laws, such as the use of a space like access to restrooms and other resources the city offers, including updates on structural changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Ben?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers and the members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for holding today's hearing and for your leadership on these issues. My name is Ben Furness, and I'm the Executive Director of Transportation Alternatives, an organization that fights for safe, livable, and accessible streets across the 5 boroughs. We're here to testify in support of a fully funded and fully staffed Department of Transportation. As you all know, DOT does critical life-saving work, but it can't be successful without the resources that it needs. When the City Council passed the streets plan, it laid out a bright vision for the future of our city. The City Council demanded serious investments in expanded pedestrian space, dedicated bus lanes for fast and reliable service, and a high-quality bike network for people of all ages and abilities from all walks of life. And while DOT has been doing some noble work with the resources available, they have failed to meet most of these legal mandates, partially because they don't have sufficient funding and staffing. According to the New York City Independent Budget Office, DOT still does not have the necessary resources to make the streets plan a reality. DOT staffing has remained stagnant since the bill's passage. Its vacancy rate is twice the citywide average, and its budget has grown only to keep up with inflation, but not with new resources and new capacity necessary to meet the ambitious goals that the council set. Hiring freezes, delays, and underinvestment have limited progress, and New Yorkers are paying the price. Last year, tragically, 253 New Yorkers were killed in traffic crashes, including 16 children, and more pedestrians were killed than the year prior. This is more than just safety. DOT funding supports community building programs like Open Streets, an incredibly popular program that is in desperate need of more funding from DOT, and organizers are asking for $48 million over the next 3 years to keep these vital neighborhood programs in place. When DOT goes underfunded and understaffed, intersections remain deadly, bike lanes don't get built, and bus lanes don't get painted. It's dangerous for everyone in every neighborhood from all walks of life. DOT has lifted the 2-out, 1-in hiring freeze for engineers, which is an important first step, but the department needs to end the hiring freeze for all divisions and get these safety projects moving. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next is Jackson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brooks Powers. Today I'm going to testify on 3 specific topics. First, daylighting. There's clear momentum around daylighting in New York City, and our budget should reflect this. We ask the New York City Council to please ensure that the New York City Department of Transportation has the resources to implement daylighting and, most importantly, harden daylighting, which DOT comment today has been shown to provide the most profound safety benefit citywide to people walking, biking, and driving. The mayor's allocation of $3.85 million for daylighting infrastructure is a welcome increase from last year's allocation, but this is simply insufficient to meet the needs on our streets. We heard this today from Councilmember Wan's questions of DOT. DOT even presented images today of their daylighting work to date, and we asked them to continue this at a rapid pace. Based on the DOT estimates of the cost for daylighting that they shared today, we recommend an allocation of $10 million to daylight 1,000 intersections this year and to truly address the calls from community boards across the city for safer streets. Second, on open streets, last week, open streets operators called on the city to fully fund the open streets program by allocating the $48 million over 3 years to expand the DOT's capacity for supporting open streets. For too long since the program has been formalized, open streets operators have been fighting for scraps from the Department of Transportation, and this administration has routinely touted the benefits of open streets from a commerce perspective, from a safety perspective, and from a community perspective. However, they have not allocated the proper funding to do this. The Department of Transportation Commissioner today said they love open streets, so where is the money? In closing, I'd like to elevate the call that Ben just said regarding staffing for the Department of Transportation. It's quite clear, with no staff, the Department of Transportation cannot do the necessary projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Darnell.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Powers, and members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for holding today's hearing. My name is Darnell Sealy McCrory, and I am a member of Family for Safe Streets. I currently reside in Brooklyn, New York with my family. I've never testified at a city council hearing before, but I'm here to ask you to end the hiring freeze and fully fund the DOT. Families for Safe Streets is an organization made up of people like me, and all of us have either lost a loved one or ourselves been injured in a traffic crash. We know that when our streets and our intersections are deadly, we are the ones who pay the price. Last year, 253 New Yorkers were killed in traffic crashes, including my 13-year-old daughter, Nayel McCrory, who was hit by a speeding SUV at West 110th Street and Manhattan Avenue intersection, October 24th, 2024. My beautiful, intelligent daughter, Nayel, had a passion for dancing, learning, and inspired many other friends and teenagers via TikTok with her self-taught choreographed dance routines. What amazed us most was her determination to graduate middle school, becoming a freshman in high school. Pardon me. I never thought her mother and I would be burying our daughter so soon after completing a 4-year incarceration within the same year. Thank you. We prayed that her intracranial pressure would decrease, but sadly, 7 days later, since being hit by that speedy driver, she passed away in PICU from traumatic brain injury. The day that we lost Nayel was the most difficult time of our lives, and I know that her death, just like all of the other 252, was preventable. I wouldn't have to be here today if we designed streets around our children instead of cars. Unfortunately, the New York City Department of Transportation doesn't have the funding or workers to build safe streets. We need people to design better intersections, present it to the community, and then actually pour the concrete, and all of those people need to be paid. Saving lives is possible, but it isn't free. You must fully fund and fully staff DOT so New York can make progress on street safety and prevent the senseless traffic violence that took Nayel and many others from us too soon. Thank you.
Thank you, and I offer you my deepest condolences.
Thank you for your acknowledgement.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and committee members. My name is Sally Burns, and I'm the Planning Associate for Union Square Partnership, the nonprofit business improvement district stewarding Union Square and 14th Street. Union Square is a key transit hub, a powerful job center, an extraordinary residential community, a center for culture and recreation, a home to notable institutions, a burgeoning tech campus, and a favored shopping destination. However, its park is outdated, with infrastructure in disrepair, and the streetscape on its main thoroughfare is underinvested, seemingly temporary, and incomplete. The Union Square District Vision Plan, USQ Next, sets out to address these issues by transforming the public realm in Union Square Park and along 14th Street. Union Square lies at the junction of the Broadway Vision Plan and the 14th Street Busway, the two most transformative surface transportation projects Manhattan has seen in generations, but 14th Street remains a work in progress. When the busway was implemented in 2019, the administration stopped short of making permanent streetscape upgrades to the corridor, limiting the impact of the entire busway project. While the busway carried almost 5 million riders last year and bus speeds increased by 24% since implementation, the pedestrian experience on 14th Street is inconsistent, disorganized, and often desolate, with deteriorating sidewalk sections creating poor conditions for people with limited mobility. Our vision plan would revitalize 14th Street with a robust green streetscape, delivering a best-in-class pedestrian experience and a high-quality retail environment. Union Square Partnership is requesting $10 million to be allocated to the New York City Department of Transportation, including $9 million from New York City Council and $1 million from the Manhattan Borough President for an initial capital commitment towards construction. This funding will signal long-term support for the project, help finance its implementation, and sustain future phases. We would like to thank Manhattan Community Board 5 for their letter of support, and Council Members Rivera, Botcher, Powers, Krishnan, and Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine's staff for taking the time to meet with us about this important project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. The next panel, we'll hear from Mamadou Salou Baldi, Louis Cortez, Amanda Bierman, Charles Guthrie, Sharon Brown. Mamadou, when you're ready, you can just come off of mute and start. And Leslie Duvall.
Good afternoon. My name is Mamadou Selou Balde. I'm a migrant from Guinea Republic in West Africa. I'm also a worker, organizer, and member of the Work Justice Project. I'm a food delivery worker among many others in the city of New York. As food delivery worker, it's time to give us more respect, consideration for the work that we're doing for the people of New York. We are working under the sun, rain, and snow to provide warm food for each of you. And while doing this job, we feel every puddle of the street, every bike lane blocked by car, every unclear traffic signal, and the lack of protected bike lane. Day by day, delivery workers are riding their bicycle, e-bike, and moped on the street. And we are the first group of workers affected by the street condition. We want safer street, more protected bike lane, more street light, better traffic signal, and a city that provides adequate micromobility transportation. We have carried out awareness campaign, street safety initiatives, a trade-in program to provide new bikes with certified battery, and daily education in our office. But much more is in need. We understand that this work is the responsibility of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. We understand that for a DOT to do the good job, it's important to increase the budget according to the necessities. We support more funding for this important department, and we are ready to keep working with them in order to provide safer streets and better infrastructure for the 65,000 delivery workers in this city. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today and for recognizing the important role of delivery workers play in moving the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis.
Me? Oh, no, I'm Charlie.
It's not yet.
Louis is not here.
Good afternoon, Chair Brooks Powers and esteemed committee staff. My name is Amanda Berman. I'm the Senior Director of Court Reform at the Center for Justice Innovation. I'm here today to speak about our efforts to make our city streets safer and our justice system more fair and effective and equitable. And in particular, I want to highlight 3 initiatives for which we are seeking support from Council in the upcoming fiscal year. First, our Driver Accountability Program, which is a diversion program for people arrested on low-level offenses that are vehicular in nature. Thanks to the support of Council, we have served over 7,000 drivers throughout New York City over the past decade. The program encourages behavior change through self-reflection and collective norm setting through facilitated group discussions, instead of relying on punitive responses such as jail or fines. I'm proud to report that a recent evaluation of our program that was published just a couple months ago in Brooklyn and Staten Island found a 50% reduction in recidivism for these drivers in Brooklyn and a significant reduction in Staten Island as well. Second initiative we launched in 2022 called Circles for Safe Streets, which was an expansion of our driver accountability program in partnership with Families for Safe Streets. This program addresses crashes that result in serious injuries or fatalities using a restorative justice model that brings together drivers and victims. Through the process, victims have an opportunity to tell the driver about the impact of their actions and to hear the driver take accountability for the harm they've caused. The last initiative I want to highlight is our Bronx DWI initiative, which provides screening and assessments for individuals charged with driving while intoxicated in Brooklyn criminal court. These are folks who might be in need of alcohol and substance use treatment, and they are mandated. Can I just have a moment to conclude, Chair?
If you could wrap up, please.
Okay. These 3 initiatives collectively play a critical role in a holistic approach to street safety that reduces the harms caused on our roads, as well as those caused by the systems that respond. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Charles. I assume that's you.
Hi, Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you for having me. I've never been here. This is a beautiful place. I have to watch my 2 daughters closely when we walk down any sidewalk in this city because one wrong step into the street can be fatal. So it's such a vacation when I can let them roam freely and safely in an open street. I live on 5th Avenue in Brooklyn, which has been the site of a wonderful open streets program. And like other open streets, it's transformed our avenue into a neighborhood gathering place, improving safety and supporting local businesses. However, the program has relied on dwindling volunteer organizers who stretch very small reimbursement grants and put in hundreds of hours of unpaid labor. So due to lack of funds, we're now at risk of losing it completely. Other cities invest far more. Montreal, for example, dedicates $12 million to pedestrianized streets over 3 years with up to $700,000 available per program. A similar investment in New York City would yield incredible benefits, boosting local economies, reducing traffic injuries, improving air quality, and expanding community programs. So please fully fund open streets by allocating $48 million over the next 3 years to strengthen city support and directly fund the organizations running these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon?
Hello, my name is Sharon Brown. Before I begin, remember Israel, remember the hostages, release the hostages, let Yahweh's people go.
Please stay on topic.
Yes, defend Israel. Okay.
Last warning, please stay on topic.
Yes. I believe that we should have all the roads, bridges, tunnels, trains, sidewalks, and streets. And if I've missed anything concerning the infrastructure, we need to have those all surveyed and tested to see if they need to be fixed and fix all in the 5 boroughs. It shouldn't be only if someone makes a complaint or something. It should be that we are steadfast and we go and look and find out where there are cracks. I've gone up certain streets and the road looks like it's sinking, and there are so many that to try to make a notation of every single one would be too timely and costly. We should just have a whole survey with all the funding that people are getting They should be out there surveying the different streets, making it safe so that people are not running over potholes and different things like that, and the streets are sinking and different things like that. I've had a death in the family. My sister was run over. She worked with the CCRB. She was in a different state, but it's happening here too. It happened to her in a different state that she was run over by a driver, and here I'm hearing that it's happening very often,